Silverstone circuit for this British Racing and Sports Car Club race weekend. This is day 2 of what is expected to be a very entertaining weekend. It was very good yesterday, and today looks even better on what is a typical summer's day here at Silverstone. It's been a bit drizzly this morning. It's not particularly warm, but the racing is certainly going to hot up the conditions around the venue. We've got a busy day of racing to look forward to. So we've got the first cars coming out onto the grid, but first of all have a look at the timetable for the day's action, what you expect to see on this BRSCC live stream. We'll be starting off with the Mazda MX5 Championship, the first of 6 MX5 races on this national circuit, expected to be a slipstreaming thriller of a day's racing. Up afterwards is the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Championship. We saw the first of those races yesterday, which was excellent. Then the Mazda MX5 Super Cup for the Mark III's. Then the Zeo Prototype Cup having their first ever race, a good grid of those sports prototypes, very rapid cars. And to complete this morning's action will be the BRSCC's Mazda MX5 Championship second race for the Mark I cars. After lunch we will see the second run for the MX5 Super Cup and the National Formula Ford Championship backed by Avon Tyres. And then the third races for the Mazda MX5 Championship and Super Cup. So a very busy day of Mazda action. And then we've got the Zeo Prototype Cup second race, and then the 45-minute Mini Enduro BRSCC Club Sport Trophy. So 11 races, all brought to you on this BRSCC live stream on Facebook and YouTube. Share the links with your friends, and we hope you enjoy the coverage over the course of today in what is currently a damp circuit here at Silverstone. And you can see the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Championship cars on the circuit. A huge grid. There are reserves. There's so many entries this weekend, so we can get full grids of 40 cars out there in each of the 6 Mazda MX5 Championship races. So let's have a look at the grid for this first race of the day then. On the front row will be Jack Brewer and Fraser Fenwick. On row 2, Oliver Allwood and Sebastian Fisher. Row 3, Steve Foden and Stuart Simmons. On row 4, Brian Trott and Oliver Graham. Then we move to row 5, where we will see Matt Pollard and Zach Oakes. On row 6, Luke Pullen and Michael Nibbs. Row 7, Kevin Dengate and Adam Craig. And then on row 8, Bill Taylor and Paul Bateman. On row 9, Jason Graytrex and his son Callum. And on row 10, Tim Dorr and Jack Moody. Row 11, Richard Wootton and Scott Leach. And on row 12, Michael Green and Aston Wigley. We move to row 13, where we see Alan Hawkins and George King. On row 14, Bo Perry and Michael Pearce. On row 15, Nick Ladoyan and Brad Jones. And then on row 16, Ollie Walden and Kian Donaldson. On row 17, Christopher Glynn and Richard Bartlett. On row 18, Paul King and Graham Rumsey. Row 19, Rob Mugglestone and Jonathan Fieldsend. And on row 20, Bryn Griffiths and Toby Owen. So a full grid of Mazda MX-5 Mark 1s, 40 cars, something to get used to over the course of today, because the 6 MX-5 races for the Championship and the Super Cup all have capacity grid with reserves. So it's going to be a very busy day's racing, and we hope you enjoy the action. It's certainly expected to be excellent. This is the 4th round of the BRSCC's Mazda MX-5 Championship for the Mark 1 Mazda MX-5. The championship's been going for a long time, which has always been excellent, but it's looking particularly good here at Silverstone with these full grids. The championship, though, after the first meeting at Croft, is headed by Jack Brewer, who's on pole position here. He won all 3 races at Croft Circuit, therefore obviously leads the championship. Second is Michael Nibbs, who finished on the podium twice at Croft, a second and a third, but he's much further down the grid today. He starts on row 6, where Brewer starts on pole. Third in the championship is Steve Foden, who took 1 podium in the wet third race at Croft. He was second there. Fraser Fenwick is 4th in the championship, ahead of the best Masters driver, Jason Graytrex, for drivers over the age of 45. And then Oliver Graham finishes 6th in the championship. The other podium finisher we haven't mentioned from Croft was Oliver Allwood. I don't think his third race went so well there, so he's down in 7th in the championship, but he starts third on the grid here, a multiple winner in the past. Fraser Fenwick alongside the poleman, he's 4th in the championship, with his best result being a 5th position a third position at Croft in that third wet race. So it's a damp circuit. It was a dry qualifying session yesterday. It was a very wet test day on Friday, so no one's really drove in these particular conditions, but it's going to be a voyage into the unknown possibly the first couple of laps of this. It'll be a 20-minute race. In qualifying, we had 16 cars that were separated by just 1 second around the Silverstone National Circuit. We had over 30 cars separated by 2 seconds. The green flag now is waved at the back. So the first race of this BRSCC race day is about to get underway with the Mazda MX5 Championship. This is round 4. The red lights are on. The lights go out and away they go then, with on the front row Jack Brewer and Fraser Fenwick. Everybody's got away and they head down towards Copse. You can see the 81 car there, Sebastian Fischer nosing out, but from pole position, which is on the outside line here at Silverstone, Jack Brewer sweeps around at Copse corner to take the lead. So everybody turns their way through Copse, 3 abreast in the middle. There you can see, particularly over the curbs, there's spray being kicked up. There's a couple that's run out wide, but they got through Copse okay. It's side by side for the lead because Fraser Fenwick comes to the outside of Jack Brewer, and this is when it gets very, very, very busy heading down through Mackett's and Beckett's. They're 3 or even 4 wide at points in the field, but they've all made their way through okay there too. Car 78 there, that's Richard Bartlett, right amongst the battle. And now we've had the first spin of the race. That's Jonathan Fields end, car number 53, but he'll be able to recover. The leaders head down to the Wellington Straight into Brooklands then, and 145 has a big moment over the grass. That's Zach Oakes, who's sliding towards the gravel trap. He slows the car down eventually. He went through a few of the markers as well there, but he'll be able to get back on and continue. So that was a pretty hairy moment for Zach Oakes. Here they come then, out of Luffield corner. One long line of Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s. These cars that date back about 3 decades, but they make fantastic racing, and one of the most popular race cars in the country as well. And it's great to see so many of them here at Silverstone battling hard. On that first lap, it was Jack Brewer then that led the way by just 1/10 of a second from Fraser Fenwick. 3rd Oliver Allwood, 4th Steve Foden, 5th Sebastian Fischer, and 6th Brian Trott. Big losers on the first lap. Stuart Simmons, who started in row 3, he's down to 12th. But look at Steve Foden here from 4th place, comes up the inside of everybody. He gets 3rd away from Oliver Allwood for the. He spins though. So Steve Foden got tagged, I think, and is spun just out of shot there. So Steve Foden, who made that bold move up the inside into Beckett's, has spun, and he'll be dropping right to the back of the grid. But for the leaders heading down the Wellington Straight, Fraser Fenwick challenging Jack Brewer here. He's on the inside line. Oliver Allwood tries to come through the middle of them to make it 3 abreast. There's Foden. He's recovering right in last position, basically in 40th place. But for the lead, it's a new lead up because Fraser Fenwick goes through and he gets himself ahead of Jack Brewer then on this lap 2 of this 20-minute race. 3 races for these cars over the course of today, and it's a busy day for them, so you can't really afford to have a problem during the course of the day. Here come the leaders then to complete 2 laps, being led now by Fraser Fenwick. His best result so far this season, a 3rd place, but he's back under pressure. The slipstream very strong around this circuit, which is going to be very visible over the course of the day. Jack Brewer can't make it work into Copse at this point. And you've got Oliver Allwood and Brian Trott in there too, and it's Trott who sets the best lap at 1:17.565, so some 6 or 7 seconds away from the qualifying times. Here they come then, down towards Beckett's. It's Fraser Fenwick then in the AB Motorsport car, the Ali Bray run car. A couple of his teammates at the back of the queue, Oliver Allwood and Brian Trott in there too, though you've got Jack Brewer who's in the Tucker Motorsport run car. So 2 different teams running in this front group. Here they come then, down towards Brooklands. You can see the brake marker board that got smashed at the start. And for the lead, Brewer looks to the outside of Fenwick. I don't think he's going to make that work. Was there more grip in these conditions perhaps on different lines? Well, no, he couldn't quite do it. Of course, Silverstone circuit was resurfaced not that long ago, which tends to mean wet lines aren't as you'd perhaps expect them to be. So it's 4 for the lead, 3 in the second group, which is headed by Sebastian Fischer. You've got Michael Nibbs now up to 6. Remember, he started 12, so this has been a good start from the driver that's second in the championship. And then the 3rd car in that group is 55, which is Matt Pollard. For the lead, Jack Brewer down the inside into Copse corner. He grabs the lead this time then. He tried out a lap ago, it didn't work. It has done this time. So it is Jack Brewer then that heads the 4-car battle. We've got more cars running very, very wide at Copse corner. Track limits will be monitored, but of course in these conditions it's probably not an ideal thing to do. So this is lap 4. There's 93. That's Jack Brewer, the new leader. Second time he's headed this race, with Fenwick, Allwood and Trott in the MX5 train, heading down towards Brooklands corner. You can see the top 20 there on your screen if you're looking out for somebody in particular. Here they come then, down into Brooklands to the inside look, Fraser Fenwick. That didn't work. That's allowed Oliver Allwood to come round the outside of him. Is that going to give him the inside line for Luffield? It does not. That may give Brian Trott a go. But wide goes the leader. Jack Brewer slides out wide at Luffield corner, and back through comes Fraser Fenwick, and they come wheel to wheel out of Luffield corner. Jack Brewer gets squeezed all over the curb, so on the lap chart he's not going to be shown as the leader. It's going to be the three AB Motorsport cars working together now as the top 3 cars, because Jack Brewer, the triple winner from Cross Circuit a month ago, has dropped down to 4th to the back of the leading queue, which is headed then once again by Fraser Fenwick from Oliver Allwood, who's out all over the curbs. He's now got my loser position to Brian Trott as they come down towards Beckett's corner. Let's see, they're side by side. Brian Trott's on the inside of his teammate Oliver Allwood and goes through. That second group of cars now have caught the top 4 cars after that moment for Jack Brewer at Luffield last time. So Sebastian Fisher, Michael Nibbs and Matt Pollard are all in the leading group. So it's a 7-car train for the lead of the race, heading down towards Brooklands for the 5th time. And the challenge comes for 3rd, so Oliver Allwood, who lost that place of course, comes under pressure from Jack Brewer, who led early on. The fastest lap of the race has now come from the car in 15th position at 1:45. Zach Oakes has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:16.896, which is pretty impressive stuff then from him. So there's some quick cars coming from a bit further back, and the leaders exit Luffield once again then. This is Sebastian Fisher ahead of Michael Nibbs. Remember, he started 12th, he's up to 6th, and he's challenging Fisher for 5th place, heading down towards Copse Corner. He's right in the wheel tracks. He comes to the outside line into Copse, but that doesn't pay off. Zach Oakes has done another fastest lap. He's up to 14th now, 1:16.794. So Zach Oakes continues to make progress. So this is impressive stuff from him. He did start 10th, but obviously dropped back at the start, and he's working his way back through the order. So this is 29, so in 8th position. The second group of cars is headed by Adam Craig. Following him is Stuart Simmons in 88 and 24, which is Oliver Graham is in there too, as well as 27 Luke Pullin and 144 Bill Taylor. So a big group of cars in that second group as well. Down towards Brooklands come the leaders, and a challenge for 3rd place there, because Jack Brewer was on the inside line of Oliver Allwood. They're still wheel to wheel though, and Allwood is going to hang on the inside line into Luffield corner, but then he slides a bit wide, so Brewer's on his inside. They're overlapping as they come out of the corner. Who's got the traction here? This might allow the top 2 to get away a bit, Fenwick and Trott, and for 3rd Jack Brewer gains the position on the inside line through Woodcote. Sebastian Fisher's going to try and follow him here as they cross the line to complete 6 laps. 8 minutes is done. There's 12 minutes to go therefore, and Jack Brewer did get 3rd and Sebastian Fisher did get 4th. Down to 5th place goes Oliver Allwood then. So out of Copse Corner they come, and down towards Beckett's for the 7th time. Fraser Fenwick leads. In 2nd Brian Trott, 3rd is Jack Brewer, 4th is Oliver Allwood, 5th is Sebastian Fisher, in 6th position is Michael Nibbs, and 7th is Matt Pollard, and they're using a remarkable amount of road on the exit of Beckett's corner there, all out over the curbs and further. Down now the Wellington Straight towards Beckett's. It's Fraser Fenwick giving off the 2 to everybody else. Jack Brewer's closed that gap to 2nd already. Here comes Michael Nibbs up the inside of Sebastian Fisher, who in turn has Oliver Allwood down the inside of him. So Fisher, who did gain 4th at the beginning of the lap, goes through. Michael Nibbs gets a big tank slapper on out of Brooklands, so he ends up losing a position to the car of Matt Pollard. So Michael Nibbs drops back down to 7th place in the NHA Motorsport Run car. So he's back down to P7. We're completing lap 7 of the race now. Fraser Fenwick's led a few of these laps now. He's got Brian Trott, his teammate, following him, but then in 3rd place catching is Jack Brewer, who just sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1:16.556. The second group of cars turn into Cops with Stuart Simmons coming round the outside of Adam Craig. He can't make it. Behind, you've got Oliver Graham there in 24. And chasing into that group now is Zach Oakes, a driver who was setting quick lap times early. You can see one of the red line racing cars has pulled off on the approach to Maggots. That's Jason Graytrex in 33. He retired on lap 2. Everybody else still running though. Side by side here, Sebastian Fisher gets himself up alongside Oliver Allwood. Allwood on the inside line as they head down towards Brooklands Corner. To the outside comes Fisher. Up front, it's the same order between the top 3. For 4th, they're still side by side with Allwood, I think, hanging on there ahead of Sebastian Fisher. He does, just about. Out of Luffield then for the 8th time. The top 3 have just about broke away. There's only 3 cars in the second group. Michael Nibbs has lost more time, hasn't he? Car 82, who's doing both the MX5 Championship and Super Cup again this weekend. We've got 6 races today, which is going to be keeping busy. Down towards Cops they go then for lap number 9. We're into the second half of the race now, so it's going to be something like a 16-lap race around this 1.6 mile Silverstone National Circuit. 2.63 is the leader, which is Fraser Fenwick. There's a car on the grass there, squeezed onto the grass with I think 55, Matt Pollard, as he was trying to get past Oliver Allwood, who did get past by Sebastian Fisher. So Fisher's up to 4th now. Here's his second group of cars. Second, side by side there is Stuart Simmons in 88 and 27 Luke Pullen. They're again both AB Motorsport run cars, so lots and lots of Ali Bray run machines in the front group. Change for second. Jack Brewer's got himself ahead of Brian Trott at the start of this lap, so he's back into second. Remember, he led earlier on, he started on pole, he dropped to 4th though with a mistake at Luffield, but he's fought his way back into second, and he's now on the tail then once more. Fraser Fenwick the leader. They were the 2 drivers that started on the front row of the grid. Then you've got the second group of cars now headed by Sebastian Fisher in 81. And for the lead, a challenge here. Jack Brewer goes to the outside, to the inside of both of him and Fraser Fenwick comes Brian Trott. He backs out of it though, and round the outside to take the lead of the motor race is car number 93, Jack Brewer, but he's a bit sideways on the exit of Cops Corner. He caught the curbs there, which is damper than the tarmac, and that spat the car sideways on the gainer over the grass. I think his second lap on a Trott was Matt Pollard. He had the arm out the cockpit. I think he's a bit frustrated with that. For the lead though, Jack Brewer's slide lost in momentum and allowed Fraser Fenwick back through. So it's Fenwick from Brewer from Trott as it was at the start of the lap. And then for 4th position, Sebastian Fisher ahead of Oliver Allwood. And in 6th position, Matt Pollard, who's had a couple of laps on the grass coming out of Cops. We've had 82 off. That's Michael Nibbs, the driver, out of 7th position. He's gone a long way off at Beckett's corner there. So that's been a real drama for him. The driver that's second in the championship. It's gone very wrong at the start of the day for him. He did start in 12th, worked his way up into that leading group, but had a couple of moments since, and that's a much bigger moment, which is going to drop him way down the order. Side by side in the background there for 7th. I think that was Adam Craig coming under pressure from the flying Zach Oakes, who's been working his way through the order. But let's focus on the leaders as they cross the line, with Fraser Fenwick still leading. There's a second group, and it is Zach Oakes now into 7th. He started 10th, though fell down to the bottom of the top 20, and he's worked his way back up to 7th. That's another 8B1 car, I think, of Zach Oakes. So he's flying. There's going to be a back marker soon. Fraser Fenwick is the leader here, turning into Beckett's. The car that's about to be lapped is a bit further behind the rest, and that's 42, which is Toby Owen. So hopefully won't cause too much of an issue for this leading battle, which is on lap 11 with 6.5 minutes to go. Down towards Brooklands. There's a slower car, but behind, Jack Brewer is challenging Fraser Fenwick. To the outside he looked. He couldn't make anything of that though. So therefore, Fenwick continues to lead. And with the second group catching, well, on the last lap, Sebastian Fisher was half a second quicker than Brian Trott. So yeah, the second group of cars is catching the first group. So we could have 6 cars back in the lead battle here. Brewer got a tighter line out of Luffield there. Didn't really work for him though. Didn't really get anything out of it. But he's right on the bumper of Fenwick, and a big toe he gets from the leader, so he pulls out to the right hand side of the circuit, which will give him the inside line for Copse Corner. And can Jack Brewer grab the lead here? He can. Now last time he did this he got sideways and lost all his momentum. Both him and Fenwick run through Copse side by side, which could slow the pair of them down. The back marker gets way out the way, so he's not going to be a factor. And now we got 6 for the lead really. The 6 cars separated by 1.8 seconds, and it's side by side for the lead still between Jack Brewer and Fraser Fenwick. It's Brewer on the inside, the two of them touch there, and that's going to allow Brian Trott to come up the inside of both of them. So he was third, he was keeping a watching brief, and he saw the two of them there touch, and he's passed them both, I think. So Brian Trott leads the way, heading down towards Brooklands Corner, and is he going to be able to stay there because both Brewer and Fenwick are still with him? They've slipstreamed their way back past him again, and it's going to be Brewer on the outside in 93 that takes the lead of the race once more. So absolutely epic stuff in this first race of the day. I think we're going to see a lot of this type of racing, and in the MX5 races here run by the British Racing and Sports Car Club, and Jack Brewer slides out wide there in the 4th round of the Mazda MX5 Championship. So back up the inside of him comes Fraser Fenwick. That second group have caught them now, and Sebastian Fisher's already alongside Brian Trott to try and get 3rd position as they turn their way through Woodcote. So you've got 2 pairs of cars, or pretty much 3 pairs of cars now side by side as they head down towards Copse to start the 13th lap of the race with less than 5 minutes to go. And it's Fraser Fenwick who takes the lead once more in 2.63. Brian Trott and Sebastian Fisher remain side by side. Then you've got Oliver Allwood and Matt Pollard. Down towards Beckett as they go. They're now pretty much free abreast. And then the second group's just as epic, but it's hard to take our eyes off this lead battle, which has got 2.63. Fraser Fenwick turning to Beckett, but I think he's braked late and was sliding wide, so we'll check that on the exit of the corner. Here's the second group, which is led by 145 Zach Oakes, who's passed them all on recent laps. In 8th position is Adam Craig. 9th is Callum Greatrex, who's come through well from a poor qualifying, and then in 10th position is Oliver Graham. But for the lead, it's side by side between Jack Brewer and Fraser Fenwick, who's getting a big push from his teammate Brian Trott. So the 2 AB Motorsport cars working together, and that's allowed them both to pass Jack Brewer. It's free abreast behind them. Oliver Allwood and Sebastian Fisher rubbing door panels as they come out the corner, and then you've got 55 Matt Pollard trying to buy into that as well. 3 laps of the race to go, and it's Fraser Fenwick that leads once again with Brian Trott second. 3rd Jack Brewer, still side by side between Fisher and between Allwood as they turn their way out of Woodcote Corner then, and across the line they come to start lap number 14 of the race. So they turn their way into Copse. Zach Oakes, who leads the next group, is lapping much faster than the leaders, and he's only now 3.5 seconds behind them. Could he catch before the end? There you can see Zach Oakes, all by himself, is lapping over a second quicker than the lead group as they battle so hard. So into Beckett's they come again. It's Fenwick, Brewer and Trott, the top 3, as they turn their way out of Beckett's, again using a rather lot of road over the curbs and a bit further in some cases. Down the Wellington Straight then are we going to see a challenge here? Well, into second has come Jack Brewer. He's got himself ahead of Brian Trott, although Trott tries to fight back on the inside line. He can't make it, so he stays in P3. And then the next car is Oliver Allwood, who's just a small gap now behind his teammate through Luffield and on to the run towards Woodcote. There might be more lap traffic in these last couple of laps. There's a bigger group of cars which might be a bit more difficult for the leaders to fight their way through if they catch them. And across the line they come then. And it's side by side again. That's not a surprise, is it? Jack Brewer's on the inside line of Fraser Fenwick and retakes the lead. Is he going to be able to hold it though? Because on other occasions he sort of slid wide here, but I think he managed to place his car in a position where Fraser Fenwick couldn't use momentum on the outside line. Zach Oakes now is 1.5 seconds away from the lead group, so he's almost there. But it's almost going to be a bit too late for him. The 6 cars then turn their way through Beckett's, the majority of them. I think 5 of the top 7 cars, all run by Halley Bray. So he's got the setup dialed in for this circuit, hasn't he? But there are a couple of others in there too. And of course, Jack Brewer, running with Tucker Motorsport, is the leader as they make their way now down to Brooklands, but his lead may not last too long because Fenwick's looking down the inside of him here. Brian Trott runs very wide, which I don't think was in his plan. but Brewer hangs on, and they are going to catch these slower cars in onto the last lap. Brewer going to get a touch there, possibly, has made him run out wide either way, and Fraser Fenwick is going to retake the lead, and Fenwick squeezes him over the curves, which is not got as much traction, particularly in these conditions, so that's going to harm Brewer's run possibly through Woodcote, and Brian Trott attaches himself to the back of his teammate, and they should push their way to the front. The last lap board goes out, so this is the final lap of the race, the first race of the day, and it's Fraser Fenwick that turns his way through Cops Corner as the leader, being followed by his teammate Brian Trott. They've got 2 free cars to lap on this last tour of the Silverstone National Circuit. The marshals furiously waving the blue flags to the back markers to let them know what's going on. And it's Fenwick that leads. Brewer's kept second then, ahead of Brian Trott. That's important for him. He might be able to challenge, therefore, down towards Brooklands. As they turn their way then out of that corner. That's the back marker that splashes his way through the puddle. Trott's third, fourth is Fisher, and then I think Allwood and Pollard have dropped a little bit behind, and Zach Oakes isn't quite there. He didn't quite make it. But here comes Brewer. He's weaving one way and the other, trying to get past Fraser Fenwick, who's looking for his first victory of the season. Brian Trott comes up the inside of Brewer, but Brewer breaks late. He gets tagged though by Trott, and he spins around, so the three-time winner from Croft gets taken out of the lead-in battle on the final lap of the race. So he was trying to challenge. He got, I think, a tag there from Brian Trott, but out of Luffield, who's going to come through first? With Fraser Fenwick with a big lead. The results isn't going to really show how this race was, when it's going to be Fraser Fenwick who takes the victory then in the opening race of the day for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship. He kind of gets a checkered flag. Then the next group of cars come across the line altogether. It was Brian Trott 2 seconds behind who took second, third for Sebastian Fisher, fourth for Oliver Allwood. Zach Oakes got up to fifth in the end. In sixth was Jack Brewer. Sixth with Matt Pollard. Jack Brewer got 7th in the end after that spin. 8th position, the best of the second group of cars, was car number 24, Oliver Graham. In 9th was 27, which is Luke Pullen. In 10th was 144, Zach Oakes. In 11th was 58, Aston Wigley. In 12th, 29, Adam Craig. 13th was 97, Kieran Donaldson. 14th was 34, Callum Graytrex. 15th, 178, Kevin Dengate. 16th, 544, Sam Moody. 17th was 222, which is Michael Green. 18th, 155, George King. 19th, 77, Steve Foden, who spun near the beginning of the race, so he recovered okay. And then 20th was 4, Paul Bateman. So an eventful race that starts off the day for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. So the race got underway with this 40-car grid. The majority of the cars got to the flag. I think we lost just a couple during the course of it. It was very busy, of course, in the opening stages. But in these tricky conditions, some people were caught out, included, that's what happened to Zach Oakes, who went on to set the fastest lap of the race and fight his way back through it. He was a long way down after that big grassy moment heading down towards Brooklands. Fraser Fenwick got his way to the front. He squeezed Jack Brewer out wide. You had Michael Nibs involved in the battle as well early on, but he had a moment later. Jack Brewer dropped to 4th at this stage behind the 3 AB Motorsport cars. The second group of cars was pretty feisty too, including Stuart Simmons there, but he got a track limits penalty which hurt his final result. Brewer fought his way back through into second position, then the lead up the inside of Fraser Fenwick into Copse. That lead didn't last too long though, as Fenwick fought back. Then they battled. They both slid out wide, which allowed Brian Trott to lead for a moment. That didn't last long. And then a touch between Trott and Brewer on the final lap, which spun the championship leader out of contention and allowed Fraser Fenwick to finish a couple of seconds ahead at the end, and as he took the checkered flag. But what a opening race of the day. And we've got 6 of these Mazda MX-5 Championship race, or 6 Mazda MX-5 races for the Championship and the Super Cup. So this should be an absolutely brilliant day of racing. Let's head down to Scott Woodwest, who's in the pit lane.
Yes, good morning Josh, and welcome of course to Silverstone Day 2, and it's been quite an exciting race to start things off in the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship. Lots of drama all the way until the final corner of this first race, typically as you expect in this championship in many cases. You can see the winner there, Fraser Fenwick. I think we'll get to put his mask on and then have a chat as well. Of course, second place for Brian Trott, and third for Sebastian Fisher, who ran well here last year at Silverstone. But didn't start at this season at Croft, so we'll get his mask on, we'll get him over to have a chat. Fraser, well, that was typical MX-5 race, wasn't it? Bumper to bumper all the way, and they never let you rest up for a second.
No, they were always Jack Brewer, hardest driver. He was always behind me. got a gap, then it came back, got another gap, and then they came back. It was hard. It was really hard out there, but good to have a win.
Of course, that builds on the strong start that you had at Croft, so I guess you're really trying to mount a championship charge here, and that was the best way to kick things off today.
Yeah, Croft, we had slight issues, but you know, you build on issues to make it better, and we've come out with a bang this time. I'd just like to thank Ali, Bray and all the team, and definitely Ben, my mechanic, the best one you can ever have.
Yeah. And your guys seem to be really dialed in today, because of course you had about 4 or 5 in that lead pack, so there must be something in the water at AB Motorsport.
You know, you'll find out when you come to us.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations and best of luck for race 2.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Let's have a chat with second place man Brian Trott. Brian, very frantic towards the end of that race. We have to talk about it. Just talk us through what happened with Jack up at Brooklands with a couple of corners to go.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. I don't like to race that way and take someone off, and I think that's probably been the first time I've ever done it in Mazdas. I was down the inside of Jack and just staying there really, and then I think what he was trying to do was cut back for a late apex on that corner. I saw he was coming across, so I did everything I could to stop the car, but there was the slightest of touches, but in those conditions that's enough to send them around, you know, when you've got the car fully loaded up. So I'm sorry to Jack. I think between us all, we were all racing cleanly at the front, and it was just staying there until the last few minutes. It was a pretty hectic race, to be fair, but you know, a second place after all the issues we had at Croft. The car's now going as it should have done there, and I'm at least happy for that, but I'm not pleased to take second in that way.
Sure. But let's put that aside for a second. Brilliant racing to start the day, just as Mazda MX-5 should be.
Yeah, it was always going to be close, especially around here, and we know that the toe makes such a difference. So again, like always, just stay in the lead battle. And there was the second group kept pogoing backwards and forwards as Fraz was defending there some of the time, but no one could obviously get away, and it's that kind of track. So yeah, it was good close racing, but yeah, like I said, very unfortunate at the end.
Yeah, well done for second place regardless, and we'll see you for race 2. Well done.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Let's quickly wander around to have a chat with our third place man, who's making his first appearance this year. Seb, welcome back to the paddock, and that's where to come back, isn't it? Third place. You did here well last year, so you quite like Silverstone, don't you?
Yeah, the car seems to go really well here, so super happy. Just to run with the front guys is great. I mean, me and Dad have been doing this now for a number of years. We've been working our way up from sort of the back to the front, and yeah, it's just a credit to my dad for putting such a brilliant little car together. Bit lucky at the end with the contact between Brian and Jack, but you've got to be there to capitalise on it. Had a good battle with Ollie Allwood, and yeah, brilliant to be up here. Just absolutely super happy.
And just quickly, more of the same in race 2?
Hope so, yeah. If I can get another podium, I said today, if I get 1 podium, that'll be brilliant. I've done that, I've got 2 more attempts.
So everything's a bonus.
Everything, absolutely, yeah.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations. We'll see you in race 2. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Right, that's one Mazda race down, 5 to go today. We've got the next race coming up, and after their brilliant race yesterday, it's the second race for the Avon Tyres National Formula 4 Championship. So Josh, as the formula up on the grid, back to you.
Then so we'll see what happens. They head then off onto their green flag warming up lap. So let's take a look at the grid for this race. On the front row will be Chris Middlehurst and Alex Walker. On row 2, Thomas Mills and Lucas Romanek. And on row 3, Rory Smith and Max Esterson, with Morgan Quinn and Megan Gilks on row 4. On row 5 we have Colin Queen and Joey Foster. On row 6 Andre Lafond and Ben Tinkler. On row 7 Jamie Sharp and Carter Williams. And on row 8 Jamie Vinal-Mayer and Benjamin Cochran. So a 16 car grid for this, the 7th round of the National Formula 4 Championship. The grid here is set by the results of yesterday, but with a penalty for yesterday's winner, Max Esterson, who took the win, but he did make contact during the course of the race. He keeps his win, but he got a 5-place grid penalty for this race, so starts down in 6th place. So as I say, it was Esterson that won yesterday's 15-lap slipstreaming race, and he beat Chris Middlehurst in that, and Alex Walker 3rd. 4th was Tom Mills, 5th Lucas Romanek, and 6th Rory Smith, who had to take avoiding action when Esterson tagged Joey Foster into a spin. Foster ended up finishing 10th, so that's where he starts today. The championship is headed by Alex Walker after yesterday's race. He's been a 3-time winner this year. He won twice at Donington Park and once at Knock Hill. He's got 178 points to Max Esterson's 155. That was his first win yesterday. He's had podiums though in 4 other races. Jamie Sharp, who didn't have a good day yesterday, he's third in the championship on 112 points. He took a better result of second in the second race at Donington. Fourth in the championship, Rory Smith, last year's festival winner. He took a win at Donington Park. Chris Middlehurst is fifth in the championship, who took a win at Knock Hill last time out. So this is the 7th round of the championship. The only category we see today that have already had 2 meetings. Once on the Donington Park live streamed event and once at Knock Hill a couple of weeks ago, which included a race for the David Leslie Memorial Trophy, which Middlehurst won. It's him on pole position today in the Van Diemen LA10, which is run by Team Dolan, Bernard Dolan's squad. Very experienced in Formula Ford 1600 racing. Alongside him is Alex Walker in the Kevin Mills Racing Spectrum, and those Spectrums are very good guards around this Silverstone National Circuit. They've won so many Walter Hayes trophies at this venue. And it's his teammate Tom Mills who starts there in third, and the third of those Spectrums is Lucas Romanek altogether. So you've got 3 Spectrums together there. Then you've got the Medina of Rory Smith and the Ray of Max Esterson. You've also got Firmin and a Medina further back, but the race gets underway. Then this is 15 minutes for round 7 of the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Championship. They head down towards Copse Corner with Chris Middlehurst leading from I think that might have been Tom Mills making a good start. There's Megan Gilks in the mid-pack. Running wide is 88, which is Morgan Quinn in one of the Van Diemens as they head down towards Beckett. So a little bit slippery out there. This is the kind of conditions they qualified in yesterday, which Joey Foster was much quicker than anybody else. So watch out for Foster, the multiple Walter Hayes winner in the new Furman car number 3. But there's 33 at the back. That's Benjamin Cochran in one of the Van Diemen. He's a new driver though to race in. Here come the leaders and down towards Brooklands, and it is Tom Mills who's absolutely flying, another new driver to race in. He was challenging for the lead. There's Joey Foster, number 3, watch out for him in the Don Hardman run car, another very experienced Formula Ford preparer. And Joey Foster's been racing these cars for a very long time as well. In the middle there at Luffield, it was all getting very busy, but it is Tom Mills that leads. What a great start to his race. So he heads away, and one of the Spectrums is off. Is that Megan Gilks, the former W Series racer who took to the gravel. There's yesterday's winner, Max Esterson, in the Low Dempsey run Ray that could the lead though. Chris Middlehurst is challenging up the inside of Tom Mills, who gets up the curb, gets sideways as he turns into Copse Corner, and he may well lose the lead therefore. Esterson here round the outside of a very sideways Lucas Romanek, and he had to completely get out of that Max Esterson, otherwise it would have been contact, a very quick part of the circuit. For the lead though, Mills has held on. He's still ahead there of Chris Middlehurst, with in third position Alex Walker, the championship leader. And you can see spray being kicked up on the exit of, or on the outside line of Beckett. So drivers taking some different lines here to try and find the grip. Another of the low density cars in there. That's 62, Colin Queen. A number of the he's one of a number of American drivers that are taking part in National Formula Ford racing in the UK this year. But it's a few Brits at the front, and it's Tom Mills that leads Chris Middlehurst and Alex Walker, 2 young drivers around Middlehurst, who's been about for a few seasons now in Formula Ford racing. He did race as high as BRDC Formula 3 level before returning back to Formula Ford 1600. Max Esterson sits 4th. He's the best of the Americans. Side by side for second, the slippery Spectrum trying to get down the inside of the Van Diemen. Couldn't quite do it through Woodcote Corner as they come across the line. The Ray behind them has just set the fastest lap of the race, Max Esterson, a 68.679, but he spins at Copse Corner. The car rotates, and that takes him out of the leading battle, of course, and it gets on the circuit, and it's very tight with everyone else trying to get round him. So you can see it's pretty slippery out there for these cars. So here comes Mills, Middlehurst and Walker, which is the lead battle. In 4th position is Rory Smith, last year's Formula Ford Festival winner. The BRSCC once again will be running the festival this year at the end of October at Brands Hatch, and that'll be the 50th running of the event this year, of the festival this year. So that's going to be a real occasion for the BRSCC and for Formula Ford 1600 racing. But here in the National Championship, starting to get away is Tom Mills. This is a very impressive drive from him. He hasn't been on the podium yet in a Formula Ford race. Could this be the day? Well, he's getting away from Chris Middlehurst. It might be a bit more than just a podium. He's really stretching his legs, so they got the setup right on that car, you have to wonder. There's Joey Foster. He's up to 5th now. Remember, he started 10th. He was the quickest driver in these kind of conditions yesterday. See a drying line as well starting to emerge. So this race certainly not over yet, but the leader's getting away. Tom Mills, he's just on the fastest lap of 68.609 to put him 1.2 seconds clear of Chris Middlehurst. There's the order on your screen, and the gaps as well, you can see. The top 14 cars still separated by 10 seconds. Here comes Foster down the inside into Maggots, and he gets himself ahead of Rory Smith. So the Firmin, the Joey Foster driven car that takes 4th. Now Rory Smith's car, was that just spray, or was that more that coming out the back of the Medina, the BM Racing Run car? Let's hope it was just a bit of spray as he went over the curbs. He's got Lucas Romanek behind him, so hard on the brakes then. So there's Joey Foster and Rory Smith, both former Formula Ford Festival winners in the past. And there's more smoke coming out the back of the Medina. I don't think all is well there with Rory Smith's car, I'm afraid to say. So smoke now starting to billow out the back of the Medina. The Donington Park race winner, Rory Smith, may not make the end of this race. There's 10 minutes to go. We've had a third of the event now, and the fastest lap of the race has just been set by Max Esterson, who spun a lap ago. He's just done a 67.764, which is much faster than anybody else. The Low Dempsey Ray just going through your shot. Car number 42 that's running in 7th behind the spectrum of Lucas Romanek. He pulls out of the toe to the left-hand side of the circuit, which will give him the inside for Maggots, but the outside for Beckett. So I'm not sure that's going to work for him. There's Smith. Well, the car's still running at the moment, but there's something that's causing smoke to pour out the back of the car, which is never a good sign. Down towards Brooklands ahead. It's still 1.2 seconds that Mills has over Middlehurst and Walker. There's Foster in 4th, who is lapping quicker than the car in front of him. For 6th, Esterson round the outside. He's taken a much wider line than anybody else, and it works. He passes a very, very sideways Lucas Romanek. So into P6 for Esterson. He's now behind the Smoky Smith. And the top 3, they're a bit spread out while everybody battles behind. 4th is Foster, 5th is Smith, 6th is now Esterson. In 8th position, in 7th position is Romanek, and then in 8th position is Colin Queen in another of the Low Dempsey Run Rays. It's all over the back of Romanek coming through Copse Corner. He goes round the outside and he gets tagged, and they both spin. Perhaps an ambitious move on the outside of Copse. They both do a full 360 and will rejoin, but further down the order. So that was Colin Queen trying to pass Lucas Romanek. It didn't work out for either of them. And sideways through Maggots, Esterson passes Smith. That's the car that continues to have this smoke billow out the back of the car. It doesn't seem to be slowing him down remarkably much, though. But Esterson now up to 5th, yesterday's winner, who had a spin in this race, but is the quickest driver consistently out there. Car number 42, the American, going really well here. Certainly liking the Silverstone circuit, it would seem, whether it's dry like yesterday or a bit slippery like today. Somebody else that's liking these conditions, of course, is Tom Mills, who continues to lead with this 1 second advantage over the rest. Chris Middlehurst is 2nd. 3rd is Alex Walker, who's been caught by Joey Foster. So Joey Foster, car number 3, the Firmin, that's run by Don Hardman, is right on the tail of the spectrum there. He has to go onto the slippery part of the track. He realises that's not going to be a way to get past Alex Walker. So he sits right behind him, right on the gearbox of the Spectrum driver, who runs out wide over the curbs. The championship leader, Alex Walker, is now coming under further and further pressure from Joey Foster, who's not had a very good start to his championship season. But this is looking much more promising. As they turn their way into Beckett's, you can see these drivers take a very wide line through Beckett's, trying to find the grip before they exit the corner. Max Esterson's caught them now. Foster's the new fastest lap driver, 67.542 on that particular lap. But it does seem on this lap Esterson has caught him. And for the lead, we've had a change. Tom Mills must have made a mistake at the start of this lap, because Chris Middlehurst has passed him. He was 1.4 seconds behind. He's trying to fight back though, is Mills. It's side by side for the lead as they turn their way into lap field on the outside line. Cutting back now to the inside is Tom Mills. So Tom Mills going back for the lead after making a mistake at the beginning of the lap. Chris Middlehurst passed him, but Mills is putting him under increasing pressure. We're going to get 5 for the lead soon, because Alex Walker and Joey Foster and Max Esterson are catching them. We've still got half the race to go. We've just had 7 laps. Yesterday we got 15, and it might be a 14-lap race in these conditions. As they turn into Copse, back up the inside comes Tom Mills, trying to get himself back ahead of Chris Middlehurst. He couldn't make it there, though, but the top 5 cars are separated by less than 1 second as they head down towards Maggots and Beckett. So you've got the Team Dolan run Van Diemen ahead of the 2 Spectrums, run by Kevin Mills, as they turn their way now through the right-handed corner at Beckett's. Chris Middlehurst, he was so close to winning the Waterhays Trophy last year until an incident. He heads away here at Silverstone in the 7th round of the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Championship, being heading the spectrums of young racers, Tom Mills and Alex Walker, who haven't been doing this for too long, but they're going really well, aren't they? Alex Walker, the former Formula 4 racer. Tom Mills goes for the lead. He's up the inside into Luffield. He gets past on the slipperier part of the track, and then he managed to slot in front of Middlehurst, meaning that Middlehurst couldn't fight back on the exit. Smith's the Medina kind of with them still, despite the smoke that continues to billow out the back of his car. Across the line, Middlehurst challenging for the lead. They're on the slippery part of the track here, and then they will sweep back to the drier line on the left-hand side of the circuit. Tom Mills leads then as they turn their way into Copse Corner ahead of Chris Middlehurst, Alex Walker, Joey Foster and Max Esterson. We've had 8 laps. We've got just over 5 minutes to go. Down towards Maggots and Beckett's again. This is lap 9. The Spectrum back out front of Tom Mills after that error a lap ago. There's Esterson and Foster, who have been the 2 quickest drivers in this race. So at the back of the group, they've both had to recover. For Foster, he came through from 10th on the grid. For Esterson, from 6th and a spin. Of course, it were those 2 drivers that clashed yesterday. Middlehurst to the outside into Brooklands on the right-hand side of the racetrack. He can't do it. What about Max Esterson? He was 5th. He's gone down the inside of 2 cars into Brooklands. He's trying to come up the inside of the leaders as well. In the end, he just gains the 1 place. He gets ahead of Joey Foster. So it did work. It looked like, though, he might gain a lot more positions at one point in all of that. But yeah, he does gain 1, up to 4th. For the Low Dempsey Racing driver, Max Esterson, yesterday's winner, up to P4. He's right on the gearbox now of championship leader and championship rival. These are the 2 top drivers in the championship, Alex Walker and Max Esterson. What about for the lead? Chris Middlehurst comes to the outside of Alex Walker, Tom Mills, I should say, but can't quite do it there. Walker's held on to 3rd with Esterson in 4th as they head out of Copse. Lots of battling going on further back. In 6th is Rory Smith, 7th Carter Williams, 8th is Colin Queen, 9th Jamie Sharp, and 10th is the car of Andre Lafond for the lead. Well, it's Mills that heads it, but round the outside comes his teammate, Alex Walker, to pass Chris Middlehurst. So Chris Middlehurst, who led a couple of laps ago, is dropped down to 3rd behind the 2 teammates in the Spectrums. The Australian chassis manufacturer. Down towards Brooklands then they come, and it's Middlehurst losing another place now. He's down to 4th because Max Esterson's gone through. The 2 Spectrums are side by side, and Alex Walker's on the left hand side of the racetrack, and he passes Tom Mills around the outside into Luffield. So Alex Walker, I don't think he's led a lap yet this weekend. He leads now as they come out of Luffield. A very different line being taken by Joey Foster. Not sure what that's all about, but he's down there in 5th position as they complete 10 laps. There's 3.5 minutes to go, so it's going to be tight whether we get 3 or 4 more laps out of this as they head down towards Copse Corner. Behind, still in 6th is Rory Smith, 7th is Carter Williams, in 8th position, batting away there across the line, Colin Queen and Jamie Sharp, and then in 10th position continues to be Andre Lafond. But for the lead of the race, it's side by side again between the Spectrum drivers. On the inside line is Tom Mills, on the outside is Alex Walker. Max Esterson's right there in the Ray as well. Rory Smith's almost making it 6th for the lead. Joey Foster's past Chris Middlehurst. He's up to 4th now. So changing all the time, and for the lead of the race, it's Walker in front. Esterson though tags him, and they go over, goes over the top of the wheels. Does Alex Walker of Max Esterson? He's still sliding. He's not actually lost much time. Now he's hit wheels with Chris Middlehurst, and now he contacts Max Esterson again. It's gone all very, very, very wrong at Brooklands for the 2 championship contenders. These are the 2 championship leaders, Alex Walker and Max Esterson, and it's broken the front right corner of Esterson's car. I'm sure we'll get a look at that later on to work out really what was going on. But the 2 championship contenders took each other out of the motor race, and that means Tom Mills is the leader once more from Chris Middlehurst, Joey Foster and Rory Smith has bought into the battle for the lead now. There's just over 2 minutes to go. There's the broken car of championship leader Alex Walker that's heading for the pit lane after at least 2 bits of contact with Max Esterson. Maybe there was more. But anyway, here come the leaders down towards Beckett's. On a big slide for the leader, Tom Mills. He's going to run out of road, is he here? He gets lots of understeer trying to bring the car back onto the track, and he does. So he got a big step out of oversteer to start with before he got understeer to brought the car back onto the track, but he managed to hang on to the lead out of all of that. But here comes Joey Foster from third. He's going to pass both of them, is he? No, he had to brake earlier. But the two leaders run out wide. All over the tarmac runoff now is Tom Mills. So Chris Middlehurst takes the lead and Joey Foster follows him through. So it's Middlehurst from Foster from Mills and Smith now as they come out of Luffield. Hard to know if we're going to get 1 or 2 more laps in this race. There's currently 80 seconds on the clock, so we might just squeeze 2 further laps out of this race. Let's see if there's a last lap board shown. I don't think there is. It's side by side for the lead as Joey Foster, remember he started 10th, trying to get himself ahead of Chris Middlehurst. He can't do it, but diving back down the inside comes Tom Mills. Remember he hasn't finished on the podium in a race yet. He's very keen to get a good result out of this. That was perhaps a little bit too ambitious into Copse Corner. When they crossed the line, there were 1 minute and 12 seconds on the clock, and they're doing 1 minute 8, so we should get a further lap after this one. Here they come then, out of Beckett's. It's Chris Middlehurst that leads, son of saloon car racing legend Andy Middlehurst. Joey Foster right in his wheel tracks. Joey Foster racing British Formula 3 a couple of decades ago. Lots of experience for him, and he can't quite get alongside Middlehurst on this occasion into Brooklands. This time into Brooklands, it all seems much more calm than the last couple of laps where it's been very frantic, it's fair to say. And here comes Mills, down the inside of Foster. He can't make it though, so they stay in that same order as they accelerate out of Luffield and onto Woodcote Corner. There should be 1 further lap to go, and Joey Foster knows about it. He's trying to get himself alongside Middlehurst. No, the checkered flag goes out, so checkered flag goes out a couple of seconds early, so that's the end of the race, and it's Chris Middlehurst that wins it from 86 thousandths of a second from Joey Foster, who I'm sure will be left frustrated. Tom Mills does get his first podium. He takes third, but perhaps it could have been more. Rory Smith took 4th. 5th for Carter Williams. 6th Max Esterson after that incident earlier. 7th for Colin Queen. 8th for Jamie Sharp. 9th for Lucas Romanek. 10th for Megan Gilks. 11th for Andre Lafond. 12th for Morgan Quinn. 13th Jamie Vinyl-Mayer. 14th for Ben Tinkler, the club driver. And in 15th position was Benjamin Cochran. So what a race that was. We thought today's racing was going to be exciting, and the first 2 races have lived up to that. Let's see what happened during the course of that race, the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Championship. Well, this is some of the highlights. It would be too long to show you all of them because it was pretty epic all the way through. Max Esterson was challenging at this point, going around the outside of Lucas Romanek. So here come the top 4 at this stage. It was quite spread out really at this point, wasn't it? Alex Walker and Chris Middlehurst going side by side, but they all fought back into Tom Mills after Mills made a mistake after he led. There's Max Esterton's first issue. He had a rotation at Copse Corner, but it would get more dramatic for him later. There was contact as well a bit further back between Colin Queen and Lucas Romanek. We had the smoky car of Rory Smith, but he made the finish. Chris Middlehurst passed Tom Mills after Mills's mistake. And then we had Max Esterson buying into the battle with him and Middlehurst, and you had Alex Walker and Joey Foster making it a 5-car battle for the lead. At this point, Alex Walker led, then him and Max Esterson leant on each other, they touched wheels. Walker went over the top of Esterson's wheel, and then when he tried to recover, Middlehurst sort of tagged him, and then he turned into Max Esterson therefore, and it broke the corner on Alex Walker's car and put Max Esterson further down the order. Battles continued though, with Tom Mills then taking the lead, but he got very sideways into Brooklands and slid out wide. Chris Middlehurst therefore came through and just held on to win from Joey Foster. Let's see though what the drivers thought of that race.
Wow, stunning. If that's not an advert for National Formula Ford, I'm not sure what is. 15 very intense minutes of racing, and through it all a very happy Chris Middlehurst. I think you've got to be ready because that was one of the best Formula 4 races we've had in quite a while. How was it from the driver's seat?
Just crazy, but really fair racing, I must say. You know, within millimetres of each other, and it's just bonkers. But no, really pleased for the win there for Team Dowen. The car's been great all weekend. We had a second yesterday and a win there as well. Obviously there's some contact between, it was Walker and Esserson, but yeah, it was just to and fro. You're trying to break that slipstream, obviously, but it's very, very hard around here. You got to sort of be with. Had about sort of 2 seconds in order to break it, so I was trying to push, and then young Tom Mills had a great drive. He was behind me and made some great moves on me and sort of slowed my progress really. I dropped back in the pack, but made it back through again and to win, so absolutely delighted.
As you mentioned, that's an advert for Formula Ford, isn't it, that race?
100%, yeah. Any young drivers in karting looking to move up in single seaters, no better formula to learn in and learn your craft and then to go further up the ranks.
Absolutely. Well done, and you've got it all to do again this afternoon.
Thank you. Cheers.
Good stuff. Let's bring in someone else who knows about Formula Ford. Second place man, Joey Foster. That's going to be one of the most intense races you've done for a while.
I think it is, probably the most actually. Yeah. But no, just really glad. You know, the whole weekend was all about just gathering trophies, trying to get on the podium, and obviously starting 10th. It was a big ask, but came through and got involved in the obviously lead battle for the majority of the race. One drop back to 5th. I actually found it was a lot better just sitting back and watching them up ahead, rather than being in the intense battle. But I'm glad to get a trophy.
That's the kind of racing the championship wants, isn't it? Because you've been in it for quite a while. You know how good racing is. Anything you don't know about Formula Ford isn't worth knowing. So effectively, racing like that is exactly what the championship needs.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's we've always known Formula Ford is the best racing, and that's what it is every time around here. So yeah, great show.
All right, front row next.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, we'll see how we go from there.
Well, depending on the draw, I suppose. But either way, well done, and we'll see you next time.
Cheers, thank you.
And let's bring Thomas in as well. Thomas, what a race that was! At one point, you had the lead. I know everyone wants to win, but still, you have to be delighted with 3rd place. Mega drive.
Yeah, I'm really happy with the overall podium for my 2nd ever national round. Really good, really new to Formula Ford, and well, that's what it is about, isn't it? Yeah. Brilliant racing, and just a bit annoyed. I was in the lead and I made a mistake, and then they all got back to me, and then I've never seen racing like it. In the wet, it was even better than yesterday. So yeah, it was brilliant.
Yeah. And you're a young driver that's choosing the Formula Ford route, and there's obviously people that would choose others, but for drivers of your age or young and coming up, how much can you recommend Formula Ford to them as a learning ground for them to kind of enhance their craft going forward?
Yeah, well, it's brilliant. It's got no wings, got no slicks, so you're constantly fighting the car. It's always moving around, slipstreaming like mad. So you learn car control and just how to race so fairly. And like you have quite a few people my age, and then you have the older ones in it, and we just all race so fairly, and that was just so much fun and just good, cost effective as well.
Yeah. Well, it looked good from out there, so well done. Go and celebrate it. Go for next time.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Well, again, as we said, mega stuff for Formula Ford. They've got one more race this afternoon. Back to more Mazdas. If you thought the Mark 1s are busy, check out this next race. It's for the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, their first of 3 races today. So Josh, back to you in the commentary box. I don't think the top race is going to stop, because this is going to be even more exciting. I think you've just seen the first 2. Enjoy.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. It continues with this intense excitement of motor racing here at Silverstone from the British Racing and Sports Car Club. It's the BRSCC Mazda Super Cup Championship up next. And the cars have headed to the grid then, ahead of this 20-minute race for round 4 of the championship for the MX5 Super Cup. These cars for Mazda MX5 Mark IIIs, and another full grid of cars we have. And this is how they will line up. On the front row, Sam Smith and Michael Nibbs. On row 2, Patrick Fletcher and Declan Lee. Row 3 for Jack Hardin and Richard Amos, with James Cousins and John Langridge on row 4. The 5th row sees Adam Bessel and Nick Rutter. On row 6, Luke Whitworth and Simon Fleet. On row 7, Simon Baldwin and Kelvin Sylvain. On row 8, Martin Tolley and Clive Powles. Row 9 sees Will Blackwell-Chambers and Tom Smith, with on row 10 Tom Selden and Martin Canning. Row 11 for Braden Fletcher and Martin Heath, and on row 12 Chris Richardson and George Grant. On the 13th row, Lee Britton and Alex Miller, with James Warrior and Seamus Heaney on row 14. Stephen New and Will Wright on row 15, with Bruce Robinson and Nick Dunn on row number 16. On the 17th row, Clive Chisnall and Marcus Colton. On row 18, Alex Jones and Xavier Brook. Row 19 for Liz Walton and Andrew Flint. And completing the 40-car grid on row 20, Matt Pickford and Duncan Harris. So another full grid of Mazda MX-5s here at Silverstone. It should be another epic race for these newer cars, the Mark III Mazda MX-5s. The championship has had 3 races at Croft. 2 of the races were won by Patrick Fletcher, and he is the championship leader by just a single point over Jack Hardin, who got 3 podiums, a couple of second places there at Croft. Sam Smith, last year's champion, third, just a further 4 points back on 290. James Cousins on 281 in 4th, and he was the 3rd winner at Croft in the partially reversed grid race. So the cars head their way around this Silverstone national circuit then, so more slipstreaming action is expected on this slightly drying circuit. It's not wet out there, it's not dry, it's quite tricky conditions, but it's not slowing down or not making the racing any less exciting, that's for sure. That time's perhaps a few seconds off, but that's all we've got to worry about. And the racing has been side by side all the way through the morning already, and I don't expect it to be really any different here in the MX5 Super Cup opening race of the day. 3 races for these cars as well. And here they come then to the grid with the champion from last year, Sam Smith, on pole position, with Michael Nibbs alongside him. He should be there. I'm not quite sure where Michael Nibbs is. He should be alongside him after qualifying second yesterday. He was out in the MX5 Championship earlier, but it appears there's just 1 car on the front row of the grid. But yeah, Sam Smith on pole then, the car number 1. On the 2nd row, we've got Patrick Fletcher, the championship leader, the former Clio champion who switched to the MX5 Super Cup a couple of years ago, learning rear-wheel drive racing, and he's got the grips of it now after taking those 2 wins at Croft. And alongside him is Declan Lee, a great qualifying from him. He's 11th in the championship. Jack Hardin on row 3, the 2nd place man in the championship, starts 5th alongside Richard Amos, the best of the club drivers. He's 3rd within that championship, but it's going to be an entertaining race, that's for sure. And the race gets underway then, so 20 minutes of racing gets underway. There's cars darting out of some slower starters as they make their way down towards Cox Corner. It's the poleman, the only car that started in the front row, Sam Smith, that turns into Cox first. So it appears we haven't got Michael Nibbs in the race, which might mean one of the reserves get into it. 41 around the outside at Cox. A good bold move there from Tom Smith to perhaps gain a place. But it is Smith that leads, from Patrick Fletcher in 2nd. A 3rd, a great start from the club driver Richard Amos, who comes down the inside of Fletcher into Beckett's, and he may well gain 2nd place. And it's very busy in the mid-pack. There's contact, and car number 7 gets knocked round, which is Alex Miller. So he gets spat into a spin, but he should be able to continue. So Alex Miller gets back on the road, but at the back of this 40-car grid. So it's car 1 that leads, that's Sam Smith. Richard Amos did get into 2nd. What a start to his race. There's the rest of the field flow their way down the Wellington straight into Brooklyn. 1 car there locks up a touch, but I don't think it's going to cause too much of a drama. There's car number 90 heading through short. That's Bruce Robinson. As the cars work their way out of the complex, a big slide for the leader. Sam Smith gets it all crossed up, but that's not too much of an issue for him. There's a couple of others having some moments in there, which appears to be 82 Michael Nibbs, though for whatever reason, or was it 62, apologies, it was 62, not 82, so that's Kevin Sylvain. It was very sideways in the middle there. Anyway, here come the cars a bit further up. 5, John Langridge, just behind Jack Hardin. Jack Hardin didn't make a good start. He's 7th. It's Tom Smith that leads. 2nd, Richard Amos. 3rd, Patrick Fletcher. 4th, James Cousins. 5th, Declan Lee. 6th is Adam Bessel. 7th, Jack Hardin. 8th, John Langridge. 9th is Luke Whitworth. And then into 10th position has come Braden Fletcher. And Braden Fletcher started back on the 11th row of the grid. So what a start it has been from the car number 10. Braden Fletcher really made a good start there. Here come the leaders. The lead gap has diminished, and going for the lead is Richard Amos now down the inside in towards Brooklands corner. In the middle here we've got car number 2, that's Simon Baldwin, with up the inside behind him of Kevin Sylvain, car number 18, Will Blackwell Chambers, former champion I think in the Mark 1s. A spin for car number 15, right in the middle of the road is Lee Britton. Everyone's avoided him so far. And Richard Amos' challenge for the lead didn't work out at all well for him, because he's lost second to Patrick Fletcher and he's lost third to James Cousins, who's right now on the tail of Fletcher, heading through Woodcote corner. But now Sam Smith, he's got a 1 second advantage with that battling going on further behind him. Fletcher's got Cousins trying to come down the inside, who gets a bit crossed up, but doesn't too bad for him. 55's had an off. That's Simon Fleet, who gets back on the road in the MCR run car. Here come the leaders though, down to Beckett's. Can they slipstream back towards Sam Smith, who takes a different line to the chaser Patrick Fletcher? James Cousins in third. He's got the fastest lap, a 75.86, so that's some 7 seconds away from a dry qualifying lap time. Fourth is Richard Amos, fifth is Adam Bessel, sixth Declan Lee, seventh is Jack Harden, eighth is John Language, ninth Luke Whitworth, and 10th is Braden Fletcher. Down towards Brooklands they come, lap number 3 of this 20-minute race. There's car number 6, which is Richard Amos, who's had such a good start to this race. It looks like Sam Smith's lead has diminished somewhat. Patrick Fletcher's catching, using the toe in what look like conditions are worsening out there here at Silverstone. In fact, a drizzle has returned, what we had this morning as well. There's car number 10. That is Braden Fletcher, who made such a good start. Patrick Fletcher absolutely flying though, up to the back of Sam Smith, heading down towards Cops Corner. He just set the fastest lap of the race, a 75.640 for Fletcher, bringing the lead gap down to 2/10. There's the Paddock Motorsport car though of Braden Fletcher, who's in P10. Younger brother of British GT racer Kelvin Fletcher. Here come the leaders though, down towards Beckett's corner, and it's just one long line of cars once again, as we've come to expect all day long already from the BRSCC races, and it's just going to continue all the way through the day. Do stay with us on this BRSCC live streamed event. It's proved to be great so far, and there's no reason why it should let up. Here come the leaders then, down towards Brooklands. When I say the leaders, it's almost everybody, isn't it, in one long group. The MX5 Super Cup, such a competitive championship. Certainly by most people reckoning it's the most competitive club racing championship there is, and it's shown here with no gaps really emerging despite these tricky conditions. A big slide from most of them out of Luffield. Initially it was James Cousins that got sideways, but I think in the end it was the leader, Sam Smith, that was out over the curbs, that got very crossed up. Everybody with window wipers on now, so I think the rain is coming back down here. And for the lead, it's absolutely together down towards Cops Corner. Sam Smith under pressure, not much from Patrick Fletcher, but James Cousins was right in there as well as they turn their way then through Cops Corner and down towards Beckett's. Then who's going to arrive at Beckett's, or Maggots and Beckett's first? Will it still be Sam Smith, or will it be somebody else? It is just about Sam Smith, but Patrick Fletcher's looking to the outside. To the inside, James Cousins. So Fletcher could lose a place here, but he's found the grip on the outside line, and he's been able to accelerate off the corner better, but he's had to use a lot of road because Sam Smith isn't allowed him much, but he's done it. Patrick Fletcher's gone round the outside, so Patch leads as they make their way down the Wellington Straight for the 5th time of this 20-minute race. We've had 6 minutes of it, 14 still to go. Sam Smith gets back in the tow, back in the slipstream, trying to get back alongside Patrick Fletcher. Couldn't manage it though. Behind him, Richard Amos is up the inside of James Cousins. In 5th position there, Adam Bessel is buying himself into this battle as well. Through Luffield now with new race leader Patrick Fletcher, who had been lapping quicker than Smith. Was that due to the tow, or is he quicker? Is he able to pull away? Out into the gravel now goes Richard Amos. He's very sideways. He's going to lose a couple of positions therefore to Adam Bessel and to Declan Lee, who slot up the inside of him. Patrick Fletcher leads by half a second as they cross the line. The fastest lap of the race, by the way, it's gone to Simon Baldwin, car number 2, a 1 minute 15.539. The driver that's in 11th position. So that again shows you how competitive this is. The fastest cars in the race, perhaps thanks to a tow, are a bit further back. There's more cars out over the curbs, absolutely sideways. But now Patrick Fletcher leads. He is breaking away from Sam Smith, who's there in 2nd. 3rd, James Cousins. For 4th, up the inside comes Declan Lee to try and pass Adam Bessel. There's car 18, which is Will Blackwell Chambers, who's actually passed Simon Baldwin recently to get 10th. Right, out of Beckett's they come. So lots of Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 graduates in this, but it's actually front-wheel drive racing expert Patrick Fletcher that leads the way. The championship leader, of course, he is as well, and he's closest rival in the championship, Jack Hardin there, 43, is down in 7th position, but trying to gain places as they turn their way through Brooklands. Richard Amos fighting hard with Declan Lee in front of him. Declan Lee takes the title line at Luffield for the lead, though. What's happened to Patrick Fletcher's lead? Well, he's lost the lead. Sam Smith's got through around the outside at Luffield. He was pulling away, but the toe, perhaps a mistake, didn't help Fletcher there. You can see rain's on the camera lens now as well, so it is getting wetter here at Silverstone. But the battle for the lead is just as close as they've got 12 minutes of the race to go. The top 13 cars are only separated by 5 seconds still. And it's Sam Smith that takes the lead then from Patrick Fletcher. In 3rd, James Cousins. In 4th, Adam Bessel. 5th, Richard Amos. 6th is Declan Lee. 7th, Jack Hardin. 8th is John Language. 9th, Braden Fletcher. 10th, Will Blackwell Chambers. Into Beckett. Back up the inside for the lead comes Patrick Fletcher, trying to get himself back alongside Sam Smith, but that didn't work out for him. Adam Bessel's trying to get 3rd alongside James Cousins. He tries to draw himself, and actually both of them have got onto terms with Patrick Fletcher, whose inside line at Beckett's did not work at all well for him. So Sam Smith leads, but who's second this time? Well, Fletcher's lost it to 24, James Cousins, the 3rd race winner from Croft last month. Some cars running a bit wide at Brooklands, that's not going to help their efforts. See, Sam Smith takes a very wide line at Luffield, which should give him a better exit to the corner. And he's still ahead then, therefore, of James Cousins, who's out over the curbs, and the curbs are very slippery here in these conditions. And that chucks the car sideways, loses him momentum, and allows Patrick Fletcher to re-challenge, heading down towards Cops Corner. He's on the inside line here as they head into the first corner of this Silverstone National layout. So some changes behind, because Jack Hardin's got himself into 6th ahead of Declan Lee, and Braden Fletcher's got himself ahead of John Language into 8th. Just outside the top 10, but in the lead group is Simon Baldwin, Luke Whitworth and Kelvin Sylvain. Down towards Beckett's corner come the leaders, and I think it's still Sam Smith that heads the way it is, ahead of James Cousins, who's there in 2nd position. Fletcher and Bessel and Amos all battling out for 3rd. Of course, setup important here, and as conditions have changed really from the beginning of the race, we might see some people progress and some people fall. And for 3rd place, Adam Bessel is on the inside line of Patrick Fletcher, and to the inside of both of them comes Richard Amos here in car 6. 3rd goes the way of Bessel, so he's up into P3. Patrick Fletcher tries to fight back. He dives up the inside of Bessel's car through Luffield. Doesn't work for him. He's very sideways, and again Richard Amos is out in the ground. He gets a big slide on, and Jack Hardin has to take aggressive moves to the right hand side of the circuit to avoid the sideways car. He did so, and he's got the position now. He's onto the back of his championship rival Patrick Fletcher. But all of a sudden, they were well spread out earlier, but they're back together now. In 4th and 5th position. So the new order is Sam Smith from James Cousins, Adam Bessel, Patrick Fletcher, Jack Hardin, Richard Amos, Declan Lee, Braden Fletcher, John Language and Will Blackwell Chambers. Down towards Maggots and Beckett's they come. And then now taking this wider line, a similar line to what the Formula 4 drivers were doing in the previous race. Richard Amos loses another place there to Declan Lee, so car 12 passes car 6 into Beckett's. Up the inside went Lee, but we've seen drivers do that before, and then they've lost time down the Wellington Straight. For the lead, it's still Sam Smith from James Cousins, from Adam Bessel, from Patrick Fletcher. They turn into Brooklands. And wide goes the leader. Sam Smith goes very wide. Whether that was intentional or not, I'm not sure. Now Adam Bessel comes up the inside, which initially gets him ahead of James Cousins, but then the outside line should have more grip. And is that going to allow Cousins to hang on? It does. So these very different lines you can take around these corners end up with probably a similar lap time, but it means you get lots of side-by-side racing. We're into the second half of the race now. We've got completed 9 laps. There's just over 8 minutes to go. The conditions continue to worsen, as you can see. More spray being kicked up by these Mazda MX-5 cars. But the leading 10 cars are still separated by just 3 seconds. There they all are, absolutely together, with Will Blackwell Chambers at the back of them. The 3 cars that kind of dropped away are Simon Baldwin, Luke Whitworth and Kevin Sylvain. Down into Beckett's. Will Blackwell Chambers comes up the inside of John Langridge. He can't quite make it. Two drivers battled for a Mark 1 championship a few seasons ago. Down the Wellington Straight they go then. Let's have a look at some of the cars a bit further down. 55 there. That's Simon Fleet, who's recovering after an off earlier. He's in 30th. You see battles though all the way through the field in the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Championship. Wherever you are, you have somebody to race against. It's absolutely brilliant. Into Luffield, three abreast almost for second place, because Patrick Fletcher was going up the inside of Adam Bessel, who was going up the inside of James Cousins. In the end, none of them gain a place, but Fletcher might lose one here to Richard Amos, who's already passed Jack Hardin at the beginning of this lap. He's now passed Patrick Fletcher too. So the driver that runs in the club class, Richard Amos, is having an epic race here at Silverstone, and he might gain more positions down towards Copse Corner, because Cousins and Bessel sort of were holding each other up. Bessel sideways on the apex, or the entry to Copse Corner on the outside line. He's gone wide now, so that could give Richard Amos third, who's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 75.241. But it's Sam Smith that still leads as they come down towards Beckett with this big group of cars behind him. Second is Cousins, third is Bessel, kinda still just ahead of Richard Amos. Then Patrick Fletcher's dropped to fifth, with in sixth position Declan Lee. So two championship leaders, Patrick Fletcher and Jack Hardin, not ending up having a great race here, which could catapult Sam Smith into the championship lead if he hangs on to the lead of the race, which he currently has by about half a second. For what's that? Third, it's three abreast with Declan Lee on the inside line. Trying to get alongside not just Richard Amos but Adam Bessel too. You got Fletcher and Hardin and Blackwell Chambers all trying to find a position out of this as well. For the lead it's still Sam Smith and James Cousins. For third it's Adam Bessel, a wheel on the gravel there, put the car up number 12 sideways, Declan Lee, and Jack Hardin passes Patrick Fletcher. So Jack Hardin gets ahead of Fletcher then, but then he gets squeezed out over the curves by Declan Lee as they head down towards Copse Corner, being urged on by the teams on the pit wall. And Declan leads back on the inside of Jack Hardin, who gets tagged by Patrick Fletcher. Then that was intentional as they all battling for positions. They got away with it, luckily. So Jack Hardin managed to hold that bit of a slide he was knocked into. So it's Smith from Cousins, from Bessel for fourth. It's up the inside for Richard Amos, who's been actually passed by Declan Lee, who's already passed Jack Hardin at the beginning of the lap. Right, onto the Wellington Straight. We've got 5 minutes to go. So we've had 3/4 of the race. It's all still to be settled though. Sam Smith has been able to keep this margin over James Cousins over the last couple of laps. What's happening at the back of the group? Well, Jack Hardin's right on the bumper there of Richard Amos, and down the inside of them comes Will Blackwell Chambers, who's gaining positions, and Braden Fletcher as well. Braden Fletcher has gained out of all of that as well, but then on the outside line at Luffield it may not work out for him in the end. Oh, and again that's 12 Declan Lee sideways out over the curves and on the gravel as well. Will Blackwell Chambers too, so he's lost any positions he gained. 12 laps completed with Sam Smith leading from James Cousins, from Adam Bessel, Declan Lee, Richard Amos, Jack Hardin, Patrick Fletcher, John Langridge, Braden Fletcher, Will Blackwell Chambers, Simon Baldwin, Kevin Sylvain and Luke Whitworth. 13 cars separated by 6 seconds. They're a long way ahead of the rest. The rest is headed, by the way, by 41 Tom Smith. Leader Sam Smith sees a new car in his mirror, because Adam Bessel has got himself ahead of James Cousins into second place, and Cousins might lose another place here because Richard Amos comes up the inside of him in car number 6. So Amos up to third now as they come out of Beckett's corner once again. There isn't a corner where a position doesn't change. What a motor race this is. All three of the races to start the day have been, and it's car number 1 then, Sam Smith, that leads down to Brooklands. Jack Hardin goes to the full left hand side of the circuit to try and gain positions, and he may well do so. A real loser on this lap has been 24 James Cousins, who was second at the beginning of the lap, and he gets a bit of a touch there, I think, with Declan Lee, and they're both passed by Jack Hardin. Car number 43 then, Jack Hardin gains positions out of all of that. The Luke Herbert Racing Run car, he's up to 4th. He was 6th at the beginning of the lap. There he is, 43. John Langridge has gained positions 2 on this lap, car number 5, as they come up across the line. Then Sam Smith is a second ahead of the rest now, which is the big lead in today's terms. There's Langridge, who gets himself ahead of Patrick Fletcher into 7th position. Langridge in the Blink Motorsport car, Patrick Fletcher a family run car in P8. There's Sam Smith then. leading Adam Bessel, who's under pressure from Richard Amos, who dives up the inside into Beckett's corner. There's Langridge and Fletcher still side by side, but what's happened for second? Amos hasn't done it, I don't think. I think he's run out wide, which has allowed Adam Bessel back through, and he's put in Jack Hardin in a good spot for Brooklands, I think. So Jack Hardin, who's sort of been at the back of this group for most of the race, has worked his way onto the podium now. He's into third, but Richard Amos isn't done with him. He's back on the inside line. Into Brooklands, he's sideways. He slides a bit wide, which could give Declan Lee a chance. I think they just touch a bit there, but that's not really too dramatic for them. They're both trying to get back alongside Jack Hardin, who is hanging on to P3. There's 2 laps of this race to go. This is the end of lap 14. It should be a 16 lap race for the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. First of 3 races for these drivers today. The teams again urge the drivers on to try and gain positions. Up front though, Sam Smith looks good here. He's got a 1.4 second advantage over Adam Bessel. There's championship leader Patrick Fletcher. I don't think he's going to be the championship leader though after this race. It's not gone particularly to plan. There might as well be some lap traffic to deal with right at the end for the leader Sam Smith. Bessel is second, third is Hardin, fourth coming up the inside of him is Declan Lee. And is that going to work for him? They come wheel to wheel out the corner though, he didn't get the traction. The outside line is where there is more grip. Of course, you've got to go a much longer way around the corner, which allows other people to challenge on the apex of the corner. But then you have the better run out of it. Down to Brooklands. Bessel in second, being caught now by Hardin. Jack Harding looks like he could get a good result out of this. There's John Langridge, who runs in 5th now, I think, and he's got himself upper position, has he? We'll check that at the end of the lap. He was trying to get himself ahead of Richard Amos though. But there's the leader then, Sam Smith out of Woodcote corner. He gets the last lap board. So onto the last lap they go. Fastest lap just goes to Richard Amos, who's got himself ahead of Declan Lee for 4th, 74.988. John Langridge didn't gain a position in the end. So through Copse they go. So Smith's lead starting to come down a bit. We've got one off into the gravel. That's the car that was the best of the rest, kind of. 14th position. Tom Smith is going to lose a whole heap of positions, having to dig his way out the gravel. Here come the leaders into Beckett for the final time. And it is Sam Smith then that leads. He's just about got a big enough lead, I think, not to come under threat. Of course, that back marker traffic could be playing on his mind. And they're battling, of course, as well. They may get away with not catching them. So it's been a good drive from Sam Smith. He did lose the lead at one point, but he got back through and he's leading into Brooklands to a much smaller gap to Adam Bessel. So they turn their way into Luffield. For third, I think Jack Hardin's hanging on ahead of Richard Amos, who's one of the stars of the race. They have caught actually those 2 cars, so Sam Smith just got to negotiate his way through them at Woodcote corner, but he's going to take the win. So the first win of the season for the defending champion. Sam Smith takes the checkered flag. He's winning gap in the end with only half a second over Adam Bessel. Third went to Jack Hardin, 4th to Richard Amos, 5th to Declan Lee, who got the fastest lap on the last lap, 6th for John Langridge, 7th for Patrick Fletcher, who was the championship leader, 8th for James Cousins, who was second for so long in that race, 9th for Simon Baldwin, 10th for Braden Fletcher, 11th Will Blackwell Chambers, 12th for Kevin Sylvain, and 13th for Luke Whitworth. What a great race that was again, and Sam Smith makes it 3 different winners in 4 races in the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship. We've got 2 more of those races to look forward to over the rest of the day. Let's take a look at how another dramatic race went with some highlights. So they got away with Sam Smith by himself on the front row. Remember, Michael Nibbs, who qualified on row 1, didn't get to start. So they turned their way into Beckett. There was contact on lap 1. I think it was Tom Smith who put Alex Miller into a spin. Will Blackwell Chambers was involved in the lead battle, but a spin we also had on lap 1 for Lee Britton, so he had to come back through the field. Patrick Fletcher went round the outside of Sam Smith and took the lead initially, but was repassed by him. And then it all went a bit wrong from then on as the rain came down for Fletcher. He started sliding down positions. James Cousins coming into second ahead of Adam Bessel at this point. Smith was able though just to get away as those battled behind. Jack Harding and Patrick Fletcher were rubbing paddles there as Jack Harding started to progress while Patrick Fletcher slid back down the order. So they come out of Beckett's, they were battering away. We had a off-track moment for Tom Smith towards the end, but it was Sam Smith that took the race win in a great motor race, and we should look forward to further MX5 Super Cup races today. But Sam Smith, Adam Bessel and Jack Harding were the drivers that finished on the podium. And there is the race winner then, Sam Smith, that jumps out of his car as a race winner for the first time this year, the champion from last year, with Adam Bessel and Jack Harding joining him on the podium. An intense race in tricky conditions with so many cars in the lead battle. Great to watch. And the winner, Sam Smith, will be down the pit lane with Scott Woodward.
So there you go, another typical MX5 Super Cup race. A brilliant way to start their day's racing here at Silverstone in increasingly dampening conditions, but certainly someone who hasn't had his spirits dampened at all is defending champion Sam Smith. He did say at Croft he was looking for a bit more pace. He took 3 podiums over that weekend and he was able to come away with a victory here, and that's exactly what he needed to keep himself in contention for the title in this early stage. Good finish for Adam Bessel in second place, and third of course for Jack Harding, who continues his 100% podium streak. You can see him on camera there just having a chat with Luke Herbert. You never know they used to be rivals on track, did you? But of course they're now, let's be best of friends now as teammates when they changed over just later at the start of the season. Let's bring our race winner over, of course, Sam Smith, defending champion, and he's going to put his winner's cap on, have a chat. Well, Sam, we said at Croft that you need to find some more pace. You definitely found it, didn't you?
Yeah, so far I've had a good weekend. That was really hard. I mean, I didn't know even where to be on the track, so I was kind of playing it by ear, and obviously the people behind have the opportunity to go where I don't and see if they can find the advantage. But I was really happy with my performance, and I've had a good weekend. We had some issues at Croft which we've ironed out. We were running quite far down on power without even realising, so the whole weekend the cars just felt more alive. So yeah, we've done a good job. The whole team's done a great job. So 2 more races to go. This isn't going to be easy.
No, because it was dry yesterday for qualifying. So what tweaks do you kind of have to make as a default when it gets a bit slippery like this?
I don't really know, if I'm honest. I just sort of sit in it and drive it and let Brian and BC Cars do all the hard work for me, and then I suppose I've got an excuse if it's no good. But no, those conditions I'm notoriously poor in anyway, so if I'm quick in the wet, then it's a good sign that everything's working well and the team's done a good job.
As you say, 2 more races, so you've got to go and do it twice now.
Yeah, I'm happy to go home with that, if I'm honest. So yeah, but no, good job and great job for the team, and well done to Adam, Jack, and I think my business partner Richard Amos. Nice to see him up there, and I can see him in my mirror, and I was willing him to do on and trying to concentrate on where I was going as well. But no, good so far.
Well done, champ. We'll see you in race 2.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Let's bring Adam in for second place, and Adam, constantly getting better. I think it's one of your better results that you've had now in Super Cup, improving over the last couple of years, and car seems to be doing the trick out there.
Yeah, Aidan and the team really sorted the car out this time, so it was amazing, really. I just couldn't quite catch Sam. He just seemed to be pretty much perfect everywhere, so yeah, he's done a great job, really.
And of course, how much confidence, because you've made a bit of a team change over the winter, you now of course with Aidan, so how much of a difference do you think that's made in terms of pace and setup knowledge and everything else that comes with it?
Yeah, loads. They know exactly what they're doing. I've got the data from all the other drivers. That was the main reason for the move, really. Nothing in MCR or anything, but it was I just wanted the data from everyone else, so yeah, it's been great, really good.
So another challenge is front row for race 2. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it should be good. Looking forward to it.
Good stuff. Well done. Go and get yourself ready. We'll see you later on. And let's bring Jack in for third place. Jack, bring you over. Well, Jack, another podium for your comeback so far. You bracking up those consistent scores.
Yeah, no, definitely. After yesterday in qualifying, we did an engine on after 5 laps. So yeah, so we had to. Luke Herbert Racing did a fantastic job last night changing the engine. We didn't know what the motor was going to be like. It seems okay. We won't know more till we get it in the dry. So obviously we qualified 5th and I think 7th for the next race. So it's not easy because you're in and around people. I'm not used to racing against that. They're all looking for their first podium, all looking for their first win. So it's a little bit hectic, if I'm honest. Took a few hits either side, but to bring it home in 3rd, you know, that was yeah, great. It's extra points. Patrick finished further back, so me and Sam have both took some points out of him. Long way to go in this season. If I can get 3 solid podiums this weekend, I'll be happy with that.
We'll have to leave it there because you've got your next race coming up. But well done for another 3rd. We'll see you in race 2.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Good stuff. Right. End of Masters for another bit, because now heading on to something new for the BRSCC. If you like sports prototypes and the Monstar racing, you should be in for a treat, because now for the first time in 2021 it's the all-new Zeo Prototype Cup. There's a fantastic variety of cars, including an LMP3 machine and a couple of the special cars. And hand you back over to Josh, what should be a fantastic first race for them. 15 minutes coming up on a damp track. Enjoy it.
So, coming up next then, the Zeo Sports Proto Series, run by the British Racing and Sports Car Club. As Scott was saying, the first time this category has run, so new for 2021. I think 3 events over the course of this season, here at Silverstone, Brands Hatch in August and Donington Park in September. Not really the weather conditions we were hoping for this new category for sports prototype racing cars. Everybody went on wet racing tyres, I'm sure, as it was for qualifying this morning. So we've got a 15 car grid which will line up, and it'll be a rolling start, so it should be quite a quick green flag lap. So I think we can take a look at the grid. On the front row will be Duncan Williams and Matt Manderson. On row 2, Mike Genvy and Graham Charman. On row 4 we have, row 3 even, we have Simon Freeman and Richard Chamberlain, and on row 4 Alistair Smart and Chris Child. On row 5 we'll have Richard Hardy and Norman Lackford. On row 6 Andy Chittenden and Dominic Langdon Down. On row 7 Robert Gilman and Lee Collar, and on row 8 Ed Worthington. So a 15 car grid, so a good entry for this first run-in of the Zeo Proto Cup. And there's a great mix of cars out there. On pole position, Duncan Williams, someone that's well behind this category, is out there in the Norma LMP3 car, the Duquesne chassis building car, so a car that you'd see in like the European Le Mans Series and Le Mans Cup. So great to see that out there. And Duncan Williams setting pole position from Matt Manderson, a well-established prototype racer. He's in a Radical and SR8, the big 2.7 litre machine that runs 2 bike engines bolted together. It's a 5 litre Nissan V8 in the Norma. On row 2 you have Mike Genvy in his self-developed gun, the TS6. Mike Genvy, former Formula V champion back in the day. He's got a Juno alongside him, which is Graham Charman. So 4 different types of car on the first 2 rows: a Norma, a Radical, the Genvy gun and a Juno. Then you've got the Radical SR10, a new car that runs the Ford EcoBoost engine rather than a bike engine Radical for Simon Freeman, and Richard Chamberlain's self-built STR. You've got some bike engine Radicals a bit further back. You've also got the MCR Sports 2000, an ADR, and a new to England, an NP01, which we'll talk about perhaps a bit later on. It's a rolling start, so we're about to get this 20-minute race underway. The Zeo Prototype Cup is about to get going for the first time ever here at Silverstone. The big engine cars on the front row of the grid, they try and get their power down. You can see the Norma of Williams squirming off the line, trying to get all of that 400-500 brake horsepower away. There's Norman Lackford, great to see him back out with the BRSCC in the Radical PR6. Norman Lackford, very much a long-term racer, but it's a change for the lead. Matt Manderson's got the Radical ahead of the Norma as they turn their way into Beckett's. Mike Genvy is 3rd. Then I think the Juno of Graham Charman was in 4th. This is the Radical SR4 sliding wide, one of the early cars. That's Chris Child, and Norman Lackford's gone off as well. So Norman Lackford's had a trip through the gravel, but he'll be able to get back on okay in the PR6. This is a multi-class series as well, based on engine size. There's car number 7. This is the new Radical SR10 that runs the Ford EcoBoost engine, which is got Simon Freeman in it for this race. That's a shared car over the course of the day. But here come the leaders out of what is Luffield Corner and through Woodcote. You've got the Juno there, car number 5, which is driven by Graham Charman. The leader, though, is Matt Manderson by a second or so over a car that's transponder I don't think is working, Duncan Williams. Then in 3rd position, Mike Genvy. 4th is Simon Freeman. 5th is Graham Charman. 6th is Richard Chamberlain. 7th, Alistair Smart. 8th, Richard Hardy. 9th is Mike Chittenden. And then in 10th position is Robert Gilman. There's Smart then, just ahead of Hardy. So a couple of the Radical racers there with their bike engines. The Sports 2000 car of Andy Chittenden, I should say. There's the NPO1. First time that car's ever raced in the country. It's being driven in this race by Edward Worthington. The car's come over from the United States of America, where there's lots of them. It's a Mazda engined car, which is very rare to see in the UK. But battle for the lead is good in these wet conditions at Silverstone. We're lapping in the 57s despite that, and Matt Manderson's Radical SR8, which we don't see that much of in England nowadays, is under a lot of pressure from the big, bulky, closed cockpit Norma as it chases down Manderson down towards Beckett's corner. Matt Manderson, who also races GT cars, leads the motor race, but only just. And down the straight, you'd think the Norma's gonna have the legs, but he got a big twitch on coming out of Beckett's corner, trying to get that 5-litre Nissan Power down. And the Norma, the Duquesne, as they're known more nowadays, just couldn't get all that power down in these conditions, which has allowed the leader to get away. Car for the pit lane, that's the ADR, another rare machine. That's Lee Collar that had to bring the car into the pit lane and out of the race. The Norma's back with Manderson have a bit more aero, which obviously won't help its straight line speed, which would be good through the corners. Of course, the closed cockpit makes it a bit more slippery in a straight line, so it kind of helps that element out. But there they go then through Copse corner. Half a second between them. Fastest lap to the leader, Manderson, 57.694, but not far behind him at all is Duncan Williams as they turn their way down towards Beckett's corner. They're a long way ahead of the rest. Mike Gemby is in third, who I suspect in the dry would be able to go after these two in the Gemby gun. He's leading Class B though for the slightly smaller engine cars. Class A for over 2-litre cars, and that's what the top two are. There's the Norma then. Great to see it here at Silverstone today. Some good battles a bit further back. You've got Ed Worthington, although it says on the timing screens it's Jay Shepherd that's gone out for this race, so that's another shared car. So it looks like Jay Shepherd has elected to race in this one in the end. So he's out in the MPO1. He's running in 12th position, just ahead of Colin Childs, Radical SR4, and Norman Lackford's PR6 that both spun, or had an off at least, at Beckett's on lap 1. These cars are soon going to be lapped because they're not far at all in front of the leaders. Although the leaders have only completed 4 laps, they are going much, much quicker than these machines that are battling away. Another closed cockpit car, rare to see really, in club level sports prototype racing, and that is Jay Shepherd, who's just passed by Colin Child in that very elderly nowadays Radical SR4. That was one of the early cars that come from Peterborough, not far down the road from Silverstone. And there's Norman Lackford, who's been racing for something like 50 years in British motorsport. This is the car that runs in 5th position, the Juno, driven by Graham Charman, who's got Richard Chamberlain not far behind him in the CTR 01 that runs a 2-litre engine. The Juno in front of him there of Charman. But here are the leaders through the traffic, and Matt Manderson still leads Duncan Williams as they turn their way through Copse corner. So the Radical SR8 continues to lead the race as they head their way through Maggots and down to Beckett's. They've got to let the Child SR4, which Manderson can't do, into Beckett's. They exit the corner, and this is where earlier the Normal struggled to put its power down, but this time I think it's better for Williams because perhaps Manderson was just balked a bit by the back marker. He had to change his line, but the SR8 is a quick car in a straight line, and actually I think if anything it's quicker than the Norma going down the straight. You see the Zio back in on Duncan Williams' car. Big thanks to them who are big promoters of the category. Zio Intelligent Energy. But at the moment it is Matt Manderson that continues to lead. He swoops around the outside there of Robert Gilman's Radical PR6 Pro Sport, and also passing down towards Copse corner the Radical SR3 of Dominic Langdon down. There's a Class 4 SR3s in standard form, and that is in that class, Dominic Langdon down, and Matt Manderson's pulled away in the traffic this time. Getting away therefore from Duncan Williams. There he is then in this LMP3 car. Of course that's a fairly new category to ACO style racing. which obviously is a good way to go sports prototype racing, and see Duncan Williams out here in it too. We, of course, in the UK did have an LMP3 championship for a season or so, which Duncan Williams did compete in. Now he's found somewhere else to race the car in this Zio Proto Cup. And he runs in second position, trying to chase down Matt Manderson in the Radical SR8 that continues to lead. There's going to be another car to lap shortly. That'll be the Sports 2000 machine of Andy Chittenden in the MCR. I think that's a standard S2000 car, Sports 2000 machine. Rest of the field flow through. See some great different shapes of car here. So many different type of chassis out there, which is fabulous to see. And there we go, slots them past the MCR, does Duncan Williams, who's 1.7 seconds behind Matt Manderson at the start of the lap, but he carried lots of speed through Cops Corner, and he's got himself back onto terms with the leader then, Matt Manderson. And they're charging a straight line past the next car. A couple of cars, just one car actually, isn't it? Alistair Smart, 73 in there in the Radical PR6. Alistair Smart, who's got the 1340cc engine, tuned engine, motorcycle engine in that car. Now for the lead, Williams is right back onto the rear wing of the leader through Woodcote Corner, Matt Manderson. So they accelerate their way across the line to complete 8 laps of this 20-minute race. There's still 12 minutes to go. Of course, these cars very rapid indeed. I think lapping quicker than any other category did in the dry even, despite these wet conditions. And that wasn't a fastest lap of the race from Williams, where he got within 12 thousandths of Manderson's lap from earlier. So nothing really can separate these two very different cars. The Radical, built, as I said, not far away in Peterborough, and the Norma, the Duquesne, that's built over in France, that races at the high levels, of course, in Europe, in the ATO level racing, and in the United States, in IMSA. Across the line there goes that NP01, we were talking about earlier, the car with the Mazda engine that's come from the United States of America. Jay Shepherd at the wheel of it here, struggling a little bit perhaps in these conditions. Here come the leaders out of Woodcote to complete lap 9. Still more than half the race to go. We haven't seen a real challenge yet from Duncan Williams, but there's going to be more traffic to deal with as the race is going to be all the way through. There'll be different type of race to the races we've had earlier on today, but nevertheless it's very competitive indeed. Great to see. They're lapping here the best of the bike engine Radicals. That's Richard Hardy in his tuned engine Radical SR3, so he can't run in the SR3 class. He runs therefore in Class B for the cars over 1400cc. Leading that class is Mike Genvy, who's in the 1996 cc Genvy Gun, who runs in 3rd place. He's only 8 seconds behind the top 2, so Genvy doing a decent job. He's only lapping about a second slower than these two bigger engine cars that turn their way through Luffield and come to complete 10 laps out about half distance. I think we might squeeze 20, possibly 21 laps out of this race. Across the line, still together, the top 2 then, Manderson and Williams. And we might see, here comes Mike Genvy in 3rd place, not terribly far behind, about 8 seconds in that Genvy Gun, the Genvy modified Sports 2000 machine, the Gun TS6, which Mike Genvy raced in prior to competing in this car, which he raced in the OSS, which ran with the BRSCC a few years ago. Now we've got the Zio Proto Cup debuting this weekend with this new class system and new regulations, which seems to be popular. First time out with 15 cars competing here. A couple of cars are shared, so we see different drivers out in the race this afternoon. Hopefully the conditions will improve and we can get these cars out in the dry and see their pace. So out of Luffield come the top 2, round the outside of Jay Shepherd again, who goes 2 laps down. We're into the second half now, and still inseparable is the Radical and the Norma of Manderson and Williams. Mike Genvy is 3rd, 4th is Simon Freeman, 5th is Graham Charman, and 6th is Richard Chamberlain. They're the 6 cars on the lead lap. The best of the bike engine cars is Richard Hardy in 7th. Lap down, 8th is Alistair Smart, 9th is Andy Chittenden, and 10th is Colin Child. Out of Beckett's, this is lap 12 of the race. And Manderson's twin-strapped bike-engined Radical SR8 just seems to have the legs out of Beckett's, has the torque of the big Brutin engined Nissan engine Norma just to keep him ahead. So I think at the end of the straights the Norma's probably got a bit more power, but out of the corners Manderson's Radical can use all that torque to stay ahead, and he just about has managed it out of Luffield corner, and he comes across the line after being challenged really for the first time through Luffield. Williams was looking to the outside, couldn't make it work though. There's 0.3 of a second separating these two cars. And over the curbs there for Manderson, that could compromise his exit, but again not quite able to draw alongside is Duncan Williams. So these two very different cars, as I say, the open cockpit Radical, the closed cockpit Norma, the double bike engined SR8 and the LMP3 car with a big low revving Norma. Come up across a couple more Radicals. 23, Dominic Langdon down, the car in 12th position, gets lapped. They both slot up the inside of him. Then the next car is Robert Gilman, I think, in 66 it is. So those cars are battling over 11th and 12th positions. And this time Williams tries to draw up alongside on the outside line through Luffield. But again, on the exit of the corner, the torque of the Radical is able to just draw him away out of the corner. So they complete another lap. This is 13 laps done now, 7 minutes to go. The gap was just over 0.3 of a second when they crossed the line. The next car to lap is the Sports 2000 machine of Andy Chittenden and the Radical SR4 of Colin Child, who's recovered well after that off at Beckett's on lap 1. He's 10th now and catching Chittenden quite quickly, and is only 3 seconds behind him at the start of the lap. Out of Beckett's. Down the Wellington Straight they go again. Blue flag shown by the marshals here at Silverstone. Now Luffield is where Williams has had the advantage over the last couple of laps, so we'll see if he can do anything through there this time in the Zio backed car. They're not going to be far off lapping the 5th and 6th place cars that come up across the line that got themselves together. The Juno of Graham Charman and the CTR of Richard Chamberlain. But here come the leaders. Past those two cars that are about battling for 9th and 10th positions. At the inside, the spray increasing as the weather continues to deteriorate at the moment at Silverstone Circuit. I think Williams was compromised there a bit through Cop's corner, and behind them for 9th position I think Colin Child is going to pass the MCR of Andy Chittenden here down towards Beckett. He was on the inside line there. They've just been lapped for the second time by the leaders. But Colin Child's got through then, so he's up into 9th place now, and he's 9 seconds behind Alistair Smart, but lapping quicker, so we're doing a really good job in that SR4 Radical. Let's take a look at them as they make their way down to Brooklands. There he is then, in that Radical SR4. We don't really see much nowadays, or a decade or so ago when they were much newer. There was lots of those type of cars out. And Alistair Smart in 8th position. It will be his next target, and he's been lapping a couple of seconds quick. You can see Colin Child immediately pulling away from Andy Chittenden. They're both about to be lapped by Mike Genvy, who's still going well in 3rd position, the Class B leader, who just sets his personal best lap of the race, actually, a 58.542. Race leaders now lap Alistair Smart, who's the Class C leader for cars up to 1400cc. Leaders turn through Beckett's. Manderson ahead by half a second at the beginning of the lap. There's only 5 minutes to go now. They're 10 seconds ahead of Mike Genvy. Simon Freeman 4th in the SR10 Radicals, half a minute behind. Interesting to see if they're going to lap the 5th and 6th place cars before the end that are battling Charman and Chamberlain. Again, Williams here round Luffield having a go around the outside, but again he can't make it. You can see with these wet racing tyres, not struggling with the opposite lock that we're seeing in the other categories that run on the treaded tyres. And of course lots of downforce too to help these drivers out. 0.4 of a second separates the top two with 5 laps of the race to go. Out over the curbs Matt Manderson, but there's yellow flags, so no challenge can be made by Duncan Williams, and that is because car number 23, Dominic Landon Down, has gone off at Beckett's in his Radical SR3 RS standing for Rockingham Speedway, where the Radical SR3 was developed. So Dominic Landon down out of contention, and he is attended to by the marshals. Jay Shepherd lapped once more by the top two that turned their way through Brooklands for the 17th time of this race. And it continues to be Manderson ahead. They are going to catch, though, that bad of a 5th shortly, which is going to be more difficult to pass than others because they're not so much slower than these two. And it is still just in 5th position. Graham Charman in the Juno. That is ahead as they come down towards Copse, but up the inside of him comes Richard Chamberlain for 5th position, just in front of the leaders. So Richard Chamberlain trying to get himself ahead there of Graham Charman, and he's done it, I think, in that low-winged CTR, getting himself ahead of the Juno, which again is quite an old car nowadays. That's a 2006 model. Through Beckett's, the two leaders have lapped them with, or the leader has lapped him without too much problem. Of course, there was yellow flags there, so Duncan Williams couldn't follow him through into Beckett. So that's allowed Manderson to get away. Williams should do it into Brooklands, you'd think, but he's lost time. It'd be interesting to see if he can catch Manderson. What is the biggest gap really all race long? There's Dominic Landon down then out of the SR3. So we've lost just 2 cars because Lee Collar retired the ADR early on. So through Luffield and onto Woodcote they come. Let's have a look at the new gap with 3 laps to go. A couple of more cars to lap will be Norman Lackford, who is 12th, and Richard Hardy, who is 7th. The gap is 0.8 of a second, so the biggest it's been for a little bit, but it would seem that Duncan Williams doesn't take long to re-catch Matt Manderson, but he just can't find a way through at the moment. Down into Beckett's, lap 19 this is. Car number 16, that's the SR8 of Matt Manderson. Gets off the corners so well. Lighter car too than the Norma as well, which would help it there. And he's put the 2 map markers between himself and Williams, who has to dart between Richard Hardy and Norman Lackford into Brooklands. So again, that's just allowed Manderson to break away a bit. Bit better through the traffic. 2 laps to go. Through Luffield, though, he carries so much more speed than the Radical, and he's able to get pretty much back onto terms with him. So they blast across the line. 2 very different engine notes in them cars too, as I've described the very different concepts those 2 are. Through Copse, there's going to be another car to lap before the end of this lap, and that is Robert Gilman's Radical Pro Sport. So into Beckett's corner they come. There's the NPO1, the Wasp-backed car, driven by Jay Shepherd. His best lap in this race has been a 70.23. He runs in Class B with that 2-litre Mazda engine propelling the car. So here are the leaders through Brooklands and into Luffield for the final time. This is where Williams is quicker, takes a different line to Manderson as well. Just can't quite draw alongside, and then we know the Radical has the speed out of the corner to keep ahead. So this is a lap 20 that we've completed, 21 lap race it'll be. The last lap board goes out to the leaders. Mike Genvy still runs 3rd, 12 seconds behind, and Simon Freeman, the only other car on the lead lap. So down into Maggots and Beckett's. Where can Duncan Williams challenge in the Duquesne Norma? Luffield is where he's been able to get the overlap in the past. He's right underneath the rear wing of the SR8, and he seems a bit closer than he's been before. So are we going to see a challenge into Brooklands? We're not, because the SR8 Radical has enough straight line speed to keep ahead. It's going to be at the outside line at Luffield, you'd think, that Duncan Williams will have to attempt. He goes to it. But if the other laps are anything to go by, it should be okay for Manderson. They're almost overlapping this time, but it's not quite enough for Duncan Williams. But in the first ever race for the Zio Proto Cup, it is a race win for the Radical SR8 of Matt Manderson, who almost had Duncan Williams alongside him as they come up across the line. It was just 0.2 of a second that separated those 2 very different types of car. Great race. In 3rd position comes Mike Genvy amongst a number of cars, including the 5th place battle, which goes the way of Richard Chamberlain. The only other car on the lead lap, Simon Freeman, will come through soon in 4th from then a lap down Chamberlain and Charman, 7th for Richard Hardy, 8th for Alistair Smart, 9th for Colin Child and 10th for Andy Chittenden. The class winners in Class A went to Matt Manderson, Class B to Mike Gemvey, Class C to Alistair Smart, and Class E for the Class E car actually didn't finish, Dominic Landon down. So the 3 main class winners therefore I've given you for the cars that are based on the engine size, the class system. Let's have a look at the highlights then of that first round of the 2021 ZO Prototype Cup, which started with a rolling start, and just getting the power down was difficult for poleman Duncan Williams. The cars squirmed off the line, and that allowed Matt Manderson to jump into the lead, a lead he would never lose despite being under pressure for a lot of the race. Experienced club racer Norman Lackford went for a gravelly excursion at the start, and immediately Manderson and Williams pulled away from the back, then had to work their way through traffic pretty early on. Some cars were lapped as many as 3 times. Traffic tended to go the way of Matt Manderson. He had the speed on the exit of corners as well to keep Duncan Williams at bay in the ZO-backed Norma. He got alongside a few times through Luffield. That just was not enough to stop Manderson taking the win. Dominic Landon down calls the yellow flag after he had an off at Beckett's. We also lost Lee Collar's ADR. Williams had to dive through the middle of some back markers mid-race. That was one of those moments where he almost got the overlap, but Matt Manderson came up across the line to take the checkered flag to win the opening race. Let's see what those guys thought of the race with Scott Woodwist, who's down in the pit lane.
There you go. Sports Prototype Racing is back with the BRSCC, courtesy of the ZO Prototype Cup, and what a fantastic first race that was, particularly between the top 2 men, Matt Manderson, former British GT champion, and Duncan Williams, who's been racing sports prototypes and even this LMP3 car and the LMP3 Cup for ages. Those two, you wouldn't have normally thought that the Radical would be able to keep up with something like the LMP3 car, but it certainly has, and great to see Mike Gemby back out there again as well in 3rd place in his modified Gemby gun TSX, former champion when he was competing in the OSS Championship as recent as a couple of years ago as well. But it's good to see. Let's see if we can have a chat with our top 3, if we can, with Matt Manderson first. Matt,
hi.
Nice to have you back in the Sports Prototype, and you look like you enjoyed that.
I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I got a call from Alex, who's over there on Friday, saying, "Do you fancy doing this?" And so yeah, here I am. Sat in the car for the first time this morning, and yeah, a bit of a fairy tale really. I feel a bit guilty for beating the boss though. Potentially that's not a good game plan for the future, but anyway, yeah, it was a brilliant race. I could trust Duncan. We know each other really well. I share his Norma most of the time anyway, so I knew he wasn't going to try anything silly, but yeah, he had some real serious corner speed for sure.
I think someone would be thinking how that Radical was going to keep up and hold off an LMP3 car, but you managed it superbly.
Luckily, that is a bullet in a straight line. If it wasn't for that, I'd have been in big trouble. But anyway, there you go. That's a great race and a good way to start off a new championship.
Absolutely. Of course, now you've got to do it again for race 2.
Yeah, I'm hoping it stays like this, to be honest, because if it starts to dry out, I think I'm going to be in big trouble, especially if Mike Gemby gets his car going in the dry. He's going to fly, so yeah.
And we know how quick he is.
Yeah, we know how quick he is.
Good stuff. Well done, Matt. Great way to start the new series, and well done with the victory.
Thank you very much, too.
Good stuff. Let's bring the boss over actually in 2nd place. You want to maybe pop your balaclava on just for a face covering if you can, just obviously for COVID reasons. And we'll bring you forward here. So Duncan, let's bring you backwards a little bit here, just underneath the cover, because it might start raining again. But Duncan, well, what a way to start the new series, in a magnificent battle between yourself and Matt. You know each other very well, and super clean, super exciting, and fantastic way to start things.
Yeah, I think you could measure it in millimetres between us at times, but yeah, it was just great to be back out racing, you know, and that's what it's all about. We've been at home most of the last year and a bit, and to get out and to race against Matt and the rest of the guys was fantastic.
Your motivation is to bring sports prototype racing back to be in the series, because you raced in the old OSS Championship before, so your motivation was to kind of get that kind of racing back on UK circuits and get the variety back again.
Well, it's important because, you know, we're the home of motorsport, and with all the different cars that are in garages, you know, there must be probably 30 or 40 SR8 sitting people's garages. Let's get them out and let's get them racing. You know, this is a very cost-effective way, and you've seen today it's fun. And I could see there were battles all through the field, because as we were coming around, you know, there was cars that were in these battles, and they couldn't see us in the mirrors because they were so intense in their battles, which is what it's all about.
Yeah. And brilliant variety too, because it's not just a field for the rallycars. You've got your Norman, you've got obviously Mike's GMV gun, you've got the CTR, the MPO one that's out there. Brilliant variety of chassis out there. It's not just the same old mix that you see out there. There's some real gems out there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and let's get more of them out. Yeah, let's push it and get lots more cars out.
Yeah. Well, thank you for bringing sports prototypes back to BRSCC. It's wonderful to have you guys on board, and fabulous first race to get started, and do it again later on this afternoon.
Absolutely, and thanks to the BRSCC as well, because you worked as hard as us to make this happen. Thank you.
Excellent. We'll see you for race 2. And let's bring Mike Genvy over for third place to have a quick chat with him. Nice to see you back again, Mike, of course, back with the Genvy gun, and that must have felt good getting back on the circuit with some more sports prototypes again.
Yeah, well, it was really good till about the second corner when I obviously started dropping back a bit. It just took a while to warm it up. Yeah, we had a few challenges in qualifying this morning, so we only ended up doing about half of qualifying, and that really told in those first few laps. Fair play to the guys, and you know, thanks to Zio for putting this championship on. It was slightly wet, drizzly first race, but I'm sure we're going to have lots of really good races to come, and I really enjoyed it, just concentrating flat out for 20 minutes, so hard work.
Excellent. Well, great to see you back, and well done for third place. We'll see you for race 2.
See you again. Yeah, cheers guys.
Excellent. Right, so brilliant to have Zio Protos and sports prototypes back with the BRSCC. This afternoon, but as you can hear in the background, the second race of the day for the Mazda MX5 Championship. He's out for his formation lap, so I'll quickly hand you back to Josh. Our last race before the lunch break.
Day for the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Championship, the third of 6 races for Mazda MX5s in a bit wetter conditions than earlier on for these Mark 1 Mazda MX5. They're already headed off, I think, on their green flag. There they are. So let's see if we can talk you through the grid then for this race, which is based on the results of the race we saw to start out the day. So therefore the winner from race 1 will start on pole position, which is Fraser Fenwick, and alongside him will be Brian Trott. On row 2 for Sebastian Fisher and Oliver Allwood. On row 3 Jack Brewer and row 3 will be Zach Oakes and Matt Pollard. Row 4 will be Jack Brewer and Oliver Graham. Then on row 5 Luke Pullin and Matt Pollard. Which should be actually Bill Taylor, shouldn't it? There's Bill Taylor. Then on row 6, Aston Wigley and Adam Craig. On row 7, Kian Donaldson and Callum Greytrex. On row 8, Kevin Dengate and Jack Moody. On row 9, Michael Green and George King. On row 10, Steve Foden and Paul Bateman. On row 11, Stuart Simmons and Richard Wotton. On row 12, Scott Leach and Paul King. Row 13, Brad Jones and Alan Hawkins. Row 14, Bo Perry and Bryn Griffiths. Row 15, Tim Dorr and Graham Rumsey. Row 16, Ollie Walden and Chris Ginn. Row 17 for Michael Pearce and Nick Ledoyen. Row 18, Richard Bartlett and Jonathan Fieldsend. Row 19, Rob Mugglestone and Toby Owen. And on row 20, Michael Nibbs and Jason Greytrex. So full grid, 40 Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s again. It was an epic race earlier on where we had generally 7 cars battling for the win. It all went a bit wrong on the last lap where Brian Trott and Jack Brewer had to come in together. Brewer was the 3-time race winner from Croft. He would start 7th for this one therefore, and Trott will start alongside teammate Fraser Fenwick, who took his first win of the season earlier. Sebastian Fisher, having his first outing of the season, starts alongside Oliver Allwood on row 2. Zach Oakes, who was impressive, he set the fastest lap earlier, starts on row 3 alongside Matt Pollard. Then Jack Brewer starts there on row 4 alongside Oliver Graham, who was the best of the rest earlier. Watch out for Michael Nibbs and Jason Greytrex from the back. They both retired earlier on, so they've got a lot of progress to make, but they're both quick drivers. Michael Nibbs was in the lead battle in race 1, and Jason Greytrex is an MX5 winner from the past. The red lights are on. We're about to get the 5th round of the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Championship underway here at Silverstone. Away they go in wetter conditions, and they've had yet today. They tested in super wet conditions on Friday. It's not that wet, but it's still pretty tricky out there, and they head off in a ball of spray down towards Copse Corner, so this is going going to be interesting to see how it goes. It's a 20-minute encounter, and we shall see when they arrive to Maggots who's the leader. Has Fraser Fenwick held on to his pole position? No, he hasn't. It's Brian Trott who's the leader then. In second is Fenwick. In third is side by side between Oliver Allwood and Sebastian Fisher. And the rest of the field now in a real ball of spray, so the conditions certainly have worsened since race 1, which is a bit of a shame, but let's hope there's a good race nevertheless. So they head down the Wellington Straight now, being headed by Brian Trott, who also competes in the Masters category for slightly older drivers. Down into Brooklands they come then, this final race of the morning. But there's a further 6 races to go this afternoon, so do stay with us on this BRSCC live streamed race weekend. And Brian Trott starting to get away here. He may well have broken a toe, and Jack Brewer's spun there straight into the side of Zach Oakes. So the championship leader, Jack Brewer's not having a good day. He got out wide over the curbs. The car walked sideways, and that flung him there into Zach Oakes, who's not having much luck today, and that took him out of contention as well. They both, I think, will rejoin, and another car's gone off here with damage, I think, to the front. That's 58 by the looks of it, which is Aston Wigley. So perhaps he was involved too. Novice driver, you can see the novice cross on the back of his car. Now that's off at Woodcote, which is potentially problematic. For the lead, it's Brian Trott, who was 9 tenths ahead of Fraser Fenwick. Third was Oliver Allwood, and fourth was Matt Pollard. So that's 4 AB Motorsport cars in the top 4 positions. Fifth is Sebastian Fisher. Sixth is Oliver Graham. Seventh, Kevin Dengate. Great start from 15th. Eighth, even better start from Steve Foden. He was off in race 1. He started 19th. Ninth for Adam Craig, and 10th for Luke Pillen. Here they come. Down towards Brooklands. There's 77 in this shot. Steve Foden, who's making an amazing progress in the car that is run by Michael Motorsport as well, and he turns his way through Brooklands into Luffield. It's passing cars on the outside line. There will be yellows on the exit to Luffield, but he can pass before he gets there, of course. And he is progressing really well. He did this at Croft as well in the wet conditions. He's got his arm out the cockpit because of the yellow flag zone, letting other drivers know what's going on. But he come from the 10th row of the grid to run in 8th position, just behind Kevin Dengate. So double wave yellows you can see in the background at Woodcote. Then they get green flag on the exit of the corner, and they can race down towards Copse. Brian Trott's now a second ahead on Oliver Allwood. His fastest lap of the race he's done as well, 77.927. Third is Fraser Fenwick, so that's a change between Allwood and Fenwick's about to lose third here because Matt Pollard has come down the inside of him into Beckett's corner to grab third. So Fenwick, race 1 winner, has slotted now all the way behind his teammates. Sebastian Fisher is 5th, 6th is Oliver Graham, 7th is Kevin Dengate, 8th Steve Foden, 9th for Adam Craig, and Luke Pillen completes the top 10. Here come the leaders, down towards Brooklands. Is Allwood catching the leader possibly? There's Kevin Dengate, 178, who's making good progress. He's passed 24 on this lap, Oliver Graham, and he's been followed through by Steve Foden. So they're now into 6th and 7th positions in this race. So Oliver Graham slots back. Yeah, the lead gap's coming down, isn't it? It was a second, but now Oliver Allwood is closer to Brian Trott as they make their way through Woodcote. There's the race 1 winner, Fraser Fenwick, who has lost time during the course of this race. He's dropped down to 4th. But with championship rivals behind him, it's still a good place for Fraser Fenwick, so that should be encouraging for him. So down towards Beckett's they come and increase in the rain. There was a very sideways car at Copse corner. It was 88, it was Stuart Simmons, he spun. So that AB Motorsport car's not going so well, unlike the top 4, and he's just got his rear wheels in the gravel. He will be able to get out of there after that big spin. He was 11th. He was battling with Callum Greatrex. He had actually gained a few positions on that last lap, but hadn't gone so well that time. Here come the leaders. The gap is now nothing. Brian Trott's been caught by Oliver Allwood, who's not really had the ideal start to the season. He had a couple of podiums at Croft, but Allwood really would like to battle for the championship here. We've got yellows at Luffield. Have we had a car off here then possibly? Have we lost another car? Well, I don't think we have, so that must be for the car off at Woodcote. So we're getting yellows earlier to pre-warn the drivers. So no overtaking through Luffield or through Woodcote, but then on the exit of Woodcote they can race, and that of course now because we've got a live snatch recovery of that car off, but then they get green flags heading down towards Copse, and that means Oliver Allwood can race again, and he races up the inside of Brian Trott to take the lead. So Oliver Allwood is the new leader. Brian Trott's down to second. There is the car of Aston Wigley that's being recovered by our hard-working marshals. And we'll soon be into a full green track again, hopefully. The leaders are all coming together here because Sebastian Fisher in 5th is catching the leaders. Steve Foden has got into 6th ahead of Kevin Dengate and is catching them all, and had set the fastest lap of the race, a 77.130. So the Michael Combo Racing car in 6th is the quickest car on the track, and he's catching the top 5 that turn their way onto Brooklands corner for 4th. Sebastian Fisher's going up the inside of Fraser Fenwick. He may not do it this time, and then of course they get the yellows. So Steve Foden, who seems to go really well in these conditions, he did at Croft, and he is again here. Remember, he started 19th. He's up to P6, and there's more positions to be gained yet, with 13 minutes of the race still to go. This is the completion of lap 5. There he is, 77, the quickest car in the race. Steve Foden right on the tail of Sebastian Fisher, slipstreaming up towards him into the green flag zone as they cross the line. And another fastest lap for Foden, a 76.961. That's half a second faster than anybody else has done in this race. Behind him, Oliver Graham's got himself back ahead of Kevin Dengate for 7th, and Luke Pullin's got himself ahead of Adam Craig for 9th. Here are the leaders. Still, it's a 1, 2, 3, 4 for Ali Bray's team. Is it going to stay that way, though, with Fisher and Foden right behind? There is 77, the fastest lap on the last lap. 4 car 77. But he's yet to find a way past Sebastian Fisher, and of course with those yellow flags still out, there are limited overtaking opportunities. Brooklands you can pass at though, and Matt Pollard looking good here. He was looking down the inside of Brian Trott on the brakes and into the left-handed corner at Brooklands, and the yellows have gone in now, so it looks like the recovery's been completed, so you can race around this section of corners again, and you can see Steve Foden immediately going to the outside line, trying to get past Sebastian Fisher. Matt Pollard's down the inside here of Brian Trott. He was all sideways though, and that lost him momentum on the exit of the corner, which means Brian Trott stays in front as they complete 6 laps, and we've got 6 cars in this leading train of Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s, the car that was introduced back in 1989 that creates great racing, still one of the most popular cars in club level motorsport around the world. And they can go very, very sideways, as you see there. Matt Pollard out over the curve was absolutely crossed up. I think the car was about a 45-degree angle to the circuit, and that did lose him momentum, I'm afraid, and Fraser Fenwick's got back past him. So Matt Pollard, who was looking pretty promising, had lost 3rd place once more to Fenwick. Out of Beckett's, onto the Wellington Straight. Lap 7 we are on. Approaching a half distance, a car for the pit lane there, so one car looks to be retiring. That was 13, Scott Leach. Here's the battle for 7th, that's Oliver Graham just ahead of Kevin Dengate. Kevin Dengate, somebody else who's progressed well from 15th on the grid. And just behind them is Luke Pullin and Adam Craig, who complete the top 10. Here are the leaders. And Steve Foden has passed Sebastian Fisher, and now he's trying to get alongside Matt Pollard for 4th. So Foden's going to gain 2 places on this lap, and he goes 4th then round the outside at Woodcote corner, and he moves across in front of Pollard, and that's broken up the AB Motorsport cars in this lead pack. And another fastest lap of the race from Steve Foden. He gets quicker and quicker, 76.710 now. And we've got 6 cars separated by just 1.5 seconds after 7 laps in treacherous conditions. It's Oliver Allwood, the leader, from Brian Trott. And now for 3rd, Steve Foden challenging Fraser Fenwick. Couldn't do it. And in turn, he's under pressure from Matt Pollard, who challenges him. Back up the inside comes Pollard. He couldn't make it, though, on that inside line, which tends to be more tricky, it would seem, over the course of these races that get wetter and wetter. Down towards Brooklands. Brian Trott following Oliver Allwood for third. Steve Foden still trying to get the better of Fraser Fenwick. Behind, Sebastian Fisher was looking up the outside line of Matt Pollard. Couldn't make it work though. And catching this group is the pair behind of Oliver Graham and of Kevin Dengate. So we've got 8, nearly 9, nearly 10 cars in fact in the lead group, and round the outside at Woodcote, Steve Foden has got third. So he's really getting his way through these AB Motorsport Run cars. So Steve Foden up to P3 now as they head down towards Copse, and we head into the second half of this race. 8 laps done of what should be 16. Jason Greytrex has come up to 14th. Car number 33 started last, 40th on the grid, and is now 13th. And Zach Oates, who remember had that big spin at the start, he's just set the fastest lap of the race in 19th position, a 76.700. Zach Oates, who got the fastest lap in race 1, he was knocked out of contention at the start of this one, who's made his way back into 19th, and he's just actually passed Jack Brewer, who of course he had the contact with. He's the fastest car on the road. What about up front? Well, Brian Trott is challenging Oliver Allwood up the inside line into Brooklands, and Brian Trott retakes the lead that he had at the start of the race. Foden is third, 4th is Fenwick, 5th is Pollard, and 6th is Fisher. And you can see there's cars are about to be lapped before very much longer. Out of Luffield, and Steve Foden has followed Trott through here, round the outside at Luffield to go second. Remember, Foden started 19th in this race, so this is one of the drives of the weekend. Can he take the lead now? He's on the inside of Oliver Allwood, heading down towards of Brian Trott, I should say, into Copse corner, and he goes through, and Allwood follows him. So Steve Foden in the MCR car takes the lead, and side by side between the two AB cars for second and third positions, and Trott all over the curve sideways. But the fastest lap now goes to Matt Pollard in 4th position, 76.664. He's past the race 1 winner Fraser Fenwick. So it's Foden from Allwood, from Trott, from now Pollard even. So Matt Pollard goes ahead of Brian Trott there into Beckett's corner. So he goes up to third. He's progressing over this last lap or so, and now he's going for second. He's trying to get himself alongside his teammate Oliver Allwood, heading down the Wellington Straight, down towards Brooklands corner with 7.5 minutes to go. Up the inside into Brooklands, and he's side by side then with Allwood. This is the second of 3 races today for the Mazda MX-5 Championship, run by the British Racing and Sports Car Club. They turn their way through the right-handed corner at Luffield. What about some of the battles further back? Well, there's battles all the way through the field. At the back of that was 31, Bryn Griffiths. We've got leading group heading out of Luffield corner. There's pretty much 9 cars in it now, with Graham Dengate and Luke Pullin joining in. 3 seconds separate 9 cars as they complete 10 laps. It's Steve Foden who leads from Oliver Allwood, who's under pressure from Matt Pollard, who looks to the inside. Not being able to go through there though. Brian Trott is 4th, 5th is Fraser Fenwick, 6th is Sebastian Fisher, 7th is Oliver Graham, 8th is Kevin Dengate, and 9th is Luke Pullin. All in this leading group, heading down towards Maggots and Beckett's for the 11th time. So it's Steve Foden that turned his way through Beckett's corner as the leader. Not too sure when he last won a BRSCC race, if he's won one at all. He's leading at the moment. Another fastest lap done by Zach Oates, by the way, a 76.549, although recently he had dropped to 20th. Another fastest lap from him. He'd be kind of disappointed, I should think, how the day's gone though. Here comes Sebastian Fisher around the outside into Brooklands, trying to get the better of Fraser Fenwick. They run side by side down towards Luffield. There's a 69 car that I think's had a moment. That's Brad Jones, who gets back on again. Steve Foden trying to break the toe here. And the top 4 have got away because that side-by-side action between Sebastian Fisher and Fraser Fenwick might have caused an issue for Fenwick. I'm not sure if he's there anymore in this lead group. He's not. So Fraser Fenwick, the race 1 winner, who was looking, I think, here to take the championship lead, appears to have had an off. He comes through in 10th position. So he's lost a number of positions therefore. So we've got 8 cars left in this lead group, and completely sideways there at the back of the group was that Luke Pullin, I think. Here come the leaders though. Steve Foden's gap is coming back down again to the three AB cars of Oliver Allwood, Brian Trott and Matt Pollard. Side by side behind between Sebastian Fisher and Oliver Graham. Then you've got Kevin Dengate and the crossed up Luke Pullin. Down the Wellington Straight, 5 minutes to go, so a quarter of the race left. It's Foden that leads from new second place man Brian Trott, who comes around the outside of Oliver Allwood to take that position. Here's a Kevin Dengate, who I'm sure will be very pleased with how this race is going for him. Up in 7th place. He's raced BMWs recently as well, but back into his trusty Mazda and going really well. For third, Oliver Allwood's about to lose another position. He's already been passed by Brian Trott on this lap. And on the inside line of him now coming through Woodcote. Well, Matt Pollard was trying to come through, but he couldn't quite make it. So Foden leads down towards Copse. From Trott and Allwood and Pollard and Fisher and Graham and Dengate and Pullen, all separated by 3 seconds. The top 8 cars come out of Copse, and a challenge there for third position, I think. Matt Pollard trying to get alongside Oliver Allwood. It didn't work out for him though. So they come down towards Beckett's. There's a gap developing between Oliver Graham and Luke Pullin, who I think has got ahead of Kevin Dengate. See if we can check that. Yeah, Dengate's dropped to the back of the queue, so Luke Pullin's got ahead of him. Down towards Brooklands. Foden's been caught again, and Brian Trott is keen to try and get past here with 3 laps to go at the end of this one. There's Matt Pollard through the left-handed corner there at Brooklands. And into Luffield, it's Foden then that continues to head the way from Brian Trott. Oliver Allwood and Matt Pollard, absolutely together those 4. Covered basically by a second. So they've dropped the Sebastian Fisher and Oliver Graham duo, who in turn have dropped the Luke Pullin and Kevin Dengate battle. Here's a challenge for the lead into Copse corner. Brian Trott comes down the inside. There's yellow flags here, so you shouldn't really be overtaken. Well, Brian Trott's taking the lead though, anyway. So Brian Trott, 83, takes the lead. He'll be hoping he's got that time before the yellow flag zone. So green flags on the exit, and they continue to race. And it's Steve Foden then slots stuck into second. Oliver Allwood is third. Fourth is Matt Pollard. Another fastest lap done by Zach Oates. That's why the yellows are out. 222 is off. That's Michael Green. New fastest lap from Zach Oates. He's up to 17th for 76.367. The leaders haven't yet caught the back marker. Will they before the end? Hard to tell. Here comes Foden to the outside into Brooklands. Fisher and Graham agreed catching the top 4. There's Sebastian Fisher. Turning his way through Brooklands. The top 2 are side by side, and Steve Foden has made it work for him. Yes, he has. He's got himself back ahead then of Brian Trott. They've changed twice just on this lap. 77 leads then with 2 laps to go. Out of Luffield corner they come. So Brian Trott slotted back into second. Oliver Allwood is third. Across the line they come to start the penultimate lap. They should think they will catch 42 Toby Owen before the end. Yellows have gone in at Copse, so they can race there again. Oliver Allwood all over the back of Brian Trott. And then you've got Matt Pollard there in 4th. Again, Luke Pullin liking to use all the curves. Into Beckett's. Foden taking the wide line, trying to find the grip, but that does entice Brian Trott on the to take the inside line. They stay in the same order though as they exit Beckett's for the penultimate time. Big slipstreaming affair then down towards Brooklands, down the Wellington Straight. 77 Foden dragging everyone else along. And Brian Trott comes diving down the inside line, and he backs out of it, which may mean he loses second to Oliver Allwood. He might lose third too to Matt Pollard. So that line didn't work, did it? For Brian Trott. A rather inopportune moment for him because there's only 1 lap to go. So Steve Foden is the new leader. Second is Oliver Allwood. Third is Matt Pollard. And 4th is Brian Trott. So we might have a totally new podium for this race. The last lap board goes out. The top 3 here didn't finish on the podium in race 1. And now to come up the inside of the back marker, does the leader Foden? Can he make that work for him and get away from those behind? Oh yes, a big spin. That's 55 Matt Pollard. He got over the curves and it completely threw the car round into a spin, and I think he was leaning against Oliver Allwood at the time. So Steve Foden's got a big old lead. So just like in race 1, something happens on the last lap. So Foden looks good here for a win from 19th on the grid. He runs a bit wide at Beckett. The cars behind run wider, coming past the back marker. Who's second though? Is it Allwood or Trott? We'll check that in a moment. So the back marker really caught those out. So there's a car that might be lapped before the end. That's Rob Mugglestone. And just behind there, Steve Foden, the leader. Second is Trott, so he did get ahead of Oliver Allwood. So Trott is going to make it a double podium finish here. This weekend really going to mix up the championship too, because of course Brewer's had a bad day. Michael Nibbs has, I don't think, raced. Steve Foden, who's going to win this one, had a bad race 1. Oliver Allwood's having a big moment in the background, but it's Steve Foden then who wins to make it a second different winner in 2 races today. And Steve Foden wins round 5 of the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship by 1.6 seconds over Brian Trott. And Sebastian Fisher got third there across the line ahead of Oliver Allwood after Allwood's mistake out of Luffield. 5th for Oliver Graham, 6th for Luke Pullen, 7th for Matt Pollard, 8th for Kevin Dengate. Fraser Fenwick got 9th after his off earlier. 10th for Adam Craig, 11th for Jason Graytrex from the back of the grid, so that was a good drive too. Just beating his son on Father's Day as well, Callum Graytrex. 13th for Sam Moody, 14th for Zach Oates, who had an eventful race, 15th for George King, 16th Karen Donaldson, 17th Jack Brewer, not a good day for him, 18th for Paul Bateman, 19th for Zach Taylor, and completing the top 20 is Tim Dorr. The rest of the field flow across the line. Great driving by all in tricky conditions. We only lost 3 cars in that race. And again, great racing up front. It's the story of the day. Let's take a look at how that race went. The third of 6 Mazda MX-5 races on this MX-5 race day. And it wasn't a good start for poleman Fraser Fenwick because Brian Trott got past him. And Fenwick's race didn't really get any better from there. So Brian Trott took an early advantage. Jack Brewer had that moment out over the gravel and had a collision with a couple of cars. So that's what happened to Aston Wigley. It broke the corner on his car, which put him out of the race. And Jack Brewer and the car he made contact with, which was of course Zach Oates, had to come back through the field. We had a spin there for Stuart Simmons, so he dropped down the order. We had yellow flags out for the recovery. Oliver Allwood got the lead though into the green flag zone past Brian Trott. Fraser Fenwick was dropping down the order. Steve Foden was coming up the order from 19th on the grid. There passing Matt Pollard, the first of a train of AB Motorsport cars, where he had to pick off one by one. Which he did here, coming around the outside at Woodcote to pass Fraser Fenwick. So that was third. Up front, ahead of him, Brian Trott repassed Oliver Allwood to lead. But then that allowed Foden to also pass him. So that left just Brian Trott for Foden to make a move on. And he did so with a big toe out of Woodcote corner on the inside line for Copse. And that is the move for the win for Steve Foden to get through, and he would take the victory. And let's see what Steve thought about it with Scott Woodward.
Well, as you can probably see here, the emotions are running high for good reason, because Stuart Foden came in and he was banging the steering wheel, absolutely delighted, hugging all the team, and for good reason, because we're bringing forward, all we can say is one word: finally, first win on BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship. Jules, you don't need to say that feels good. How good does it feel?
Words can't describe this right now, Scott. If I told you I started this race 19th from the grid after a spin, going for the lead in the first race, went back from 47th to 19th, I did not think that I would be here right now. I kind of was thinking we'd end up in the top 6 or whatever, but to come out of it with a win, I can't tell you how happy I am. You know, these conditions suit me down to the ground. So, we went out, we took a punt with the setup of the car, and it's paid off. So I'm absolutely over the moon. It's about time this happens. So I just want to say thanks to my dad. Happy Father's Day as well, by the way, and to everybody watching at home and to the team. Mike, you've done a fantastic job, and a special shout out to Rod, who does a lot in the background that people don't know about.
And people don't know, you've been chasing this first win in this paddock for the last 3, 4, 5 years, so this has literally been a long time coming.
Yeah, I'd say it's about 3 years that we've kind of had the pace to win, but it's just stringing it all together, and I think taking a step back from this championship last year and going to do a full season of 5 Club really helped the kind of mentality of being able to stay at the front. But yeah, it's a credit to everybody involved. It's not just me, it's everyone else behind the scenes who are also doing a hell of a lot of work, so congratulations to them as well.
Yeah. So now your next task, you've got to go and try and do it again from pole.
Well, yeah, it's pretty hard to do that round here with the toe. I managed to break away from the toe in that race from the guys behind, and they were squabbling, so I kind of got a little bit lucky there. Kind of just head down. I was looking for the last lap board every single lap, just praying that it'd come.
Mate, go and enjoy it, mate. You deserve it. Fantastic job. Well done.
Thanks, Scott.
Appreciate it. Good stuff. Let's bring our second place in again, Brian Trott. Never second place, Brian, but it's consistency, really strong result. Just the other guys around just seem to be just pipping it a little bit, don't they?
Yeah, but I can't be unhappy with that. I mean, the conditions were interesting. I could see actually Steve coming up. I was basically just sitting in the front pack again like I did in race 1. Make sure I stay near the front somewhere. And then when he came through, I was like, well, I really need to make a move now and try and follow him, which I did. But yeah, it was, again, slipstream and that stuff and put me back. So no, all credit to Steve. He drove really well, and I was lucky to survive on that last lap with coming together between our 2 teammates, Ollie and Matt. And literally I didn't know where to go, and a gap of car wide appeared through the middle, and luckily I shot through it. Otherwise it would have been a pretty big accident coming out of the first corner. So all in all, very happy with second, 2 seconds. Yeah, we'll try for the win in the next one.
But even so, another podium. You've had a really consistent start to the season. So I mean, all in all, the points you're racking up now, they could be valuable when it gets to keeping this run up. It could be valuable towards the end of the year.
Well, it was consistently bad at Croft. We had loads, like I said earlier, we had loads and loads of issues with the car, and AB Motorsport, Team Trot have all done a great job. Get it all back together. It's now running as it should, and I feel like my season's starting now. So I've given them all a head start, and now I've got to try and catch them all up.
So they should be afraid then.
Well, let's see.
Good stuff. Well done. Good job for second place, and we'll see you for race 3.
Thank you.
And let's bring another familiar face in from race 1 again, Seb. Well, you wait for a podium on your first weekend back, and it's like buses again, isn't it? 2 come along at once. Again, got to be mega happy with that.
Yeah, very happy. Double podium, super happy with that. Normally I struggle a bit in the wet, but today I seem to have cracked it. Was lucky to avoid a couple of incidents, especially at the first corner, and on the last lap I just got Ollie. And I had a bit of an incident with Fraser as well, which I need to review because I think that might have been some of it was a bit of my fault, so apologies for that. But solid race. Yeah, double podium, amazing. I can't believe how well we're doing. And we got 2 stripy cars in the top 5. So yeah, our little team is doing really well, which is brilliant.
You've been making some really big strides the last couple of seasons. You've been really pushing yourself to become a front runner, so you seem really in the groove now.
Yeah, everything seems to be going well. So yeah, I couldn't be happy. I just love coming out, love racing. It's just the best thing. So yeah, mega happy.
Right, challenge now 3 out of 3.
Yeah, that's got to be the aim, isn't it?
Good stuff. Hopefully you can get a little better, but again, well done again for 3rd place, and we'll see you for race 3 later on.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
Great stuff. Well, there we go. That is racing done for the first part of today here on Sunday. We're going to be getting to the second part of racing in roughly about an hour and a bit's time. We are going to start the second part of our broadcast with a tribute and a minute's silence for a very dear friend of the BRSCC, David Pierre, who sadly passed away a couple of weeks ago. He meant a lot to a lot of people, including many people here at Silverstone, who of course part of the Midland Centre that he was chairman. So do be sure to join us and helping us pay respects for that one. Racing gets underway after that with the second race of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. But until then, enjoy the lunch break. We'll quickly hand you back to Josh to wrap things up for the first part of our stream, and then we'll come back for the start of this afternoon's action a little bit later on. But from me, we'll catch you in about an hour's time. We're back up to Josh in the commentary box.
Yep, thanks Scott. So let's take a look what is coming up this afternoon. It may start a little, potentially a little early, because we did finish this morning's action early, but it'll be the first race after lunch will be the second bout of the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Super Cup. The third race of the weekend for the A1 Tyres National Formula Ford Championship. Then the final 2 Mazda races for the MX5 Championship and Super Cup. The second race for the Zio Prototype Cup. And the race we haven't seen yet, the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy. So do stay with us. We'll be back shortly for the final 6 races from this British Racing and Sports Car Club race weekend, live streamed from Silverstone.
sadly lost very recently. We're all gathered on the grid here to remember our very dearly departed friend and colleague, Mr. Dave Pierre. For those of you who are around the circuit, and also those who've been watching on the live stream, you'll see there is a parade lap taking place on the live stream, which featured the BRSCC Midlands rescue vehicle, which he was a big part, which is a new investment recently by the club. Also alongside the Run Your Fleet Jaguar safety car, and also cars with Peter Daly, our chairman, and one of our directors, Glyn Lee, leading a parade lap in tribute to Dave, and that featured his son Stuart, Stuart's partner Kelly, Dave's daughter Louise, grandson Anthony, son-in-law Alan, and granddaughter Nicola. And also here representing Motorsport UK is Sue Sanders, the Learning and Development Director. Well, David was a stalwart to the club and gave his time, service and dedication over several decades in the sport. He was chairman of the Midlands Centre for a number of years and also provided training to many marshals and clerks along the way, with the reach of his advice and teaching making to travel as far afield as China and South Africa. David himself had marshalled at race and circuits and events all over the world, which made him an authority on all things volunteering in motorsport, something which served him well when he was a member of the Midlands Centre's rescue unit, where he eventually became its captain and also formed a major part of Motorsport UK's rescue panel for several years. David was also involved in the marshal selection process for the Formula 1 British Grand Prix during the 1980s and 1990s. In more recent times, many people knew David as an international race director and clerk of the course, first gaining his clerk licence in 1992 and then becoming a Motorsport UK steward in 1998. David's vast of clerking and race direction allowed him to oversee major series such as the British GT Championship, the National Formula 4 Championship and the first season of W Series in 2019, and that is something he was honoured and proud to have been selected for. From 2015 up until last year, David has also been a permanent clerk of the course for the F4 British Championship, certified by FIA, powered by Ford EcoBoost, keeping an eye on many of the young racing stars of the future, including Lando Norris, Colton Herta, Max Futrell and Jamie Caroline, among others. In 2014, he was honoured by the club as the winner of that season's Burt Lampkin Memorial Salver, an occasion that also saw him celebrate his 70th birthday on the same evening. David was someone who was instrumental in the education and tuition of many clerks of the course and race directors, including our own chairman Peter Daly, who was a dear friend to him, and he played a vital part in their careers in motorsport. Not only was he a fiercely loyal member of the club, but he was also a dedicated volunteer, a superb benchmark for all clerks and marshals to measure themselves against, and someone who truly knew the ins and outs of what it took to be a successful race official. Above all else, he was also a great friend to many others within the club and both British and international motorsport, and we're certain that he'll be deeply missed and very much fondly remembered, as many will today. So please, both on the live stream here this weekend and also around the circuit, please join us in a minute's silence to remember our dearly departed friend and colleague, Mr. Dave Pierre. And we hope that you're looking down on us and enjoying today's racing. So thank you very much, everyone, and round of applause for Dave, please, in tribute to him. Thank you very much. Thank you for remembering Dave and the way he would have wanted. It's time to get racing back underway, so I'll hand up to Dave and Adam in the commentary box, and also to Josh on my live stream. Over to you to get this first race of the afternoon underway, which is race 2 of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, and hopefully these guys will put on a show that is fitting of our dearly departed friend Dave Pierre, who we miss very much. So Dave, thank you for everything that you did, and we miss you.
So BRSCC racing continues in Dave Pierre's memory and the circuit still, but as this morning's racing suggested, it should be some excellent racing for this afternoon's action. So let's take for this Mazda MX-5 Super Cup race, which we'll see in a moment's time, for the second race of the weekend. And here they are. On the front row will be Sam Smith and Patrick Fletcher. On row 2, Declan Lee and Richard Amos. On row 3, John Langridge and Jack Hardin. And on row 4, James Cousins and Luke Whitworth. On the fifth row of the grid sees Kevin Sylvain and Nick Rutter. On row 6, Simon Fleet and Adam Bessel. On row 7, Simon Baldwin and Clive Powell. And on row 8, Will Blackwell Chambers with Tom Selden alongside. On row 9, Tom Smith starts alongside Braden Fletcher. On row 10, Martin Tolley and Chris Richardson. On row 11, Martin Canning and Lee Britton, with on row 12, Martin Heath and George Grant. Alex Miller starts on row 13 alongside Matthew Hallam. And on row 14, James Warrior and Seamus Heaney. Row 15, Nick Dunn and Bruce Robinson, with on row 16, Clive Chisnell and Will Wright. The 17th row of the grid has Stephen New alongside Marcus Colton, and on row 18 Alex Jones alongside Andrew Flynn. On row 19 Liz Walton and Matt Pickford, and on the final and 20th row of the grid Xavier Brooke and Ivor Mares. So a full 40 car for the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. Some of the reserves get a race after a few issues for some others from earlier. This is the 5th round of the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup for Mark III MX5s, one of the most competitive club racing categories in the UK, and qualifying very much showed that yesterday with about half the grid within a second, and we saw an excellent race this morning in worsening conditions, which was won by Sam Smith over from Adam Bessel and Jack Hardin. There was a penalty for Richard Amos, so he dropped well down the order. But this grid is set by the second fastest lap from qualifying, so the results not set by the grid here. The second best laps from qualifying sets the grid for the second of 3 races today for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, and the green flag lap will shortly be getting underway. Sam Smith is the reigning champion that starts from pole position. He was quickest in qualifying, and he won the earlier race by about half a second. Alongside him is Patrick Fletcher, who was twice a winner at Croft last time out, the former double Clio champion, but switching to rear-wheel drive Mazdas over the last couple of seasons. On row 2, Declan Lee, a great qualifying session from him. He finished 4th in this morning's race too, so he's having a great weekend. Coming to this weekend, he was 11th in the championship, so going much better at Silverstone than he went at Croft. Alongside him is Richard Amos, who's been a star of the weekend up until he got that track limit penalty, the club class driver. Qualified there 4th on the grid and was right amongst the front runners earlier. And on row 3 got John Langridge, the former Mark 1 race winner. He was a winner elsewhere in endurance racing last weekend in a Mazda, but he's back in this Super Cup car, and he starts on row 3 alongside Jack Hardin, who is always a front runner. He's yet to win a race this year though, but he has been on the podium in every race, much like Sam Smith. On row 4, James Cousins, he was running 2nd earlier but dropped to 7th as well there to start on the 4th row of the grid. He finished 13th earlier, so he'll be hoping to have a better race this time. On row 5, Kevin Sylvain, he was the club class winner in the end earlier after Richard Amos was penalised, and Nick Rutter starts alongside him. A bit further back, watch out for Adam Bessel, he finished 2nd earlier, he starts 12th this time. Will Blackwell Chambers, former champion of the Mark 1 category, he starts 15th. He finished 10th earlier, so a couple of drivers there who should move through the field. Braden Fletcher too, he was a fast starter earlier. He starts 18th on the grid. The younger brother of current British GT racer Kelvin Fletcher, and more well known for British GT racer Kelvin Fletcher, and more well known for his Strictly Come Dancing and Emmerdale exploits. But Braden Fletcher there starts P18. Matt Hallam gets to race this time. He was a reserve coming into the weekend, a Formula Ford racer. He starts 26th. So he should go well. Clapham Northman out there too. George Grant, a big supporter of the MX5 Super Cup racing. So he'll be hoping to progress. Went really well at Brands Hatch at the end of last season, which was in similar kind of conditions. So slippery and wet. So it's going to be tricky out there. But everybody should know what setup to go on, because the weather has been pretty static for the last hour or so. And lining up there on the front row of the grid, Patrick Fletcher and Sam Smith, two of the main championship contenders this season. The third of them really being Jack Hardin, who starts there on row 3. And this huge grid of cars are all lining up on the grid. It's absolutely fantastic to see. 3 full grids this weekend. There's nearly 120 Mazda MX-5s racing over the course of the 2 days. We saw the MX-5 Clubman Championship yesterday, which had something like 35 cars on the grid. The MX-5 Championship had 47 cars qualify yesterday. Obviously only 40 can start in a race. And the MX-5 Super Cup had 42 cars qualify yesterday. And again, 40 cars on the grid here. So brilliant to see the huge entries for the British Racing Sports Car Club. This is round 5 of the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, which gets underway now then, and everybody gets away without too much of an issue, which is good to see. This is a 20-minute race, and Patrick Fletcher's made a good start here, and he's right alongside Sam Smith as they turn their way through Copse Corner. Lots and lots of spray in the mid-pack, so it'll be difficult to see for those further back in the pack. You can see 66 there. That was Martin Heath, one of the club class runners, and they will make their way down towards Maggots, where Sam Smith leads the motor race from Patrick Fletcher, who's in second position. In third is Richard Amos, another good start from him. It's very hard to pick up cars in the middle because there is a lot more spray than there was earlier for these cars. They turn their way through Beckett's and onto the Wellington Straight for the first time, and slipstreaming won't be quite as effective as in the dry, but it's certainly still possible. Patrick Fletcher didn't have a good race earlier. He finished 6th, so he's hoping for a better one this time, as the field make their way at least 2 wide, 3 wide on occasions, down in towards Brooklands Corner for the first time. They turn. There's number 67, Clive Chisnell, amongst the battlers, and out of Luffield comes the leader. Sam Smith has held on then ahead of Patrick Fletcher. Richard Amos 3rd, 4th is Declan Lee. In 5th position there was James Cousins, I think, who made a good start as they stream across the line with no real gaps developing between anybody. It was Cousins in 5th. 6th is John Langridge. 7th, a good start for Adam Bessel. Poor start from Jack Hardin, his 8th. 9th is Kevin Sylvain, and 10th is Luke Whitworth after lap 1 of 20 minutes of MX5 Super Cup racing. And Sam Smith's had a good run through Copse Corner. He's starting to pull away from Patrick Fletcher for 3rd. Look at James Cousins go, card number 24. He started 7th on the grid. I think he grabbed 3rd on the inside line into Beckett, sir. Car 15 goes for a spin. That is Clive Powles. I think the car that was alongside him also spun. 41 Tom Smith. They both, though, should rejoin without too much of a problem, but of course they will have lost time. Cousins is 3rd. This is a great start to the race for car number 24 there, who's up into 3rd place. James Cousins up the inside. Here comes Adam Bessel, who's made an even better start to this motor race because he started 12th and he's up to 4th now. He's alongside the car there of Richard Amos. That's Martin Tolley, who's gone off there at Brooklands, but he'll get back on. The top 3 are getting away, being headed by Sam Smith from Patrick Fletcher and James Cousins. In a 4th position is Amos, with Adam Bessel in 5th. Remember, he started 12th, so it's been a good start for him. He was 7th after 1 lap. He might get 4th as they make their way down towards Copse Corner, but that's defended, I think, by Amos. Patrick Fletcher had a look down the inside, couldn't do it. Bessel on the curb there, the car got sideways. Declan Lee is behind with John Langridge in P7. Who gets there sideways as well. Jack Hardin 8th, and there's loads of cars that have run very, very wide out of Copse Corner, so that wouldn't have helped their case. Simon Baldwin set the fastest lap on the first fly. He's in 10th with a 76.738. So he's making progress. There's car number 6 then. That is the club class leader, Richard Amos, but he's looking for a good result today. He's currently 4th. Simon Baldwin was the one that was way out wide there at Beckett's. Trying to gain positions. Here comes Patrick Fletcher having a sneaky look up the inside of the race leader, Sam Smith. There's Amos looking to pass. He's in passed, I should say, by Adam Bessel. So Bessel up to 4th now. He's got it done this time. Up ahead of the Sam Smith Racing car there of Amos as they turn their way through Luffield. John Langridge is behind, ahead of Declan Lee. So that's a change on this lap, with Jack Hardin struggling down in 8th. He struggled in the first part of the last race too, then came through well. Simon Baldwin is 9th, so he's got himself ahead of Kevin Sylvain. There's car 12, that is Declan Lee as they complete 3 laps of this race. And Patrick Fletcher is challenging for the lead. He's looking to the outside, he's very close to the back of the race leader of Sam Smith. He's done the fastest lap as Fletcher now, a 76.700. The double Clio champion trying to go for the lead as they head their way down towards Maggots. Everybody else can't see a thing in the spray. So Patrick Fletcher keen to come to make a move as they make their way down to Beckett's. Can't do it. James Cousins is there in P3. Then there's a gap back to Adam Bessel, who will be looking to bridge the gap, and he's doing so already with 1.5 seconds behind after when they crossed the line after 3 laps. So he looks closer to me now as they head down the Wellington Straight for the 4th time. Fletcher again looks to the inside of Sam Smith as they break then down into Brooklands corner. There's James Cousins. Remember, he was a good starter from 7th on the grid. He made good progress here, so has good pace, it would seem, in the early stage of the race. Here comes Fletcher to the inside into Luffield. We know the outside line works well, though, at that corner, so Sam Smith hangs on in front. Very inviting, the inside line, when someone takes a wide line though, like that. Fletcher it didn't work for, though, which has allowed Cousins right onto his tail initially, but then Fletcher seems to get through the gears well and gets back on terms with Sam Smith using the slipstream. And he crosses the line after 4 laps, only 0.2 of a second away from the leader as they turn their way into Copse Corner with James Cousins third. It's been an incident, no, I'm afraid, at Copse Corner, I should say, involving Scott Wright, car number 11 in the Paddock Motorsport car. And this is going to bring out our first safety car of the day. So safety car boards are being shown. Both drivers seem to be okay. Already out the car is Scott Wright, and the other driver is about to get out of his car once I think the cars have all passed him. And that other car might well have been Kevin Sylvain. 62 hasn't come round. No, he has now. So he's lost a lot of time. So Kevin Sylvain had an issue. So it's a couple of cars at the back that had that incident at Copse Corner. Car number 11 with Scott Wright. It looks like Alex Jones is the other one. So it's Alex Jones, the former Formula V racer, who just gets out of his car there. Would look like the front left corners off it. Yeah, they're the 2 cars that have gone missing. So it's car number 33, Alex Jones, which is the car that is on the circuit, and car number 11 that's in the gravel is Scott Wright. So brief pause now while the safety car is out. 2 cars to be recovered by the rescue crews here at Silverstone. Prior to the safety car coming out, Adam Bessel did the fastest lap of the race, a 75.830. He's in 4th. Leading the race, number 1, Sam Smith. In 2nd is 29, Patrick Fletcher. 3rd, 24, James Cousins. 4th is 4, Adam Bessel. 5th is number 6, Richard Amos. 6th is number 5, John Langridge. You can see this on your screen now. In 7th is 12, Declan Lee. 8th is 43, Jack Hardin. 9th is 2, Simon Baldwin. 10th is 18, Will Blackwell Chambers. 11th is number 10, Braden Fletcher. 12th is 419, Martin Canning. 13th is 55, Simon Fleet. In 14th, 41, Sam Smith. 15th is 96, which is Chris Richardson. In 15th is 66, Martin Heath. 17th is 23, Martin Tolley. 18th, 757, Luke Whitworth. 19th is 99, which is Nick Rutter. And in 20th position is 69, George Grant. So the cars pass the incident zone. There's 18 further cars in this race. Let's give you who they are. 21st is number 7, Alex Miller. 22nd is 17, Nick Dunn. In 23rd is number 50, which is Lee Britton. In 24th is 40, which is Matthew Hallam, of course, making his MX5 debut. In 25th position is 47, which is James Warrior. In 26th position is 70, Xavier Brooks. In 27th is 15, Clive Powles. In 28th is 77, which is Seamus Heaney. In 29th is 90, Bruce Robinson. 30th is number 13, Tom Selden. 31st is 67, Clive Chisnell. And 32nd is 78, which is Marcus Colton. In 33rd is 777, Andrew Flynn. In 24th is 35, which is the new car. Then in 25th is 67, Kevin Sylvain. In 26th is 16, Matt Pickford. 27th is 19, Liz Walton. And 38th is 316, Ivor Mares. So that's how the 38 cars are currently running. 25 car is Stephen New. So Stephen New in car 16, 25 even, which is was a late addition to the entry. Who managed to get a race though, nevertheless, after a couple of cars have had to pull out, including Michael Nibbs. He didn't get to race early after qualifying on the front row. Real shame for him because he was up in 5th in the championship heading here to Silverstone. So recovery continues. The safety car is out, and it's Sam Smith that's following him behind, following the safety car around with 11 minutes of the race still to go. So we will get some racing in still. So Jack Harding, not a good start for him. He's down in 8th position in 43. So real shame, or not great for him, who started 6th on the grid. So that's car 11, which is being pulled off. That's the Scott Wright car. Looks like the front right corner is broken on that one. It's the front left corner that is broken on the Alex Jones car. See there on screen, car number 77, which is Seamus Heaney, and he is running in 28th position. Give the club class runners the order there. Leading that is car number 6, which is Richard Amos. Second is 66, Martin Heath. And in 3rd position, number 70, Xavier Brooks. So a championship within a championship here, although all running to the same spec of Mazda MX-5. Alex Jones's car is about to be put onto the back of the flatbed. Obviously both these cars needing a lift as they've got a broken corner on them. Alex Jones making his debut in MX5 racing after a number of seasons in Formula V. So a very different type of car to get used to, but unfortunately it's broken. So work to do. It's unlikely, I guess, to get out for the 2nd or the 3rd race of the day, because it's only about an hour or so between this race and the next one for the MX5 Super Cup, with 3 races in a day unusually. So we should have a lap or so of the safety car period, and then we get the race back underway with something like 7 minutes to go, with Sam Smith leading. Then the champion from last year took his first win of the season earlier on today, and he's looking to repeat it. Patrick Fletcher did at Croft, where he won the first 2 races of the weekend, and then the 3rd race will have a partially reversed grid to add even further excitement into these races, which have been very good all the way through the day. All the BRSCC Mazda races for the Mark 1s or the Mark 3s. See Jack Harding there weaving about, the driver who I think took the championship lead after the earlier race. Although not yet a winner. He's had a second, a 3rd, and another 3rd place. So on the podium in every race for Jack Harding up to now. But this race is going to be much more difficult for him to achieve that feat, with him down in 8th position. So we're going to get at least one further lap of safety car running. Adam Bessel there, you can see, really weaving side to side. He's been the biggest mover really in this race, because he started 12th on the grid after not really getting 2 quick laps in qualifying, but he's worked his way up to 4th over those first 4 or so racing laps, so he might be able to progress further. He's the driver with the fastest lap of the race, a 75.830, which is almost a second quicker than the 3 cars in front of him. But of course, being able to use the slipstream too. There's car number 7, which is Alex Miller. He shared the car with John Langridge that they won in the Enduro race at Brands Hatch last weekend. So coming here to Silverstone. And Alex Miller is running in 23rd position at the moment, just behind George Grant. See lots of team members on the pit wall, lots of support behind the MX5 Super Cup drivers. A lot of the cars run in teams, but there are some of the drivers which run themselves. which is absolutely the ethos of club motorsport, whether you do it yourself or you do it within a team. Either way can be successful, because Sam Smith there and Patrick Fletcher really run cars themselves. Patrick Fletcher with his dad Andy, and Sam Smith I think sort of teams up with a couple of the teams as well, but primarily runs it as Sam Smith Motorsport. There's 23 Martin Tolley, who's in the Go For It racing car. I think he's basically runs that team. 6 minutes of racing to go, which hopefully we'll get a green flag in a moment or so. So there's Sam Smith really weaving about, hoping to make the break when we do restart, and looking how he's starting to drive would suggest this lap we will go racing. We're about 5 minutes to go, so about 5 laps of racing we should get in. There's John Langridge in the number 5 car run by Blink Motorsport. And yeah, it looks like the safety car's gone, so we're going to get back under racing now then, with about 5 laps of racing to go. Yeah, the safety car pulls in, and we're about to go then with Sam Smith controlling the pace to the line, and they get a green flag at the line, and racing can resume. He's taking it very slowly initially, and now he accelerates on the exit of the corner, and he's made a good jump indeed from Patrick Fletcher, so not a good start from Fletcher at all there. So Sam Smith's going to have a good lead across the line. Fletcher's going to be under increasing pressure from James Cousins and Adam Bessel, who both made good progress at the start. So the green flag is waved, and away they go then for this last 5 minutes of racing for the MX5 Super Cup for their second race of the weekend. The cars all stream across the line, still 38 of them in the race. Just those 2 cars involved in the Cops Corner incident, which have been eliminated, and by the time they get to Beckett, you can see this second or so in margin that Sam Smith made. Adam Bessel's all out of control, and he's off the road, and John Langridge has gone off with him. So that's the elite access car of Adam Bessel that's had to rejoin over the grass, over the Grand Prix circuit as well. He went so far off, and John Langridge involved too there. They were in 4th and 6th positions, but Bessel was all out of control in the braking zone and just couldn't get the car stopped. So that means into 4th comes Richard Amos. In 5th is Jack Hardin, so a good restart there for Hardin, the championship leader. Although yet to win a race this year, it's been on the podium every time up to now. In 6th position is Declan Lee, 96, has a spin. That's Christopher Richardson, who rotates, and everybody just about misses him, which is good. I think this 1 second margin has come down somewhat from between Sam Smith and Patrick Fletcher. And Fletcher's pulled away from James Cousins, who was right on his tail up to the line last time. Yeah, fastest lap of the race. We're on Patrick Fletcher, 75.780, and he's right on the tail of the leader, Sam Smith. So can Fletcher challenge to take a win here? Well, he certainly seems to have the pace. You can see the order there on the left-hand side of your screen. And it's Sam Smith from Patrick Fletcher and James Cousins and Richard Amos and Jack Hardin and Declan Lee in the top 6. Here they come down towards Beckett's corner here. Will Blackwell Chambers is also in this group, as is Simon Baldwin and Braden Fletcher and Sam Smith and Martin Canning too. So I think it's about 11 car breakaway. John Langridge recovered to 12th and Adam Bessel 17th after their grassy moments a lap ago. Here comes Fletcher then to the inside, down into Brooklands, and Patrick Fletcher takes the lead, does he, on that inside line? Although we know the outside line has grip, so he might not achieve it. He doesn't, in fact, so Sam Smith stays in front, but that was a good effort from Fletcher. He tried to use that inside line, the shorter distance, but a bit more slippery in these conditions. But that's brought everybody back into play, really, with James Cousins bringing Richard Amos and Jack Hardin and Declan Lee with him, as they complete 10 laps now, with 3 further laps to go of the race. And Sam Smith feels the need to defend from Fletcher, who tried to come up the outside line. They're absolutely will-to-will in the braking zone. Fletcher on the curb, got the car a little bit sideways, but he's still alongside. Now he's going to be on the curb. Well, he's more on the curb than he's off the road, isn't he? Well out over the tarmac runoff, which might bring James Cousins into contention by the time they get to Maggots. Well, Fletcher's done it in interesting fashion off the road, but of course he was alongside before that as they went through the corner. So Patrick Fletcher does lead now. That'll be closely monitored by the officials, but pretty much everybody here at Beckett's is going over the white lines as well, so very hard for the officials to keep on track with this, especially in these tricky conditions. Fastest lap for Will Blackwell Chambers, 75.723, and there's been an off there for Tom Selden in the Luke Herbert racing car. That was at Brooklands, so that's where the leaders are going down to now, which will be a yellow flag zone, so there should be no overtaking. And into Luffield they can though, and Sam Smith immediately re-challenges up the inside of Patrick Fletcher, who takes the long line round Luffield, the line that Sam Smith's been doing all day, and Smith tried the inside for the first time and it didn't work at all for him, so he's lost a lot of time on the exit of the corner, which brings James Cousins and Richard Amos right into contention as they come across the line to complete 11 laps. There's 2 laps we should squeeze 2 more laps in. The marshal's working hard to get Tom Selden's car out of the way so we can have green flag racing. There's Jack Harding right on the tail of Richard Amos, who's right on the tail of Sam Smith and James Cousins, who are side by side for 2nd and 3rd positions. We've now got 777 off Andrew Flynn. Not too sure where that is, but Andrew Flynn has come to grief. I think that's at Beckett's, isn't it? So Andrew Flynn off at Beckett's, 777. Indeed, and the leaders are just passing that zone now, which is headed by Patrick Fletcher. He was 2/3 of a second ahead of Tom Smith, Sam Smith, I should say, who's managed to keep himself ahead of James Cousins in that side-by-side action. Double yellow still at Brooklands, so a lot of the track is under yellow flag at the moment, so no overtaking around those parts of the circuit anyway. In 4th place, Richard Amos. 5th is Jack Harding. 6th is Will Blackwell Chambers, who's progressed from 15th on the grid. Declan Lee is 7th, Simon Baldwin is 8th, 9th is Braden Fletcher, and 10th is Sam Smith. Got 1 further lap to go if the officials are going to let it keep running, because of course so much of the track is under yellow flags, so we'll just check to see if we do get the final lap board, the last lap board we do, so the officials happy for the race to continue with yellow flags out on track, and it's Patrick Fletcher that leads then into Copse Corner, which is I think a green flag zone, so they can race behind. Fletcher 6/10 so clear of Sam Smith, who goes wide, very wide at Copse Corner. Is that going to hurt him? Though we know you can carry the speed there and not lose time, and I think that's what the case has been for Smith. He's got away from a real battle pack for 3rd, which is side by side into that yellow flag zone, unhelpfully really. James Cousins and Richard Amos at the front of it, and it's Cousins who comes out on top as they head back into a green flag zone, and hopefully Brooklands will be green for the final lap of the race. It is, so they can race into this final complex of corners then, and Sam Smith is very racy. He's right on the tail end of Patrick Fletcher as they turn their way through the left-hander at Brooklands. It's 29 Fletcher that's currently ahead. A real battle pack behind, but Smith is sideways there on the exit of Brooklands. Fletcher kind of defends to the middle of the road, so let's hope for his sake that he gets a good exit to Luffield Corner here. And I think he has. He's got a decent gap over Smith. It's side by side behind, and Richard Amos has come through to 3rd place, which will be a great result for him. But for the win of the race overall, it's Patrick Fletcher who wins then for the 3rd time this season. Sam Smith follows him home in 2nd. 3rd goes to Richard Amos. Surely that's his best result in the category. 4th for James Cousins. 5th for Declan Lee. 6th Jack Harding, his first non-podium of the year. 7th for Will Blackwell Chambers. 8th for Simon Baldwin. 9th for Sam Smith. 10th for Braden Fletcher. 11th Martin Canning. 12th for John Langridge. And 13th Adam Bessel. They both recovered after they're off. 14th Martin Tolley. 15th Luke Whitworth. 16th for Martin Heath. 17th for Nick Dunn. 18th for Simon Fleet. 19th for Chris Richardson. And 20th for Alex Miller. The rest of the field flow across the line to take the checkered flag then in what was a 13-lap race with that interruption in the middle. We only lost 4 cars in the end. We saw all those cars scattered around the circuit. Let's have a look at the highlights of that race though. So they got underway with Sam Smith on pole position. He made the better start. He got ahead of Patrick Fletcher on the start of the race. You had car 12, Declan Lee, in 3rd in the early stages of it. They turned their way to the end 1 lap with a huge swarm of cars at the front. Lots of spray in the mid-pack to deal with. Really tricky conditions. And that caused a spin for Clive Powles. Patrick Fletcher challenged for the lead, but there were drivers on a mission, including Adam Bessel, who moved up from 12th on the grid. He ended up getting 4th before problems later. Sam Smith come under increasing pressure for Patrick Fletcher before there was an incident between Scott Wright and Alex Jones. That caused a safety car. which meant a 5-lap restart, which Sam Smith made a good restart. He made a good gap from Patrick Fletcher, but it wasn't enough to break the tow. Adam Bestel and John Langridge outbroke themselves into better kicks and had a big old moment, but they managed to rejoin and recovered to 12th and 13th. It was an inside line move from Patrick Fletcher into Brooklands corner to try and overhaul Sam Smith. He couldn't manage it on that occasion, but it was this outside move through Copse where him and Sam Smith went side by side, and Fletcher used all of the road and more to take the lead of the motor race. A lead that he would never lose, and beat Sam Smith by half a second at the checkered flag, with club class driver Richard Amos taking an overall podium in 3rd. Let's hear from Scott Woodwis with our top 3. So we'll hear from Scott in a moment. There's our top 3 drivers then, all having a chat with each other after taking the checkered flag. There's, I think, Richard Amos and Sam Smith discussing how their races went, and Patrick Fletcher, who saw a moment ago, the race winner. So a great race there. Unfortunately had that interruption in the middle in very tricky conditions. So there's Richard Amos, the club class winner, but the winner overall too. And we'll head now down and hear from Scott with our top 3.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, go now. Well, another MX5 Super Cup race, another 3 very happy drivers for various different reasons, so we'll jump and have a quick conversation, but have a chat to all 3 first of all with our winner for the 3rd time this year, Patrick Fletcher. You're getting the habit of this now, aren't you?
It's I wouldn't say a habit. That last race was very difficult, but no, it's nice to rack up three wins so far.
Yeah, because as we talked about at Croft, you're of course an independent outfit based on all the other bigger teams are out there, so you just seem to have a knack for the car, don't you?
Well, there's a lot of hard work and sweat, blood and tears that goes into the car, so I just want to thank my family, so the Fletchers and Andrew Tibbs Racing as well, who sets the car up for me. Yeah, and we've got a lot of support as well, so we've got a lot of people watching at home. I've got family in the grandstand, so I think my girlfriend's not here this weekend and she's watching on live stream, so I've got a lot of support, and no, the car feels good. It's just got to keep on the track. That's the hard bit.
Yeah, they make it tough for you out there, don't they?
Yeah, I think we hit a few times and we went across the curbs a few times, and it's so easy just to spin it, but no, I'm happy to bring it home in one piece after that race.
So it's now 1-1 for wins today between you and Sam. Someone's got to break the deadlock.
No, there'll be a reverse grid, and then there'll be many people that could take that final win of the day. So no, the last race will be interesting. It's in just about an hour's time, so it's very soon.
Great stuff. Well, well done for win number 3, and we'll see you for race number 3 later on.
Thank you very much. I also want to thank my new sponsors for this round, HPS, Heat and Plumbing Supplies. Head down there if you need any of your heating needs.
There you go. Good stuff. Thank you, Patrick. Let's bring in Sam for 2nd place. It's become a bit of a tussle between you two, isn't it, you and Patrick? So it's 1-1 today, isn't it?
1-1 today, mate. Yeah, I had him in quali, so if I can get him again, I'll be happy days. Yeah, he drove really well. I was just trying to be Mr. Consistent. Really. I know wet weather's not to my strength, so if I can stay on. Again, we had problems at Croft, so damage limitation, but again in the wet weather, damage limitation again for me really. But it was nice to actually follow another car, so I can see where he was a lot quicker than I was. So if it's wet for the next one, moving forward, I know where I need to improve now, which is a positive thing.
The great thing is you've never been off the podium all season so far. I mean, that's got to be nothing but rock solid consistency to really put you in the hunt to defend your title.
Well, that's what we've got to do. It's the same last season, really. I think we had 1 or 2 rounds off the podium, but that's what won us the championship in the end, and that's what it's about, bringing trophies home. And we'll do our best. We're starting reverse grid, so I think I'll be starting P9, I think it'll be. So
that'll be a learning curve again in the Mark 3. I've not been that far back before, so
have to get your elbows out.
Do my best, mate. Yeah.
Good stuff. Well done. Good stuff for second place.
Thank you very much.
And let's bring in third place overall and our club class winner as well. Well, Rich Themis, you're on fire today. You were up there, I think, fourth in the first race, third in the second one. You must have had something for breakfast.
Well, I didn't actually have anything for breakfast, but it's not normal really. Just, I don't know, it's just kind of qualifying went alright yesterday. It's put me in the right bit of the race, and it's difficult conditions. I think a lot of people are struggling, and it's just, you know, it's hard to race in this weather, and I think everyone's doing well just to keep it on, to be honest. So yeah, it's good.
Being teammates to Sam helps as well.
It does, yeah. We learn a lot from each other. So he's obviously faster than me, but yeah, just bringing me along slowly, and yeah, creeping up to the front. Hopefully, we racing each other soon. So yeah.
And now you got to start ahead of these two for the third race.
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah, I've never been up in this position, so I don't know how it works. But yeah, I'll be there somewhere, I guess, and yeah, hopefully just keep it on.
Yeah, you'll get there.
Yeah, try to. Yeah.
Good stuff. Well done for third place, and of course club class win as well.
Yeah, brilliant. Cheers. Thank you.
Great stuff. So, more man's MX5 Super Cup coming up later. Now on track back to single seaters and the third and final race of the weekend for the Avon Tyres National Formula 4 Championship. We had a thrilling race earlier on today, which was won by Chris Middlehurst. Alex Walker won the first race yesterday. So the question is it going to be one of those two taking race number 3, or will a different winner pop up in this final encounter? Let's find out.
The third race of the weekend for the Avon Tyres National Formula 4 Championship. This race, which features a partially reversed grid from the race this morning, which should mean even further excitement. But it's by far the wettest Formula Ford race of the weekend. This is how they line up then. Colin Queen and Max Esterson on row 1. On row 2, Carter Williams and Rory Smith, with Tom Mills and Joey Foster on row 3. Chris Middlehurst lines up alongside Jamie Sharp on row 4. On the 5th row, Lucas Romanek and Megan Gilks. Row 6 is Andre Lafond and Morgan Quinn, with Jamie Vinyl-Mayer and Ben Tinkler on row 7. Benjamin Cochran and Alex Walker complete the 16-car grid. So we've already had a couple of Formula Ford races this weekend. The first race was dry, the second race was damp. This race is going to be full wet conditions. Yesterday it was Max Esterson that took the victory from Chris Middlehurst and Alex Walker. Race 2, which took place earlier today, Chris Middlehurst won just from Joey Foster and Tom Mills, where two championship contenders, Max Esterson and Alex Walker, had a coming together. For the reversal grid, Esterson starts on the front row, where Alex Walker, because he didn't finish earlier, starts right at the back, and that has closed them right up in the championship too. This is the 8th round of the championship. We had 3 races at Donington Park, where Alex Walker won twice and Rory Smith won once. And at Knock Hill last time out, Alex Walker won again, and Chris Middlehurst was the other winner. So we'll mix up here with Colin Queen taking pole position with a partially reversed grid alongside his teammate. So you've got the two low density racing Rays there on the front row of the grid. The two American racers, and then another American start third. That's Carter Williams, who's done some British Formula 4 racing in the past. He starts third. He's in the Van Diemen that's run by Oldfield Motorsport, a Formula Ford Festival winning team of the past. And alongside him is last year's festival winner, Rory Smith, who drives the BM Racing Medina. On row 3, Tom Mills in the Kevin Mills Racing Spectrum, the first of the 4 Spectrums we have out there. And alongside him, Joey Foster, who was the quickest in the damp qualifying session yesterday. He's in the Don Hardman run Furman. Row 4, Chris Middlehurst, the earlier winner, driving the Bernard Dolan run Van Diemen. So then the rest is how they finished earlier. So Jamie Sharp, another former F4 racer in the BM Racing Medina. Then the Spectrums of Lucas Romanek and Megan Gilks, their teammate at the back. Alex Walker, the car is fixed after it had broken wishbones earlier after the contact with Max Esterson, who starts right at the front. Esterson surely the favourite here, starting on the front row of the grid, but it's Super competitive, even though the grid isn't as big as perhaps we might like. There's 16 very competitive cars. It gets away then for the 8th round of the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Championship. It's not a good start from Alex Walker from the back, but it's a good start from Max Esterson. His championship rival takes the lead, and a spin already on the way down towards Copse Corner for one of the Oldfield Motorsport cars. That's a Jamie Vinyl Mayer driven car who went well in the historic element of the Waterhouse Trophy here last year. But that's not a good start to his race. The two low Dempsey cars getting away then. The Rays of Esterson and Queen. Rory Smith's got 3rd. The Spectrum there of Tom Mills gets 4th away from Carter Williams, and Chris Middlehurst follows him, as does Joey Foster, I think. So really run out wide there was Carter Williams as they make their way onto the Wellington Straight. This is the 15-minute race for the Avon Tyres Formula Ford Championship. Their final race of the weekend. There's Tom Mills, 21. Looking out there for a challenge, because up the inside came the 3rd of the low Dempsey cars of Andre Lafond, up the inside of Megan Gilks, the former W Series racer. In front, that's Alex Walker. No, that was Lucas Romanek, wasn't it? Her teammate Alex Romanek going up the inside to gain a place away from Carter Williams, who hasn't had a good first lap. Alex Walker's right at the back still. I don't think that car is running particularly nicely, it would seem, after the damage earlier. He's not making any progress. Across the line they come then. It's Esterson leading by 0.3 of a second from Colin Queen, who's going with him pretty well at the moment. You've got Joey Foster going through shot there. And in front of him was that Chris Middlehurst passing Tom Mills. So Mills loses out then to Chris Middlehurst, who makes his way into 4th position. In front of the pair of them there is Rory Smith, who's 3rd in the BM Racing Medina. Lots of road being used at the exit of Beckett's, as we've seen a lot of the time since it's been very wet. Colin Queen here though, he's going right with Esterson, so this is really good from him. His best road result of the season, I think, has been a 5th place. Here's Joey Foster, he's passing Tom Mills now on the inside line into Brooklands. Is that going to work for him? No, it's not, and he could come under pressure from Jamie Sharp here, who's not had a very good weekend at Silverstone. He'd been a podium finisher at Donington Park earlier in the year, was running 3rd in the championship coming here, but it's not been a good time for him at Silverstone so far. There is Joey Foster then, the multiple Waterhouse winner at this venue, chasing after Tom Mills, and off the road there is 88. That's Morgan Quinn, who's in the Dolan Van Diemen. That's got a broken front right corner, so he won't go any further. Leaders head down towards Maggots. Fastest lap now to Rory Smith, a 69.198. He's catching the 2 races, challenging now up the inside of Colin Queen to grab 2nd position. Here's Joey Foster and Jamie Sharp battling over 6th and 7th places as they work their way through Beckett's. Also losing time in that last lap was Megan Gilks, so presumably she was involved in an incident with Morgan Quinn. Here's Esterson, he's a long way clear now of there's damage. Colin Queen presumably had an incident there with Rory Smith when Smith tried to go past him, so the nose cones come off of his car, and that means into 2nd place comes Chris Middlehurst. This has been a great drive from the winner from earlier. He started 7th, he's up to 2nd now in the Bernard Dolan Run Van Diemen. He's just ahead of Rory Smith. He's a long way behind the leader though, Max Esterson. Colin Queen, how much longer can he keep going with that? The nose cone starting to drag. We don't want that to end up under the wheels, of course. And he's dropping back there for. So there's Esterson, then Middlehurst, then Smith, then it's Mills, then Foster, and there's Colin Queen's car that is losing more and more of it. He dropped to 8th by the time they crossed the line. Fastest lap for Middlehurst now, 68.865. He's 1.6 seconds behind Max Esterson with 11 minutes to go. Then you've got Rory Smith in 3rd, 4th is Tom Mills, 5th is Joey Foster, 6th is Jamie Sharp, 7th Lucas Romanek, 8th the damaged car of Colin Queen across the line, 9th Carter Williams, and 10th is Alex Walker, who's starting to progress now. Megan Gilks has gone off a lap later than Morgan Quinn, I think, in the end, so I think she was involved in that, and now she's gone off at Luffield, so the Canadian driver will go no further. There's one of her teammates, Lucas Romanek. It's not been an ideal race so far for the Kevin Mills Racing Run cars. There's Esterson using a lot of road on the exit of Luffield. If he goes any further out, he will be in the gravel, and that'll lose him a lot of time. Here's Joey Foster then, who is running in 5th position, just ahead of Jamie Sharp, who's by far having his best race of the weekend. Right in the wheel tracks of Foster there. So Alex Walker has now, it seems, got to grips with his spectrum. He's into 10th. He's catching Colin Queen, who's fallen behind Carter Williams. Marshall's desperately trying to move the Megan Gilkes car. Here come the leaders, down into Beckett's corner. And Jamie Sharp's got ahead of Joey Foster. So this race not going so well for Foster. He's ahead there of Lucas Romanek, who's 7th. As they exit Beckett's corner for the 5th time. Yellow flags into Brooklyn, so the Gilkes car off at Luffield. Middlehurst has got a bit of tyre mark on the front of the nose cone of the Van Diemen LA10. Got Rory Smith behind, heading into Luffield. And they're past the Gilkes car, presumably, there. As they head through Luffield, just out of shot to, now you can just see it. But for second, Rory Smith has got back onto terms with Chris Middlehurst here as they complete 5 laps. He's right in the wheel tracks, right in the toe as they head up towards Copse Corner, but Middlehurst is going to stay in front. Fastest lap to the leader now, 68.857 for Max Esterson. Took his first win yesterday, looking for win 2 here. And he leads by nearly 2 seconds from Chris Middlehurst and Rory Smith. Then Tom Mills there in 4th, 5th Jamie Sharp, and 6th is Joey Foster. Alex Walker's got ahead of Colin Queen, who's well off the pace with that damage. So Alex Walker now P9. Not sure if he's going to progress any further. So he's going to pick up a few points here, but this is probably going to promote, if it stays as it is, Max Esterson into a championship lead after being some 30 points behind heading to Silverstone. Bit of understeer there for Smith on the tighter line through Luffield. Following Chris Middlehurst. So we come up to halfway into the race. The Marshals now getting back to post. That's because they've got Megan Gilkes' car out of the gravel when she's made her way into the pits. A great job there from the Marshals at Luffield to get that car out of the gravel, and that means we've got green flag racing through the complex again. Another fastest lap for the leader. Max Esterson does a 68.645. He's 2.1 seconds clear of Chris Middlehurst, who continues to be chased by Rory Smith, and Tom Mills is catching them. So the Spectrum is catching the Van Diemen and the Medina. Then you've got the Firmin in 5th position. So 5 different chassis manufacturers in the top 5 positions. What Formula Ford 1600 racing is all about. It's the only single-seater category now that you can have different chassis in, and it creates absolutely brilliant racing, as we've seen all weekend. This race in the wet track's not quite as frantic as the 2 we've had earlier. There's Tom Mills, the best of the Spectrums. He's had a great day, hasn't he? He was on the podium earlier. He led in the earlier races. His first season of Formula Ford racing. I think his first season of car racing, and he is going really well. In 4th position here, ahead of Jamie Sharp and of Joey Foster. Foster right in the toe now as they come through Woodcote Corner, right in the wheel tracks of Jamie Sharp as they come up across the line. Is Foster going to try and pull out of the toe and challenge into Copse? I don't think he is actually. He sits right there behind as they turn their way through Copse Corner. But Joey Foster has just done the fastest lap of the race, a 68.484, and he was only 78 thousandths of a second behind Jamie Sharp as they crossed the line. But he didn't go for the move. What about down into Beckett's? He's still just tracking that car of Sharp. They've got a gap over Carter Williams, who's got himself ahead of Lucas Romanek, who I think's had an error. 9th is Alex Walker. Into the top 10, the club class driver Ben Tinkler in the privately run Ray into the top 10 overall. So good drive from him. Here's Tom Mills. He is catching then the 2 cars in front, trying to make it a 3-car battle. He's not going to do it like that. He gets a well out wide over the painted runoff strip and got the car very sideways. And in fact, he didn't lose as much time as he might have done, but wouldn't have helped his cause. Chris Middlehurst is getting away from Rory Smith for second. And then you got Sharp and Foster here in 5th and 6th positions. Lead gap is now 2.3 seconds from Max Esterson to Chris Middlehurst. Then it's Smith, then it's Mills. Sharp and Foster turn their way into Copse Corner. It's still Carter Williams in 7th, Lucas Romanek in 8th, who has been caught now by Alex Walker. So Alex Walker may gain another place out of this yet and get a few more points on the board. So there's the Firmin, run by Don Hardman, who's been running Formula Ford for years. Running Joey Foster here as he makes his way down the Wellington Straight, down towards Brooklands Corner, and they're chasing after Tom Mills, who made a mistake here a lap ago. Spectrum from Van Diemen of Sharp, from Medina I should say, of Sharp, and then the Foster Firmin. So it's those three cars battling now, with Rory Smith getting away again, the Formula Ford Festival winner from last year. This season the BRSCC will be running the 50th run-in of the Formula Ford Festival down at Brands Hatch at the end of October. And Jamie Sharp has just set the fastest lap of the race here in the National Formula Ford Championship, backed by Avon tyres at 68.271 for Sharp, and he's now got himself right on terms with Tom Smith, and he's challenging down towards Maggots and Beckett. He can't quite do anything about him though. They take this really wide line into Beckett's corner in these conditions. So 4th, 5th and 6th together exiting Beckett's corner. Tom Mills heading Jamie Sharp and Joey Foster. Lucas Romanek's had some kind of an issue. Yellow flags are out, so I presume Romanek's had an incident here at Brooklands, which must be at Luffield, because the double yellows are there. Let's have a look. There he is. He ended up in the barriers. Very strange position. He must have went over the grass and into the barriers. So that's Lucas Romanek out of the motor race. So him out of 8th, which promotes Alex Walker to P8, Andre Lafond to 9th, and Ben Tinkler to 10th. So we've got rescue vehicles heading to the aid then of Lucas Romanek, who's connected with the Armco barriers by the looks of things. Real shame for him. Race is continuing though, and some drivers, I think we are going to get red flags. So the red flags going out, unsurprisingly, with the rescue vehicle on the circuit. So that is an unfortunate end to what had been a cracking weekend of National Formula Ford racing, particularly yesterday and the race this morning. If you missed those two, go back and have a look. I'm sure full coverage will be on the BRSCC YouTube page in coming days, and obviously you can watch the streams back. But a real shame here to end the Formula Ford race under red flag. So it'll be Max Esterson to take his second win, and I think to take the championship lead for him. Second place went to Chris Middlehurst, and third to Rory Smith. Fourth was Tom Mills, fifth Jamie Sharp, and sixth for Joey Foster. So that's an early end to Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Racing. And the championship continues at Anglesey next month in July, Brands Hatch in August, Alton Park in October, and Snetterton to conclude the season in October. The cars are not yet being directed back to the pit lane, but I suspect, the results have gone back a lap on TSL timing screens, so we will not get a restart to this race. There was only 3 minutes to go anyway, but the cars will probably do another lap now to be taken back to the pit lane. So outside the top 6, in 7th was Carter Williams, 8th was Alex Walker, 9th Andre Lafond, and Ben Tinkler took 10th. 11th for Colin Queen. His pole position didn't come to anything really. 12th for Jamie Vinyl-Mayer, and 13th for Ben Cochran. So the cars at the moment are stopping on the grid, as is red flag policy, but I'm sure the drivers will be told that that is the end of the race. Let's have a look then at the highlights of that race, the 8th round of the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Championship. Away they went with the two low-density cars on the front row. Max Esterson made the better start and immediately passed his teammate Colin Queen. There was a spin early on for Jamie Vinyl-Mayer. He recovered to 12th in the Oldfield Motorsport car. Joey Foster here was progressing, but Chris Middlehurst in front was progressing quicker from the 4th row of the grid. Jamie Sharp behind at that point. Morgan Quinn was a number of drivers to have a spin. He retired. Chris Middlehurst here fought his way ahead of Rory Smith into 2nd. Colin Queen was involved in an incident with Smith and got damage. Megan Gilks had a spin. She ended up in the gravel. Chris Middlehurst and Rory Smith battled over 2nd position, but Smith couldn't overhaul the earlier winner. Tom Mills chased him, but had a big slide at Brooklands, which lost him time. And then you had the incident for Lucas Romanek that brought an early end to the race. So then the red flags came out while the rescue crews deal with that car of Lucas Romanek. So that's the end of Formula Ford racing. Just to recap what's coming up next here at Silverstone. We have the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Championship out again, followed by the MX5 Super Cup, the final races of the weekend for them. Then the Zio Prototype Cup, sports prototype cars, are coming out. There you can see the times on your screen now. And then the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy will conclude the day. So that's the schedule for this afternoon's action here on the Silverstone National Circuit, the 1.6 mile layout that's created some absolutely cracking racing over the course of the weekend, even in tricky conditions. That Formula Ford race, probably one of the more tame races that we've had this weekend. It's been some brilliant... So we've had some brilliant racing over the course of the weekend. The cars have been taken into Parc Fermé, so we don't expect to hear from the drivers, unfortunately. But Max Esselstyn, Chris Middlehurst and Robbie Smith were the podium finishers. And in a few moments' time, we'll get the cars out on track for the next race, which will be for the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Championship. So we're awaiting the remainder of the programme, which will be continuing shortly here at Silverstone, this British Racing and Sports Car Club event at Silverstone. This is what's coming up this afternoon then. We'll have the third race of the weekend for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship. The cars that are Mark 1s, the original Mazda MX-5, a full grid of 40 cars we expect out here at Silverstone in a few moments. Then we have another run for the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Super Cup, which went out long ago. A quick turnaround for those cars. Again, we should get a full grid, 40 Mark 3s for the Super Cup. A great championship. The BRSCC have really brought that on over the last couple of seasons to have a super competitive field and a huge one as well. Then we have the Zeo Prototype Cup, which is for sports prototypes, a new category this year. We've got a great mix of cars, the bike-engined radicals, and then some bigger engine cars, including LMP3 cars and Junos and Jades as well. A great grid for a new category in Event 1. And then to conclude the weekend, which we haven't seen yet, the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy, which is a multi-class series which will run over a 45-minute race for cars up to 235 brake horsepower per tonne. There's a great mix of cars in that, saloon cars and front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive cars, some sort of small sports cars as well. So that'll be a great race which will round off the programme later on this afternoon. So we should have some great racing here at Silverstone, brought to you by the British Racing Sports Car Club on this live streamed race weekend. So Marshall's awaiting cars, which will be get out on track shortly for the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Championship, which have had two races over the course of this weekend, which actually all been today. Unusually for the MX5 categories, they qualified yesterday and have got three races which all come up today. We had two races, two races this morning, didn't we, before lunch, one that's kicked off the programme. So shall we take a look at what happened in the earlier MX5 Championship races then? Yes, this is race 1. So this is the race at the beginning of the day, race 1 of the weekend for the MX5 Championship. They got away in what was kind of dry conditions earlier on. This huge grid, look at that, absolutely full up, brimmed with Mark 1 Mazda MX-5. A big moment here, that was for Zach Oates. He's been really fast this weekend but hasn't had the luck, had this off-track excursion at the start but went on, I think in both races, to set the fastest lap. Fraser Fenwick led at this stage. He come under pressure from Jack Brewer and Oliver Allwood and Brian Trott. A big feature of the front of these races have been AB Motorsport cars, Ali Bray run cars that have dominated the front of the field somewhat. Jack Brewer was amongst them, the championship leader heading into the weekend. It's not just at the front there's battles though, there's battles all the way through the pack. Here's Fraser Fenwick trying to keep Jack Brewer at bay. Brewer got through here into Cop's corner, but he wasn't able to stay there. And Fraser Fenwick came round the outside at Luffield. Brian Trott got involved as well, who was he's Fenwick's teammate. Jack Brewer then got tagged by Brian Trott. Brian Trott was very apologetic after the race, but that put the championship leader out of contention. His day didn't get any better, but it's a win for Fraser Fenwick for the first time this season. So that was a great race that started off what's been a great day of racing here at Silverstone. Conditions though have worsened since then, and in race 2 it was pretty wet for that one. So let's have a look at what happened in that second race. You can see much more grim conditions ahead of the lunch break. It was Brian Trott that led early on. And very hard to see all the cars this time with so much lingering spray, making it difficult for the driver. Jack Brewer, the triple winner from Croft, got it all wrong out of Luffield and took Zach Oates and the car of Aston Wigley out of the race, or took him off with him. Aston Wigley was totally out of the race, a real shame for him. Kevin Dengate, he made a good start and he was battling in the top 10 throughout the race. A spin there for Stuart Simmons. It wasn't a great race for some of the AB Motorsport cars. Here's one example. Then it was Oliver Allwood's turn to get himself ahead of Trott. Fraser Fenwick dropped back from pole position, But it was Steve Foden that came through the field. Car number 77 started 19th on the grid, and he started working his way through this train of AB Motorsport cars in a car that he generally just runs with his dad, but a bit of help too from Michael Comber Racing. And he stars in these wet conditions and never won a BRSCC MX5 Championship race before. He passed Oliver Allwood, which just left Brian Trott in front of him. And using the slipstream and using quick corner ability, he managed to get up the inside into Kopp's corner. And he broke later into Kopp's and got through and took the lead of the race, which he wouldn't lose. He ended up winning by 1.5 seconds after those behind had a bit of a moment. Spin there for Matt Pollard. And Steve Foden took the victory. And that gives him pole position for this third race of the weekend. This race set by the grid for the race we're about to see, set by the results of the earlier one. So it should be an entertaining race indeed, and shortly we hope we'll have the cars out on track. A bit of clearing up to be done from the previous race. If you're just joining us, there was an incident towards the end of the National Formula Ford race, so the clear up of that is happening at the moment. Which will shortly be completed, and then we'll be able to get the MX5 Championship Cup the MX5 Championship cars onto the Silverstone circuit. And again, still in tricky conditions. Don't think it's as wet as it was for their earlier race, but then it's not as not quite as dry as their first race was either. So very different conditions throughout the weekend for the drivers to deal with. There's a completely dry qualifying session yesterday. We haven't had any completely dry running today, unfortunately, but the racing hasn't really been harmed because of it. There's been some super battling all the way through the field, and we hope you've been joined us for the whole weekend. You've been enjoying the live streamed action here at Silverstone. It's certainly been entertaining to watch from here, with non-stop action really throughout every race. And we've still got 4 races to go for you, including these final runs for the 2 MX5 categories, the Mark 1s and the Mark 3s, then the Prototype Cup and the Club Sport Trophy. So 4 further races to go at Silverstone, so do stay with us on the BRSCC social channels on YouTube and on Facebook. Share the links with your friends and get them involved as well. And the cars are now being released from the assembly area, so we're about to get this next racing underway, the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Championship. So here they come, being headed out of the assembly area by Steve Foden, and a great mix of liveries out there, making it pretty easy to identify the two. To identify each driver. You can see the 2 Redline Racing cars there together. That's dad ahead of son, Jason Greytrex, who had a great race earlier, making his way up to 11th from the back of the grid, ahead of his son Callum, racing here on Father's Day in the UK. Is Jason Greytrex. I think that's the only father and son duo out there. Real old family atmosphere in the Mazda paddock. A lot of drivers that have been around Mazda paddocks for a long, long time. And then there's newcomers too. Steve Foden, who's been about for the last half decade or so, took his first win earlier on today, and he'll be looking to replicate it. He likes the wet conditions. Don't think it's quite as wet as earlier, but still pretty tricky out there. Alongside him, Brian Trott, who competes also in the Masters category for drivers over the age, I think, is of 45. Row 2, Sebastian Fisher returning this weekend to the BRSCC Championship. Starts alongside Oliver Allwood. Let's take a look at that grid then. So it's Steve Foden and Brian Trott on row 1. On row 2, Sebastian Fisher and Oliver Allwood. Row 3 sees Oliver Graham and Luke Pullin. Row 4 for Matt Pollard and Kevin Dengate. On row 5, Fraser Fenwick and Adam Craig, with the Grey Trexes on row 6, Jason and Callum. On row 7, Sam Moody and Zach Oates, with on row 8, George King and Kian Donaldson. The 9th row for Jack Brewer and Paul Bateman, and on row 10, Bill Taylor and Tim Dorr. Row 11, Stuart Simmons and Richard Wooten, and on row 12, Brad Jones and Nick Ledoyen. The 13th row sees Paul King line up alongside Christopher Ginn, and on row 14, Bo Parry and Alan Hawkins. The 15th row for Michael Pearce and Graham Rumsey, and on row 16, Bryn Griffiths and Thomas Mallet. Row 17 for Ollie Walden and Jonathan Fieldsend. Row 18 for Rob Mugglestone and Richard Bartlett. The 19th row sees Toby Owen and Michael Green, and due to line up on row 20, Scott Leach and Aston Wigley, who didn't finish the race earlier on. So full grid, 40 cars. If anyone doesn't make it out there are reserves waiting. We had 47 cars qualify yesterday. A great entry here at Silverstone for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship, which after this race will continue at Anglesey next month in July, and then Snetterton at the end of the month, Cadwell Park in August, Donington Park in September, and Brands Hatch at the Formula Ford Festival in October to conclude their season. 3 races a weekend for the MX-5 Championship. One of the best supported single weight categories in all of British motorsport, and it provided, we've seen this weekend, intense door-to-door racing in every single race, and certainly this weekend's been no different despite the tricky conditions. Coming here to Silverstone, Jack Brewer was the championship leader, 93. You see him in your shot there, the Tucker Motorsport car. There he is. You can see a big dent in the door from races early on, so I don't think he leads the championship anymore, although his competitors haven't done particularly well either. Michael Nibbs, I don't think actually raced in race 2 after problems in race 1. Steve Foden didn't have a good race 1 but then won race 2. Fraser Fenwick, who was 4th, won race 1 but then didn't have a good second race. And so goes on. Jason Greatrex, he was 5th in the championship. He retired in race 1. I guess Oliver Allwood is one driver who's had 2 decent races. He was 7th in the championship. So it's been a real mix-up this weekend. Ryan Trott, and Sebastian Fisher, 2 drivers that have been on the podium in both races. In Fisher's case was an Ackcroft, and as we heard earlier from Brian Trott, didn't have a good day there. So the championship really mixed up this year, even though we're only on the second meeting of 8 of the season. It looks wide open, which is absolutely great to see. So many people battling for race wins. We saw 3 wins for Brewer at Croft, but that didn't really tell the story. He was absolutely under pressure there. And then we've had 2 new winners today. Can we make it 3 different winners in 3 races? Well, it's certainly a possibility with a number of drivers. Right with Steve Foden, but Foden showed great pace in the earlier one. Look out for Zach Oates. He's set the fastest lap in both races. He starts a bit further down the grid though, I think. He might be a withdrawal from the race by the looks of it. He should have started in row 7. Don't think he's there, so perhaps we won't be looking out for him. Anyway, the race is about to get underway. The red lights go out, and the 3rd race of the weekend, the 6th round of the championship for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship gets underway then and heads down towards Copse Corner for the first time. Who's made the best start? Who will get down to Beckett's in the lead? Lots of questions to be answered. Well, they all turn their way through Copse okay, I think. Look at the field, it's absolutely manic. There's so many cars, it's great to see it. It's Foden that heads the way. In 2nd is Brian Trott, and 3rd Sebastian Fisher as they started. 4th is Oliver Allwood. 5th up the inside there. Was that Luke Pullen? I think he's got himself ahead of Oliver Graham at the start. And the rest of the field turn their way through the Beckett's hairpin and onto the Wellington Straight, back onto the Grand Prix circuit through the cut-off. The cut through there, they go, and Foden feeling the need to just put his car in the middle of the road from Brian Trott, trying to keep him behind. How much progress can Jack Brewer make after his incident earlier? Here's Paul Bateman, number 4. We haven't spoken much about him today. He's made a good start here in the Les Bateman Motors car. They turn then out of Luffield Corner with Foden and Trott getting away from Sebastian Fisher in 3rd. Then in 4th is Oliver Allwood, and then the rest, a lot of them coming 2 by 2, including Adam Craig there, 29, who was on the inside line through Woodcote Corner, as they complete lap 1 of this 20-minute motor race. Steve Foden led by 4 tenths from Brian Trott. In 3rd Sebastian Fisher, 4th Oliver Allwood, 5th was Oliver Graham, 6th Fraser Fenwick, he made a good start. Matt Pollard 7th, 8th Luke Pullen, lost positions in the end, 9th for Callum Greatrex, and 10th Kevin Dengate. Here come the cars into Beckett's. On the inside line, Fraser Fenwick goes up the inside there of Oliver Graham, and they're wheel to wheel. Fenwick, the winner from race 1, trying to progress after race 2 didn't go too well at all for him. So he's coming through from 9th on the grid. But Steve Foden trying to pull away here, trying to make it 2 wins in a day. Up the inside there, 55, that's Matt Pollard, who was involved in that last lap incident at Copse in race 1. He's just ahead of Fraser Fenwick now. So he's got past Fenwick, his teammate, although Fenwick fights back on the inside line through Luffield. Foden and Trott getting away from Sebastian Fisher in 3rd. You can see that much tighter line being taken by Fraser Fenwick, who's there now behind Matt Pollard, who's coming on to terms with Oliver Graham, who sits there now in 6th position. In 5th position still even. Into Copse they turn. So there is Graham in 24, just behind Oliver Allwood. Multiple winner in the category in the past. Yet to win this season. He has been on the podium a few times though. Fastest lap for Matt Pollard, 55 in 6th, 76.737. The first flying lap is best for him. There's Oliver Allwood coming under further and further pressure for Oliver Graham, who's having a good run here in 24. The driver backed by Autotest has Oliver Allwood alongside him, the AB Motorsport run car. Oh, there's a car off, I think, there in the background at Beckett's. Perhaps we'll pick that up in a moment. But here come the leading pack. Absolutely manic. 3 wide here. And Matt Pollard's trying to gain 2 positions in one go. He's on the inside line in 55. He's got past Oliver Graham. He's trying to get Oliver Allwood too. He's going to slot in behind his teammate, but ahead of Oliver Graham. So that works well for him. Steve Foden, the leader, he's had half a second of a lead. I think it's going out to Brian Trott. He's starting to break the toe. Sebastian Fisher might be about to lose 3rd because Oliver Allwood's on the inside line through Woodcote Corner, and he goes through then into 3rd. And following him is Matt Pollard, his teammate. It was 45 that went off at Beckett's. That was Graham Rumsey. He's going to rejoin though. Into Copse. There's Fisher, 81. He managed to stay ahead of Matt Pollard. But he was passed by Oliver Allwood. So this is 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Which Sebastian Fisher is in there too. He's in 4th. So Allwood's 3rd, 4th is Fisher, 5th is Pollard, 6th is Graham. They turned through Beckett's. So Fisher was passed by Allwood but not Pollard, and then Oliver Graham on the back of their train. And just behind, Luke Pullen has got himself back ahead of Fraser Fenwick, who again isn't going as well as he went in race 1 of the weekend. Callum Graytrex is 9th and Kevin Dengate 10th. There's the leader, Steve Foden 2nd, Brian Trott 8 tenths behind now. Oliver Allwood 3rd, and again Matt Pollard trying to gain positions on the inside line into the left-handed corner at Brooklands, and he goes through then ahead of Fisher. He made it work, so he's into 4th, and he can latch onto the back of his teammate Oliver Allwood. We had another off at Beckett's. That was 53, Jonathan Fieldsend. He will rejoin. So there's the 6th place car of Oliver Graham, who comes up across the line, but it's Steve Foden that leads by a reduced margin because Brian Trott's just set the fastest lap of the race at 76.560 for 4th. Sebastian Fisher trying to get back down the inside of Matt Pollard. Couldn't do it though, was very sideways on the apex to the corner. Look at the battles though further back. Wherever you are in the field, you're going to have somebody to race against. The beauty of having such a big category of car, a big number of entries in the category. There's the Car Magic liveried car of Matt Pollard, who sits in 4th position here in the 55 AB Motorsport car, following his teammate Oliver Allwood. They're a couple of seconds behind the leader, which is Steve Foden, who's under pressure here from Brian Trott. He's so close to the back of Foden you can't see him. I'm not sure if Trott might just touch the back of Foden's car there as they went into the braking zone, because you saw a big jolt in the cockpit for Foden. Anyway, they stay in the same order with Foden still in front. This is lap 5. It's a 20-minute race. And they come out of Luffield with this clear margin over a much bigger pack behind. They turn their way then through Woodcote to complete lap 5 with Foden ahead, but only just of Brian Trott, who sits right in the toe, heading down towards Copse Corner for 3rd. Matt Pollard all over the back of Oliver Allwood, and he's just set the fastest lap of the race at 76.504. So it's 55 there, fastest lap of the race, and these two are catching the leaders. It's now 1.5 seconds to them. So there's Foden, the leader, still being tracked by Brian Trott. And then this big gaggle of cars behind. Fraser Fenwick, race 1 winner, coming under pressure from Callum Greatrex, who's having a much better run here in the Red Line racing car. Well, the Red Line motorsport car, I should say. They head down the Wellington Straight, down towards Brooklands. Where's Brian Trott going to challenge? Is he just happy to sit behind him at this stage? Allwood third, fourth is Pollard as they turn into Brooklands. See Allwood there working at the wheel, getting the car into Brooklands. Everybody was saying how tricky the conditions have been throughout today. We're kind of getting back to the same type of conditions we had at the start of proceedings. So third and fourth have broke away from Sebastian Fisher, who's there in 5th place, ahead of Oliver Graham. They've both been caught by Luke Pullen in 27. They come up across the line, 3/10 of a second separate the top two, but they continue to be caught by the next two, who were 2 seconds behind, then 1.5 seconds. Now it's just a second between Brian Trott and Oliver Allwood. We're going to get 4 cars into this lead battle. Oliver Graham there in 6th, out over the curb sideways. That's not a new feature of the race. Looks like car 5's had an issue at Luffield. That was Nick Ledoyen, who's dropping down the order. He was 25th, but much further down the pack now. There's Luke Pullen trying to progress in 27. Again, lots of road being used on the exit of Beckett's Corner, the hairpin. Down towards Brooklands. Again, Trott so close to the back of Foden, you can hardly see his car. His 2 teammates are getting closer, Oliver Allwood and Matt Pollard. Then Sebastian Fisher is 5th, ahead of Oliver Graham and Luke Pullen. Those positions haven't changed. You can see the top 20 on your screen now. Zach Oates did get out there, it would seem, so he's 16th, but not going as well as earlier. With Jack Brewer not progressing either in 1:45. So across the line they come then to complete 7 laps of this race. We've had almost half of it now. There's Fisher and Graham, 5th and 6th positions. They're a second behind the leading group. And we're going to get a bit of lappery by the looks of things. That's the car that had the problems earlier, isn't it? Graham Rumsey, who had a spin. So he's going to get lapped shortly. Got 9 cars all in one shot there. Foden, Trott, Allwood, Pollard, Fisher, Graham, Pullen and Fraser Fenwick and Callum Greatrex. The top 9 separated by 5 seconds. As they head onto the Wellington Straight for the 8th time in this race. We're at half distance now, so it'll be something like a 16-lap race again, all being well. Not quite as manic at the moment as the earlier races, but it could all kick off in the second half. So here's Allwood and Pollard into Luffield. Now how's that back marker traffic going to go for the leaders? Well, he keeps to the right hand side of the circuit so they can move around the outside of him with Steve Foden's good pace, meaning not so many cars in the leading group. There's Kevin Dengate, he's 10th in 178 all by himself, just ahead of Jason Greatrex and Adam Craig, who's 12th. Then the next group, there's 4 of them being headed by Sam Moody in 544. You've got Stuart Simmons in 8, 4 Paul Wakeman, and then Zach Oates the last of that group. Then Jack Brewer, a gap back in 17th, and he led a whole host of cars through there. The back marker there, Graham Rumsey waves through the leading cars. The top 4 separated by a second now. The fastest lap's just gone to Oliver Allwood, the 3rd place car number 63. He's done a 76.472 to latch onto the back of the 2 leaders, and he's brought Matt Pollard with him. Onto the Wellington Straight they go. This is lap 9 into the second half of the race now. Foden hasn't come under a proper challenge yet from Brian Trott, who up to now has been quite content with just following the leader. Change for 5th here. 24 has gone through. Oliver Graham has got ahead of Sebastian Fisher. There's the top 4 into Brooklands, passing the spectator section of track there. So spectators back to Silverstone for the first time in the last month or so for quite a while, and hope they're enjoying this BRSCC race weekend. I'm sure they are. Despite perhaps not the most pleasant of conditions to stand out in. 42 will be the next car to be lapped. That's Toby Owen. I think he's been lapped in the other 2 races too. Here's Foden leading into Cops. This is lap 10, with the top 4 now separated by a smaller and smaller margin on every lap. So the tow bringing everybody together And as the race gets into the business end of the race, people will be looking to make moves, I'm sure. So 77 Foden, 83 is Trott, 63 Allwood and 55 Pollard turn their way into Beckett's. And head off down the Wellington Straight once more. So you've got Steve Foden's a car that runs with his dad with some help from Michael Kommer Racing. The Rock Oil sponsored car leads the way from the three Ali Bray Motorsport cars that I'm sure will be keen to beat him. And to the outside, the first challenge of the race from Brian Trott. He tries to take the wide line through Brooklands, and that'll give him the inside line for Luffield, and he's going to take the lead. And how many of his teammates are going to follow him? Well, Oliver Allwood's right on his wheel tracks. Foden's trying to hang on around the outside, trying to find the grip there. How much room is Brian Trott going to give him? Not a lot is the answer. So Foden finds a couple of his tyres tracking through the gravel, which loses him momentum and allows Oliver Allwood to follow Brian Trott through. And Matt Pollard, the fourth of those cars, will be keen to do similar. Down to Cops then, new leader Brian Trott hasn't won a race yet. How long is he going to hold the lead? Not very long is the answer, because Oliver Allwood chucked it down the inside into Cops. We said it would get a bit more busy up front. Now we got four cars and with limited time to go, something like 6 laps. Into Maggots they come, a couple of cars to lap before the end. And it's Oliver Allwood that leads. Brian Trott led for about one corner. 42 gets one out of the way. Toby Owen in the Eco Motorsport car. Top four tied together. They were separated by less than half a second at the line after 10 laps. This is lap 11 down the Wellington Straight. 53 is the next car to be passed. That's Jonathan Field's end. And here comes Trott back down the inside of Oliver Allwood, and he's going to retake the lead. Steve Foden's trying to follow him. Let's see if he can make it. He's taken a much tighter line. It hasn't worked for him. Is that going to give Matt Pollard a chance into Luffield? I don't think so. He slots in behind. I wonder if Oliver Graham and Sebastian Fisher and Luke Pulling can catch too. They're not far behind, particularly Oliver Graham, who seems to have got away. Luke Pulling's actually fallen back, so I think he'll struggle to catch them. As we've got 6 minutes to go. The two teammates then turn their way out of Woodcote. They may be teammates, but it's all for their own as they race their way down towards Cops Corner, separated by less than a tenth of a second. Now Brian Trott comes keeps ahead, I should say, of Oliver Allwood. He took a defensive line. He knew that Allwood passed him there a lap ago. So you can see the top 20 positions on your screen. One car to note, great progress from Aston Wigley from the back of the grid. He's up to 17th, so he's passed more than half of his competitors. Into Beckett's, and a big progress from in the last lap from the 5th place car from Oliver Graham. He's pretty much caught the lead in 4, and Sebastian Fisher's going with him. So we could have 6 for the lead in the final quarter of this race. The 2 back markers have been passed now by the leaders, and Brian Trott's under further pressure from Oliver Allwood, who looks down the outside. Not sure if that's going to be successful. What about behind? Matt Pollard looked to the inside of Foden. That didn't work either, so they stay in the same order. They turn right through Luffield with 4 laps of the race to go. So Oliver Allwood tracking the leader, Brian Trott, with Steve Foden, who's got a really good run here, so I think we might see a challenge into Cops Corner. Who's going to be able to progress? Dive into the inside comes Oliver Allwood. To the outside comes Steve Foden. It's 3 abreast as they turn their way into Cops Corner. Foden backs out of it. Oliver Allwood takes the lead on the inside line. So new race leader Allwood. Now Foden realises he carries more speed through Cops. He might be able to pass Brian Trott as well. Graham and Fisher are there now, so 6 cars separated by just a couple of seconds as they turn their way into Maggots with new leader Allwood side by side for second. Foden and Trott. Brian Trott on the inside. On the outside is Steve Foden. And 83, Brian Trott stays in front for now. Much tighter line there, taken by Matt Pollard. He's looking to get himself alongside Steve Foden. So one long line of MX5. They will fan out when they get to the end of the straight, and Brian Trott comes to the inside of Oliver Allwood to retake the lead. So that's 2 changes within a lap. Around the outside comes Oliver Graham to try and grab 4th. Runs very wide. Steve Foden's car coming alongside Oliver Allwood for second. He'll take the outside line. He's sideways. He's got second though, and he's trying to get the lead as well off of Brian Trott. Well, if he gets second, that'll be a job well done. He's out over the curbs, but he's still got the speed, and he might well get the lead yet out of this because he's got better momentum. He's alongside Brian Trott, so he's gone round the outside of Oliver Allwood, and now he's alongside the leader, but Allwood fights back to make it 3 abreast, much like it was a lap ago, but even closer this time as they come into Copse Corner. It's Trott that's backed out of it, and round the outside to take the lead of the race goes Steve Foden, so he takes the lead once more ahead of Oliver Allwood, and Oliver Graham, having his best race of the weekend, comes third. Brian Trott, who was leading across the he's dropped to at least 4th position on the exit of Copse Corner. Make that 5th because Matt Pollard's coming down the inside of him, and Pollard's trying to gain more places on that inside line. It's Foden though that leads, who started from pole. Graham's out over the dirt, so that's not going to help him after just taking 3rd position. I think Pollard has got himself ahead of Brian Trott, so Brian Trott fell as low as 5th, but he might be able to progress further. There's 2 laps to go at the end of this one. It's Steve Foden that leads. Oliver Graham, that wide line didn't hurt him. He's now on the inside of Allwood to take 2nd position, or to try to at least. He's taking a much tighter line. He's sideways through the middle of the corner. It didn't work. Allwood stayed in front. Steve Foden leads then through the right-handed corner at Luffield. 2 laps of this race to go. Wide line for the leader, but it worked a lap ago, and that's how he got the lead, really. Behind, Brian Trott's got back to 3rd, so he's had a busy lap. He was 1st, then 5th, now back to 3rd. Matt Pollard's coming back round the outside of Oliver Graham, who again had quite a busy lap, working his way through the order. And then back again. So across the line they come, then turning the way into Copse Corner. The top 6 cars separated by just 1.4 seconds with 2 laps to go. Steve Foden leading from Oliver Allwood, Brian Trott, Matt Pollard, Oliver Graham, Sebastian Fisher. Are they still in that order? Kind of. The 4th and 5th place cars are side by side. To the outside of Matt Pollard comes Oliver Graham, who was looking for a podium a moment ago, but he slipped back just a bit. And then Sebastian Fisher keeping a watching brief in 6th. Behind, Luke Pullin and Fraser Fenwick battle for 7th. 9th is Callum Greatrex. Zach Oates has progressed through to 10th. Blue flags for the back marker there, 78, which is Richard Bartlett. That kind of helped Steve Foden though, because it meant he got a tow off another car. There's 1 lap to go though, so it's far from all over yet. Into Luffield. Steve Foden has what, about half a car length, maybe a car length advantage, but that will disappear in the draft for Allwood as they carry their way then through Woodcote for the penultimate time. They see the last lap board being held out by the start line marshal. There it is. So they come down towards Copse Corner with Steve Foden defending from Oliver Allwood, who was trying to find a way through into Copse Corner. So they work their way down towards Beckett's. Where is Allwood going to challenge? Brooklands is the most obvious position of the track. You'd think Brian Trott's caught right back up to them. Foden, a smidge of a bigger lead, possibly, as they turn their way through the right-handed Beckett's corner. You can see Foden working at the wheel there. Trott's coming up alongside Allwood. So they're side by side. Who's going to get the draft off of Steve Foden? Because that should be beneficial for whomever gets it. They're not quite going to catch that back marker, I wouldn't think. Here comes Oliver Graham trying to pass everybody up the inside. He was 5th at the start of the lap. He's backed out of it in the end. That was perhaps a little bit too ambitious. They're almost 3 wide in the middle there, but Steve Foden still leads. He's been waiting for a win in the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Championship. He managed to get it earlier on today. Is he going to get a 2nd win? Because they're all scrapping behind, with Oliver Allwood just hanging on ahead, but it is going to be Steve Foden then to take the win of the race, and this is going to put him really in a good championship position heading away from Silverstone. 2 wins in a day then for Foden. For 2nd, it was a whole load of cars headed by Oliver Allwood. 3rd was Brian Trott, 4th for Matt Pollard, 5th for Oliver Graham, 6th for Sebastian Fisher. The top 5 cars were separated by less than a second. 7th went to Luke Pullin. He beat Fraser Fenwick. In 9th was Callum Greatrex. A bit further back in 10th, Zach Oates. 11th position for Adam Craig. Then Jason Greatrex was 12th. Kevin Dengate 13th. 14th Stuart Simmons. 15th for Sam Moody. 16th Paul Bateman. 17th from the back of the grid for Aston Wigley. In 18th, bad day for Jack Brewer. 19th for Kean Donaldson. And completing the top 20 was the car of George King. And the rest of the field stream across the line. So 3 good races from the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Championship. And a win for Steve Foden for the 2nd time today. Let's take a look at the highlights of the 6th round of the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Championship. So this huge grid of cars got away then with Steve Foden from pole position with Brian Trott alongside, and that's how they headed into Beckett's. Much less spray than the earlier race. That helped visibility. Oliver Graham had a really nice run. He was right amongst the battlers in the lead pack. He actually set the fastest lap on the final lap of the race. Matt Pollard was involved, so was Oliver Allwood. Foden and Trott made the break early on, working together. But then Oliver Allwood and Matt Pollard towed their way up to the leaders. So then Brian Trott got racy, went round the outside of Steve Foden, and the wide line worked for him, and he got down the inside to take the lead. Oliver Allwood would follow him through with Steve Foden run out wide on the exit of Luffield, but that wasn't it for him. He could challenge back. Allwood and Trott went side by side through Copse with Foden and Pollard behind. They were all joined by Oliver Graham and Sebastian Fisher to make it a 6-car battle. We had 3 wide into Copse corner on a couple of occasions. This one saw Graham and Trott with Foden on the outside line getting good speed. Here was one of Graham's moves round the outside, but it was this brilliant double pass by Steve Foden. He went right round the outside of not just Oliver Allwood, but Brian Trott too. He started the move at Luffield, completed it at Copse with Oliver Graham momentarily making his way up to 3rd position. The best we've seen him go in one of these races. He dropped back though, but it was Steve Foden that took his 2nd win of the day, and he will be with Scott Woodward down in the pit lane.
Excellent and frantic way to end the racing action for the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Championship, and 3 very worthy podium finishes, all having conversations. And of course, again, we have to talk about the fact that Steve Foden has not only picked up his 1st win this weekend, he's picked up his 2nd, and I think it's, again, something that he's been really looking forward to. He's going to pick up his winner's hat, and also 2 AB Motorsport cars on the podium as well. And it is Father's Day after all, so he embraces his father Ian. I know it's been a big part of him getting into racing, and certainly he's really enjoyed today, and he's very proud, of course, of everything he's achieved and everything, of course, they've achieved together. Let's bring him over, Steve. Well, I think it's an age-old saying, but if there's ever an apt time to say, this weekend's been a bit like buses, isn't it? You wait for several years for that 1st win to come, and 2 come along at once on one weekend.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, honestly. I'm again lost for words, Scott, I really am. It was a difficult race. Obviously, we had the red flag in the Formula 4s beforehand, and I could see the track was drying, and again we went on a full wet setup, and we were kind of hoping it'd work. I went out for the green flag up, and I was thinking this is going to be tricky if I can get in the lead, so I managed to pull a gap at the start of the race, and Brian was working together with me to try and break away from the others, and my pace just fell off, particularly through Brooklands towards like the back end of the race, and they managed to catch us. Brian got past us a few times. Ollie was past us. I was down to 3rd at one point. Absolutely fantastic race, really clean racing from the AB boys. It's been a mega weekend, mega end to a good weekend. Yeah.
Of course, now with the first two wins under your belt, how much more confidence does it give you now in the car, your abilities, and also your chances now that you can start to think about mounting a challenge for the championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time coming, as you say, for this first win. I mean, it's the similar position to what Jack was in last weekend at Croft, and he's gone away and he's come back and put it on pole again. He's had the 3 wins, and his confidence when I saw him on Friday, you could see he was really riled up and ready to go. So we're going to try and just carry that momentum forward into the rest of the season and see where we can end up.
So next time out, you have more the same, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. yeah. No, and obviously we want more wins, but I think over the years we've learned points make prizes. So at the end of the day, you've just got to rack up the points and see where you end up at the end of the year.
Yeah, you got the taste for it now.
Yeah, well, I know it's. I like to think we've had a pace for a while, but it's more been it's been a mental thing for me more than anything to kind of break into that top group. So I'm really happy that I'm finally there, and hopefully we can stay there now.
I know a lot of people are happy to see it happen, so well done, much deserved. Go and celebrate. We'll see you next time.
Thank you very much, Scott. Cheers, guys.
Good stuff. Right, let's bring in 2nd place man Ollie Allwood, who takes his 3rd podium of the season. It's nice to see you back on the rostrum again. I know you keep chasing these guys to pick up the victory, but again, it's solid points nonetheless.
Yeah, points mean surprises. 2/4 of a second today. I'm pretty happy with that, to be honest. It's really hard out there. The conditions are really tough. It's constantly changing for us as well, the balance of the car, and it comes and goes to you. So it's a challenge for the lead on the last lap. Steve drove amazing and really well today. He's had 2 wins. He deserves them both. and going into turn 1 on that last lap, so close. But kudos to him, he really hung on to it and drove a great race. So yeah, happy with second place, pick up some points, move on to the next round.
And that's the key thing, isn't it, of course, because if we have weekends where there's so many different winners throughout the season, it's those that can stay in those top places the most often that will benefit the most.
Well, yeah, I'm hoping so.
That's the plan anyway.
That's my plan, yeah.
Good stuff.
I just wanted to say quick thanks to my dad. It's Father's Day. So happy Father's Day, Dad. Thanks for everything, Bill. I wouldn't be here without you.
Excellent. And second place to reward him as well. So well done. Go and enjoy it. We'll see you next time.
Top stuff. Cheers.
Good stuff. And let's bring in Brian for third place. Third time on the podium. Wasn't quite the hat-trick of second places, but still, it's the third place, and as we keep saying, more strong points. So overall, you've got to be happy with that.
I am. I'm the only driver to make all 3 podiums today, so I can't complain on that score. Steve and I got away a little bit at the start, and I was trying to just stay in the tow with him and see if we could make a gap, but it wasn't quite enough, and they came back on us, and then I just got, I think, both. I had a little bit of time in the lead, but on the front straight, they both came past me one side and the other, which can happen here. You know, you just have to take your medicine round here. And it was close all the way till the end. But I'm extremely happy with how the weekend's gone. The cars run faultlessly. Big thanks to AB Motorsport there and Team Trot. And yeah, we'll go again next time. But I'm happy to be back where I think I should be.
It was a typically close, competitive, really hard-fought weekend of 3 races. Just what the championship's all about.
Yeah, exactly. And it's close in normal times, but we always here have just a lottery of who's going to be on the podium, and it was no different today. All 3 could have been completely different results, but to be in the mix in each one, obviously I'm very, very happy.
So again, go and enjoy it, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Well done. Good stuff. So, not quite the end of the Mazdas just yet. The Mazda MX-5 Championship are done for today, but we've still got one more Mazda race to go, and now it's their younger brethren in terms of the generations. It's now the Mark III's out this time for the final race of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup with a partially reverse grid, and we've got Declan Lee and Jack Harling on the front row of the grid. So, is Jack Harling going to take a win? Is Declan really going to get his first? Is it going to be another win for Patrick Fletcher or Sam Smith, or is anyone else going to get a victory, whether it's their first or their 15th or whatever the number might be? Let's find out. Let's hand you back over to Josh for what is the third to last race in our programme, and this should be hopefully the best Super Cup race of the weekend. Well, fingers crossed anyway.
So it's time for the 6th and final Mazda MX-5 race of the day, the 8th of the weekend on this Mazda MX-5 heavy BRSCC race weekend, and it's been cracking all the way through, and it's time for the MX-5 Super Cup's 3rd race of the weekend, 6th round of the championship, and they're already lined up on the grid ahead of their green flag lap. This will be a 20-minute race. The green flag lap now gets underway with this partially reversed grid, and on the front row will be Jack Harding and Declan Lee. On row 2, James Cousins and Richard Amos. On row 3, Sam Smith and Patrick Fletcher. On row 4, Will Blackwell Chambers and Simon Baldwin. Row 5 for Tom Smith and Braden Fletcher. The 6th row, Martin Canning and John Langridge. Row 7, Adam Bessel and Martin Tolley. The 8th row, Luke Whitworth and Martin Heath. On row 9, Nicholas Dunn and Simon Fleet. Row 10, Chris Richardson and Alex Miller. On row 11, Nick Rutter and George Grant. Row 12 for Xavier Brook and Matt Hallam. 13th row, James Warrior and Clive Powell. Row 14, Lee Britton and Kelvin Sylvain. Row 15, Seamus Heaney and Bruce Robinson. Row 16, Clive Chisnell and Marcus Colton. On row 17, Stephen New and Matt Pickford. On row 18, Liz Walton and Ivor Mayers. On row 19, Andrew Flynn and Tom Selden. And on row 20 should be Alex Jones and Scott Wright, but we shall see if they are there. They retired after an incident in the earlier race, which was only about an hour ago. So yeah, I don't think those 2 cars have been repaired, which isn't a surprise really, because they had a corner, I think, off both cars. So very short time to re-prepare the cars, and the track quite a bit drier than it was at the beginning of the afternoon. So setup changes probably needed if there was time to do so. In the earlier races today, well, in race 1, it was Sam Smith that took the win from Adam Bessel and Jack Harding in similar conditions to this, although it was worsening during that race, where it should be getting better in this one. And in row 2, Patrick Fletcher took the win. He forced his way through the ahead of Sam Smith, and then third went to Richard Amos. A really great drive from him. But because of this reverse grid, Patrick Fletcher starts 6th, Sam Smith starts 5th, and Richard Amos starts 4th. Championship contender Jack Harding on pole should be the favourite really, but of course around this circuit it's pretty much impossible to get away, so we shall see what happens for him. He has yet to win though. He's had a podium in every race bar the earlier one. Sam Smith has been on the podium in every race, but he's only won the once. Patrick Fletcher has won 3 times over the course of the season. James Cousins, he was the winner of the reverse grid race at Croft, and he starts on row 2 here and went well in the earlier one to get 4th from much further back on the grid. Look out for John Langridge and Adam Bessel. They were involved in an incident earlier. They start 12th and 13th, should progress from there. And they're lining up then on the grid ahead of this final race of the weekend for these cars. We've got 2 further races though on this live streamed event still to go once this one's done. This will be 20 minutes for the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Super Cup, and it is Jack Harding then on pole position, looking for his first win of the season in the car that's run by Luke Herbert Racing, former champion in the category, and alongside him Declan Lees, who's been having a good weekend here in the Hills Motorsport car, backed by Covered Timber. Behind James Cousins in the Hills Motorsport team car, that one backed by David Cousins Surveyors, and alongside him is Richard Amos in the Brian Chandler run machine, the BC Cars car. Away they go then for 20 minutes of racing this round 6 of the BRSCC Mazda MX5 Super Cup, and Declan Lees made a great start here to get alongside into Copse Corner. And off the road, a big moment. Is he going to end up in the gravel car 70? Xavier Brook had a big old moment there at Copse Corner. He's going to get back on, but he's going to have lost a lot of places. Jack Harding held on the outside line to get ahead, stay ahead of Declan Lee. Big moment there for Sam Smith. He made a good start. He got up into 3rd, but he was completely crossed up on the inside line, heading into Beckett's corner there. Xavier Brook trying to regain positions. There's a couple of cars off, including 99 Nick Rutter. So he'll have to rejoin. The other one, I think one of the Go For It racing cars gets back on, but it's Harding who leads. In 2nd is Declan Lee, and then it's a great gaggle of cars behind. 3 abreast in some instances, 15 there. That's Clive Powles, and he's very much involved in some side-by-side action in the mid-pack there. But up front, the top 2 have got away. So this is Jack Harding and Declan Lee. There's one in the gravel there. Who is that? 419, I think, Martin Canning. So he's sideways back onto the road, and he's flips his mirror back out and continues on his way, but much further down the order than what he once was. Jack Harding leads then by 4 tenths over Declan Lee. In 3rd is Sam Smith. He did get that position despite a big slide. In 4th is Richard Amos. 5th, a good start from Will Blackwell Chambers. 6th is still Patrick Fletcher. 7th, progressing very well on lap 1, Adam Bessel. 8th is Sam Smith. 9th for Simon Baldwin. A poor start from James Cousins. He's down to 10th from 3rd on the grid. There's some side-by-side action as Patrick Fletcher tries to gain a position, but on the outside line that might not work for him. There's John Langridge. He didn't progress so well. He's 13th. Best start of the whole race went to Kevin Sylvain, who started 28th. He's up to P18. Down the Wellington Straight, Jack Harding trying to get away from Declan Lee. Then in 3rd place is Sam Smith. Locking up there, Richard Amos in 6th. Round the outside of Patrick Fletcher comes Adam Bessel. Remember, he started 12th for the jumping, the 3-time winner this week, this season. Patrick Fletcher had a huge slide there through Luffield, and I think he's had contact with a couple of cars involved in all of that. And he's lost a lot of positions. A load of gravel on the circuit from that car that went off a lap ago. Everybody's working their way through. Yeah, there's Fletcher, behind Simon Baldwin and John Langridge, who is at the back of the top 10, maybe out of the top 10 in fact. It's Harding that leads after 2 laps from Declan Lee. 3rd is Sam Smith. 4th is Will Blackwell Chambers. 5th Richard Amos. 6th is Alan Bessel. 7th is Sam Smith. Tom Smith even. 8th is James Cousins. 9th is John Langridge. 10th is Simon Baldwin. Patrick Fletcher is outside of the top 10 in 12th. So this isn't going terribly well for him so far. Down into Beckett, say come then. This is lap 3 of the 20-minute race. The fastest lap has been done by Will Blackwell Chambers, 75.735. The first flying lap of the race. There's 66 on the outside line. That's Martin Heath in the M-Tech racing car. He's battling away there. a bit further down the order, but again, as we've been saying in all the MX5 races, battles all the way through the pack, which is absolutely brilliant. Here's our, I think, championship leader, Sam Smith in car 1, the reigning champion, well, certainly one of the championship contenders, with Jack Harding and Patrick Fletcher being the main three this season. Through Luffield, he's under a lot of pressure from Will Blackwell Chambers, who's having one of his best races in these cars. He's set the fastest lap early on, and he's there in 4th. The top 7 or 8, is that 8 cars getting away. There's a gap between 24, James Cousins, and the best of the rest, which is now Simon Baldwin. But it's Harding that leads by half a second over Declan Lee, with Sam Smith here in 3rd. 4th Will Blackwell Chambers, 5th Richard Amos, 6th Adam Bessel now sets the fastest lap of the race, 74.967. Then Sam Smith there right on the tail of James Cousins, battling for 7th and 8th. Sam Smith having his best race of the weekend. Tom Smith, I should say, apologies. Tom Smith in 41. Sam Smith's in number 1 in that lead battle. The second group of cars are side by side. John Langridge and Simon Baldwin and Braden Fletcher as well, trying to buy into that. Round the outside of Langridge attempts to go Baldwin to hang on to 9th place, and then Braden Fletcher and the unrelated Patrick Fletcher try and go either side of them down the Wellington Straight. But what about up front? Well, Sam Smith is looking to the inside there of Declan Lee into Brooklands corner. There's his teammate Richard Amos, who's having an absolutely brilliant weekend here at Silverstone. There's the fastest lap man, car number 4, Adam Bessel, progressing through from 13th on the grid. There's Jack Harding, the leader, who's not able to really get away, but is far enough ahead not to have been challenged during the course of the first quarter of this race. So Sam Smith yet to get past Declan Lee, despite that challenge earlier on this lap. Into Copse they come, with Harding leading in that Luke Herbert run car. There's Adam Bessel, absolutely on the coattails of Richard Amos, who runs out wide there in car 6, the BC Cars machine. Might lose a position here down towards Beckett's. Bessel right there with him. BC Cars with Sam Smith Racing, of course. So through Beckett's they go. Now with Harding got the others closer to him up front now. It looks like that half a second or so gap he had is diminished, and Declan Lee is right in the tow, and here comes Sam Smith to the inside of Lee for 2nd as they dive down into Brooklands corner here. There's Will Blackwell Chambers, who's going well in P4, but for 2nd in front of him, he's got a great view of this. These two cars are side by side, but there's yellow flags out at Luffield, so somebody's obviously come to grief on the most recent lap. It's Martin Canning again, 419. He went off early on. He's gone off again by the looks of things. So yellow flags at the entry to Luffield, but they can race on the exit. But obviously no passing could be done, so that hampered Sam Smith's attempt to pass Declan Lee. 5 laps done now, 13.5 minutes to go. Still got this battle pack of 8 leading cars in the second group, which Patrick Fletcher's progressing past a couple. He's got ahead of Simon Baldwin, I think, there, and he was trying to get past Braden Fletcher too. Down into Maggots, and then Beckett's. Here come the leaders, and Smith's got past Lee, so Sam Smith into 2nd, and Will Blackwell Chambers going to follow him through. Is he on the inside line? Not sure Blackwell Chambers had a podium in a Mark III yet. I think this will be a good chance, and he very much shuffles Declan Lee out wide all over the runoff, and he's going to lose a whole host of positions here. So Blackwell Chambers goes 3rd, Richard Amos will probably go 4th, and Adam Bessel 5th. Let's see as they get into Brooklands. Certainly it's Jack Harding and Sam Smith up front, 2 the championship contenders, with their main rival Patrick Fletcher much further behind. 3rd is Amos, 4th is Bessel. So Will Blackwell Chambers also lost out in that, so really didn't work for him trying to get past Declan Lee. They both dropped back, and James Cousins passes them both too, and now 12 Declan Lee might get ahead of Blackwell Chambers anyway. No, not quite. So the new order is Jack Harding in 1st, in 2nd is Sam Smith, in 3rd is Richard Amos, he's going 2 places, and Adam Bessel followed him through. Then 5th James Cousins, 6th Will Blackwell Chambers, 7th Declan Lee, and 8th Tom Smith. In the second group, Patrick Fletcher's just set the fastest lap of the race in 29, the 3-time winner this season, a 74.629, and he's chasing, not related, Braden Fletcher, and they're the 2 quickest cars on the circuit. Here come the leaders into Beckett's. There's Sam Smith chasing after championship rival Jack Harding, who hasn't had such a good day here at Silverstone. Did get a podium in race 1, but qualifying didn't go his way, which sort of harmed his opening 2 races of the weekend. Down the Wellington Straight, this is lap 7. Here comes Smith to the inside into Brooklands. That's not going to work for him though. And then you've got Amos and Bessel battling over 3rd and 4th positions. Bessel a bit sideways on the inside in the Elite Access backs MX5. They turn right through Luffield. This is all a green flag zone again, we should note. Oh, and this contact, I think, is there between Bessel and Amos is all out over the gravel, over the grass. He's going to drop out of this lead impact. Real shame for him, not quite sure what happened there between himself and Adam Bessel. So that means the top 2 have got a bigger gap. Jack Harden and Sam Smith have a couple of seconds or so over Adam Bessel in 3rd, who's got a very mucky car now. 4th is Will Blackwell Chambers. 5th, James Cousins there in 24. 6th is Declan Lee. 7th now is Tom Smith, who's having his best race in one of these cars. Adam Bessel goes out really wide. And then in 8th position now is Braden Fletcher. 9th, Patrick Fletcher. And 10th is where Richard Amos fell to. Leaders into Beckett's. Lap number 8. We're pretty much halfway into it. Probably be another 16 lap race. 12, Declan Lee, really close to the back there. Of the car of, I think, Tom Smith, who just passed him. So Tom Smith gets himself into 6th. What about for the lead? Well, Sam Smith comes down the inside of Jack Harden. He gets it done. So new race leader Sam Smith, who started 5th, has progressed steadily through the pack, and now he leads. And he's got himself ahead of Jack Harden. But even though now he's the leader, not sure if he'll be able to keep it, because Harding will be keen to re-challenge, and he's right on the tail, right on the rear bumper of the race leader as they come out of Luffield to complete lap 8. It is a battle between these 2 at the moment. We'll see if the rest can close in. Car 19 is set to be lapped. That's Liz Walton in the Tucker Motorsport car. New fastest lap from James Cousins, 74.473 in 5th, and he's going for 4th on the inside there of Will Blackwell Chambers. Bit further back, Amos trying to keep himself ahead of Simon Baldwin. Bit further back, you've got 66 involved here. That's Martin Heath, who's ahead of 757 Luke Whitworth. And 23, Martin Tolley. And 55, Simon Fleet. 4-car battle. They all head their way out of Copse Corner then. And down into Beckett's. There's Whitworth diving up the inside of Heath to try and gain a position. That was for 14th position, that was. There's 47. That's James Warrior. Yellows at Brooklands now. So who's come to grief this time through the complex? Double waved yellows into Luffield. So is this a recovery for the earlier incident, perhaps? No, the car just in front, perhaps just exiting. No, that's Liz Walton, isn't it? He was there anyway. So I presume this is for the recovery of the Martin Canning car that went off earlier. Anyway, leaders across the line to complete 9 laps. And here, what's happened to the leader there? Oh, that's going past the back marker, isn't it? Apologies. So the back marker gets lapped. So that's what the slower car was. And Adam Bessel dives up the inside of Liz Walton. Has a big moment. But for the lead, Jack Harden is challenging Tom Smith. Sam Smith, let's get that right. So it's Sam Smith who's leading. In second place is Jack Harden. Third is Bessel, side by side for 4th. James Cousins alongside Will Blackwell Chambers. Can't make it. Here comes Patrick Fletcher. He's trying to gain time. There's Tom Smith, who's having a good run. He's back behind Declan Lee though. Then Patrick Fletcher is now 8th by the looks of it. Fastest lap for Declan Lee now, 74.456. So lap time's coming down throughout this race. Will Blackwell Chambers and James Cousins still side by side. And finally it goes the way of 24. James Cousins on the outside line. P4 now. So, into the right-handed corner at Luffield then, for that battle for 4th place. There are the leaders. It's still Sam Smith ahead of Jack Harding, and are they being caught, I wonder, by Adam Bessel on the last lap? The gap came down to a second, but then of course Bessel had that big moment at Copse, so he's dropped away again, and Harding's just set the fastest lap of the race. A car in second, a 74.428, new fastest lap for Jack Harding. Behind, James Cousins, new 4th place man ahead of Will Blackwell Chambers. 6th is Declan Lee, 7th Tom Smith, who's being caught by Patrick Fletcher in 8th. He's got ahead of Braden Fletcher, then Richard Amos 10th. Blue flags out. That's either Mares being lapped in 3:16. Here are the leaders, absolutely bumper to bumper as they turn their way through Beckett for the 11th lap of the race. We've got 7 minutes to go. And Harding in the wheel tracks of the leader, Sam Smith. Where are we going to see a challenge? Of course, Smith passed earlier. Down towards Brooklands they come. And he has a little look to the inside. Does Harding? He takes an earlier apex to the corner. Sam Smith still running these wet lines on the outside. But of course the track dries off. When's the changeover going to be on what lines you use? Well, at the moment, Smith is just ahead of Jack Harding. And they're both being caught again by Adam Bessel in third. So we could have 3 for the lead yet. Looks like Braden Fletcher, car 10's getting a penalty for track limit infringement. So he's fallen down the timing screens. And it's 3 abreast in the middle there. So very busy heading down towards Copse Corner. A new fastest lap from Patrick Fletcher, 73 now. Remember, we're in the 75s and 76s earlier. 73.853 for Patrick Fletcher, the car in 8th, the winner from earlier, fastest lap of the race. We've got 3 cars battling for the lead. Smith, Harding and Bessel. The 4th place battle, Cousins, Blackwell Chambers, Lee, Smith and Fletcher are all involved in this. So a 5-car battle. Oh, and Patrick Fletcher's gone way off. Way out wide is Patrick Fletcher. So all the time he's just gained, I think he's lost again. He was far off on the left-hand side of the circuit, although keeping his foot in, he might have not lost so much time. With, of course, his wide expands of Silverstone circuit. Here come the top 3 together. Can Adam Bessel get a good result out of this? Well, he's on the podium at the moment. There are 5 minutes to go. We're about to complete lap 12, and Harding on the inside line. He might grab the lead here through Woodcote, not quite. Smith just has the momentum to hang on in front as they complete 12 laps then. 5 minutes to go. Hard to tell if we're going to get 4 or 5 more laps out of this. Into Copse, car 1 the leader. Patrick Fletcher remained 8th, but did lose a bit of time, by the way. Right, here comes Harding then, trying to get alongside the leader, down towards Maggots. They're side by side, overlapping now. On the outside line for the Beckett's corner will be Sam Smith. Jack Harding will be on the inside, and he will take the lead back here on that inside line. But will he have the run on the exit of the corner? That's the worry, going on the inside in these conditions into that corner. But I think he's done okay. But of course, here beginning off the toe now to the other 2, down the Wellington Straight for the 13th time. James Cousins and Will Blackwell Chambers there in 4th and 5th, but for the lead, Smith comes back to the outside of Harding. And I don't think he's going to make this work, although of course the outside lines have worked during the course of the day. Adam Bessel involved in that, trying to get down the inside. None of that really worked though. So into Luffield, same order, Harding, Smith and Bessel. Of course the new order is on this lap because of that change into Beckett's. Through Woodcote then for the 13th time with 3.5 minutes to go. 0.3 of a second separate the top 2. So Bessel is closer to Smith than Smith is to Harding as they head off to Copse. Great big battle pack behind. You've got Cousins and Blackwell Chambers battling over 4th and 5th. Tom Smith is up to 6th now. He's got himself ahead of Declan Lee, and Richard Amos has got himself ahead of Patrick Fletcher. And you think Simon Baldwin and John Langridge have joined that group, and of course Braden Fletcher, the penalised car, I think is actually at the front of that, but of course he's penalised. So Braden Fletcher is 6th on the road, but has a 5-second penalty. So down the Wellington Straight they come, down into Brooklands. This is lap 14 now. And Jack Harding is hanging on there ahead of Sam Smith. Can he make it 3 different winners in the day? Yet to win a race this season is Harding. But he was super fast at Croft. Was the quickest driver there really, but didn't get a result out of it. He's had 2 really poor qualifying sessions at Croft and here at Silverstone. Through Woodcote they come. Is it going to be 2 laps to go? I think it will. So I think 2 laps to go now. So it will be a 16-lapper. Pretty tight where we get the end of the 20 minutes, whether we squeeze another lap out of it. Anyway, the leaders turn their way into Copse Corner. Harding, Smith and Bessel. Then get back to Cousins and Blackwell Chambers. And then Tom Smith has just set the fastest lap in 41. A 73.547. Super lap from him. Here are the 3 leaders then. I think they just lapped another car. That'll be Clive Chisnell, who goes a lap down. Then there's the second car to be lapped. That's Matt Pickford. I think both Brian Chandler run machines. So the three leaders go past, with Jack Harding the leader heading into Brooklands. Smith though looking a bit racy. When they see the last lap board, that'll be time to make that move if you're going to gain a position. Into Luffield, Harding, Smith, Bessel, same order still, with 43 the leader. Good run through Luffield there for him, which just will give a bit of breathing room between him and Sam Smith, which is pretty ideal heading on to what is going to be, yes, the last lap. The last board is out, so this is the final lap of the race, the final MX5 racing lap of the weekend. Can Jack Harding make it 3 different winners in the MX5 Super Cup for this weekend at Silverstone? They head off down towards Maggot. A new fastest lap this time for Patrick Fletcher, 73.400. So the track just getting quicker and quicker. And it's Jack Harding who appears in short in the lead, still ahead of Sam Smith and Adam Bessel as they break into Beckett for the final time. But it's a run down towards Brooklands, which is important, and Harding uses a lot of road there. Was that an error, or was that trying to make the most corner speed possible? An instant at Brooklands, what may mean yellow flags into Brooklands on the last lap, which isn't ideal. But it's Harding in front still, so if we still have got yellows on those cars off, they've been overtaking, but I think they might have got back going. They have. So Bessel challenges to try and get second away from Sam Smith. He's done it, I think. So Bessel goes second, so Sam Smith, who's led a lot of this race after fighting his way through, has dropped down to third, and it looks good for Jack Harding to finally win this season. He came so close at Croft. It's not been the ideal day so far for him, but it's all come good in race 3 of the weekend for Jack Harding. He's delighted with that. He wins. Adam Bessel second, who I'm sure will be very pleased with that one because he started down in 13th. Third goes the way of Sam Smith, who's had a good day. He's unbeaten. He's been on the podium in every race, I should say. Unbeaten record of 6 podium finishes in 6 races. James Cousins takes 4th. 5th for Will Blackwell Chambers. 6th goes the way of Tom Smith, who again I think sure he'll be pleased with that. Declan Lee takes 7th. 8th for Patrick Fletcher, not a good race for him. He's had 1 good race and 2 not so much. 9th for Simon Baldwin. 10th for penalised Braden Fletcher, who was much higher on the road, of course. John Langridge was 11th. 12th for Richard Amos, another penalised driver. 13th Nick Dunn. 14th Martin Tolley. 15th for Luke Whitworth. 16th Martin Heath. 17th for Simon Fleet. 18th George Grant. 19th Kevin Sylvain, and 20th goes the way of Alex Miller. So breathless action over the course of the 6 Mazda MX-5 races today, and the final MX-5 Super Cup race sees Jack Harding as the race winner. So let's take a look at the highlights of that partially reversed grid race, how Jack Harding took the win. Well, he started from pole, which helped, but he didn't lead the whole race. He was alongside Declan Lee, who went well to start but sort of dropped back later. The huge grid again, absolutely remarkable shot this one is, heading down towards Beckett's on lap 1 with so many cars batting away. It wasn't so good though for Nick Rutter. He was involved in an incident. Then Martin Canning had a gravelly trip, and he would come to grief a couple of laps later at the same corner. A lock up there for Richard Amos, who was right amongst them. I think in a couple of races now he's been penalised for track limits. Patrick Fletcher, that's where he dropped back. He was involved in that incident, got sideways, and I think tagged a car trying to recover it. Sam Smith was progressing through from 5th on the grid. Will Blackwell Chambers was up there early on in 3rd, here getting past Declan Lee. But then it was Smith's turn to chase after Jack Harding and bridge the gap. We saw the huge slide for Richard Amos, which put him out of the leading group. He's been really quick all day though. Then Sam Smith slipstreamed his way ahead of Jack Harding. That looked good to try and take a second win of the day. Behind, James Cousins got past Will Blackwell Chambers for 4th. But then for the win, it was Jack Harding down the inside into Beckett with a few laps to go. That was the move that did it. Beat Sam Smith and Adam Bessel, and then Bessel managed to pass Smith into Brooklands on the last lap. But it was Jack Harding who makes it 3 different winners in 3 races here in the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Super Cup.
Well, as you can see, it's clearly dirty work being a Mazda MX-5 Super Cup driver, and that's Adam Bessel's car, which finished up in 2nd place. so good to see him getting another step on the podium. But that obviously was a win for Jack Carter on his comeback, which he's been wanting ever since he did come back at Croft a few weeks ago. And I think we can jump in and see how he feels about it. So, well, it had to come sooner or later, didn't it? But finally, first win back and done it now.
Oh yeah, it's I haven't won since 2019. It's I know I took a year out, but it feels like a long time coming. Boys and girls, to be honest, at Luke Herbert Racing, just an absolutely fantastic job of the car. We just need to get qualifying. Unfortunately, like I said, we had issues with the car at Croft, we had issues with an engine in qualifying here, and it puts us on the back foot. So yeah, I really wanted that win. I saw Sam was much quicker in turn 1. That's the only place he was gaining on me, and I thought I'll just let him go, follow him for a lap or two, see how he does it, and then go back past. And honestly, it worked out. It would work that way, but it did. But honestly, massive thanks to all my sponsors as well. I've got 2 Racing, I've got APH Science, I've got Team Yar Race, like I said, Luke and the boys, and my family and partner, everything. It's amazing.
I think if there's anyone that can help you get to the front and win a race, it was going to be the man you spent chasing the championship the last 3 years. So he's certainly giving you a lot of hand, isn't he?
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? But no, they're doing a fantastic job with the car. We just need to hopefully not have any gremlins in qualifying, and then we can start at the front where we should, and then not be around other people that we shouldn't. And hopefully we'll start picking up some points and going from there, more wins.
So hopefully it's the first of many, isn't it?
I hope so, yeah.
Well done. Well, it's much deserved. You've been working to it since Croft, so well done. You can go and celebrate, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you very much, cheers.
Good stuff. Right, let's bring second place man Adam Bezel in to have a quick chat. Well, I'll do, wouldn't it? 2 podiums in the weekend, you've got to be chuffed with that.
Yeah, I mean, with that one we were 13th because we were running 4th in the second race, and then we got nerfed off by, I can't think who it was now, John Langridge, I think. And then, yeah, that was good from 13th to 2nd, so I'll take that.
Yeah, lots more progress made, so I guess you've got some confidence going for the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, definitely. I'm missing Anglesey because my friend's getting married, but yeah, we'll be ready to go at Snet. So
yeah, that's a plausible excuse, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, especially with everything that's going on at the minute. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but even so, it looks like you're in the groove for this year. So it looks like you seem to be enjoying yourself in the Super Cup now.
Yeah, definitely love it. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, good stuff. Right, well, go enjoy your wedding. We'll see you next time.
Will do. Thank you very much.
Good stuff. Let's bring Sam Smith in. Well, you got the set now. Was that the first, second, and the third? So you got the 4 sets to take home this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. It was again. I was really happy with that result. Starting 6th, I think. I wasn't expecting that. I got a good start. Hung it around the outside. There's plenty of grip around there. Car again was really good, and I caught Jack. I comfortably caught Jack. I overtook him comfortably, and then again, it's whoever's behind has the advantage, especially in those conditions, because they can kind of see. If they go a bit tighter than the leader, then they can gain more grip or lose it, and then they can play that to their advantage the next lap. So it's not easy to win around here, and Jack did a really good job, Adam did a really good job, and yeah, to walk away 3 podiums from Silverstone, you can't really ask for more than that.
We're starting to get the contenders now. It's you, it's Jack, it's Patrick, and a couple more in there. So this is shaping up to be a pretty epic season, isn't it?
Yeah, it should be. I've raced Adam for years in the Mark 1, so I know he's very good, and he's got a good car, and he's driving well. So it's going to be more than 3 cars for the championship this year for sure.
It'll make you busy, isn't it?
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Good stuff. Love that. Listen, go and get your trophies. Well done, and we'll see you next time in Anglesey, mate. Great drive.
Cheers, great. Cheers.
Right, that's it for the Mazdas. As we mentioned, they'll be back next time at Anglesey, North Wales, and that's going to be in a few weeks' time on July 10th and 11th. 2 more races left to go here at Silverstone. The second one is one which I know quite a few people here see it for the first time have been quite enjoying. It's the second race for the new Zeo Prototypes Cup. And Josh, I think if it's anything like the first race, we had that fantastic duel between Matt Manderson and Duncan Williams, Radical versus LMP3. Should be interesting. Because the circuit's dry, who knows? Maybe Mike Genby could get involved as well. Either way, this should be superb.
So it's time for the second round then of this new Zeo Prototype Cup for sports prototype racing, and it'll be a rolling start, so we'll be quickly into this race. So I think we can have a look through the grid for it. So they head round on their green flag lap ahead of their rolling start, 2x2 grid. And on the front row be Duncan Williams and Matt Manderson. On row 2, Mike Genvy and Graham Charman. Row 3, we'll see Alistair Smart alongside Chris Child. On row 4, Richard Hardy and Norman Lackford. Row 5 sees Andy Chittenden and Dominic Langdon down. On row 6, Robert Gilman and Lee Collar. Row 7 for Simon Freeman and Richard Chamberlain. And then on row 8 will be Jay Shepherd. I think the two cars there at the back, Freeman and Chamberlain, both switching now. So it'll be Tony Freeman in for Simon and Matthew Chamberlain in for Richard. So a couple of driver changes there for shared cars. We'll see if Edward Worthington has a go in the MP over from Jay Shepherd. That's yet to be seen. But anyway, the race is soon about to get underway. This is going to be a 20-minute race in better conditions than earlier. I presume we'll still all be on wet racing tyres. That may not particularly like these conditions, I'd think, in these high downforce cars. You've got the Norma LMP3 car on pole position then of Duncan Williams alongside the twin bike engined Radical SR8 of Matt Manderson. On row 2, Mike Gemvey in the self-developed gun, and then alongside him is Graham Charman in the Juno. So some great different manufacturers here in this new Zeo Prototype Cup. And look, it's damp on the inside line, so Duncan Williams from pole has a much damper line to get away from than on the outside for Matt Manderson. So the lights go out, 20 minutes of racing gets underway, and is that drier line going to help Manderson? Not quite sure, because it looked like Duncan Williams made a better start that time and was on the inside line into Cops Corner. Will it be him that heads into Beckett's and in the lead? It is. So Norman's got him, and second is Mike Gemvey. So it didn't actually work at all well for Manderson. Where is he? So Matt Manderson, the winner from earlier, is way down the order. Now, is this a tyre difference, I wonder? Have some cars gone for slicks, and that's why Matt Manderson is slow at the start here? We'll have to see how the race develops. It'll become pretty obvious, I think, if we have got choice of slick tyres. But Matt Manderson is losing a whole host of positions at the start here, which certainly suggests that might be the case. Because we've got yellow flags out here because we've got a spin. That's car number 7 that's gone round. So it's Tony Freeman, who started at the back in the Radical SR10, who's rotated. But I thought there were yellow flags further around the corner. So whether somebody didn't get away well, and that's caught. I know it's the leader. I think the leader's gone off out of shot. So the Norma's had a spin of Duncan Williams. I'm not sure we'll be able to pick up where he got to, but across the line, Mike Gemvey led. In second position, Graham Charman. Although Williams did have this transponder issue, but he's not there, is he? So it appears we've lost the Norma. So a very different look to the front of this race. Mike Gemvey leads, and in second place, Graham Charman. Third is Alistair Smart. Fourth is Chris Child, and fifth is Richard Hardy. And to the pit lane comes Duncan Williams. So whatever the problem there was for the Norma driver, he's pitted. He's going to be out the race, it would appear. So there's a second place man, that's Graham Charman, who's out there in that Juno. Here's Alistair Smart. He's had a good start to this race. He's third in the Radical PR6. Matt Manderson dropped to 8th, but my bet is he's on slick racing tyres, which should improve once he gets them up to temperature. But how much time is that going to take? It's a cold day here at Silverstone. It may be the British summertime, but it's pretty chilly indeed, where it was super hot in the week. In the battle here for 4th position, a change because Richard Hardy's got himself ahead of Chris Child. Up to 6th from the back of the grid comes Matt Chamberlain. Where's our race 1 winner? Well, Matt Manderson still losing time. Look at that car, though. Great looking machine. A self-developed car by the Chamberlains, a CTR01 that runs a 2-litre engine. Matthew Chamberlain driving it in this one. He's currently in 6th. Mike Gemvey leading. He's done a fastest lap of 58.980. He's 6 seconds ahead now of Graham Charman. Alistair Smart in 3rd, a further 4 seconds back. Then there's a 6-second gap to Richard Hardy and Chris Child. Then a big gap of 5 seconds to Matt Chamberlain, who's got Andy Chittenden in the MCR Sports 2000. You can see there chasing him. And then Norman Lackford going well in 8th. Dominic Landon down 9th, and down to 10th has gone Matt Manderson on what I'm presuming here are slick tyres. One of the quickest cars in the race is the car that spun on lap 1. Tony Freeman in 11th has done a 62, which is quicker than pretty much everybody bar the leading to. The fastest lap, Mike Gemvey, 58.439. So we're lapping similar times to earlier, but this is going to really change as the race goes on, as conditions alter. There's that car that's progressing, car number 7. So that's Tony Freeman in the Radical SR10, just passing there Dominic Landon down for 9th. So Tony Freeman, that SR10, the Ford EcoBoost powered Radical, one of the very few Radicals that hasn't got a bike engine in it. 2.3 litre. There's 46 cents. That's the Radical SR4, one of the early cars. That's Chris Child that turns his way out of Beckett's. He's currently in 5th place. This category runs to a class system, mainly based on engine size. There's the SR4 then turning its way down towards Brooklands Corner, going after Richard Hardy. Mike Genvy's completed 4 laps. He's 12 seconds now clear of Graham Charman and pulling away. He's the only driver who's gone under a minute so far in this race. Alistair Smart is 3rd, the best of the bike engine cars. 4th is Richard Hardy. 5th is Chris Child. There's 6th, that's Matt Chamberlain. 7th is the MCR of Andy Chittenden here, the Sports 2000 car that runs there with the Duratec engine. But look how much quicker in a straight line the Radical SR10 is, and Tony Freeman accelerates his way ahead of Andy Chittenden, who has raced Radicals in the past. Freeman therefore is up to 7th now, and he should really progress up more places yet. He'll be chasing after Matt Chamberlain, who's in that low-winged CTR for the CTR development team. There's 48. That's Andy Chittenden. Here's Chris Child, he's 5th. He's catching back up to Hardy. There you can see the Juno making its way down towards Copse and going off that dry line onto the wet surface to try and cool his tyres. There's Alistair Smart, he's in 3rd. Long-time racer of that Radical PR6. Then in 4th, the battle between the 2 different Radicals, Richard Hardy's SR3. And then in 5th position behind him was Chris Child. They're both being caught rapidly by Tony Freeman, who's already passed Matthew Chamberlain. There he is, car 7. Tony Freeman should catch those 2 bike engine Radicals shortly. There's Chamberlain, he's down to 7th now. He's got 3 seconds of a gap to Chittenden. Matt Manderson's pace is not improving, so I don't think the slick tyres are coming in yet. It's too damp for that. He's in 11th. He's been lapped already, and he's lapping 10 seconds slower than Mike Genvy. So there goes Matthew Chamberlain, who's being caught now by Tony Freeman. He was 6 seconds ahead at the beginning of the lap. Oh, sorry, no, he's been passed by Tony Freeman, I should say, isn't he? It's Child that's got the 6 second gap. But here's the battle for 7th, or 8th even. That's Andy Chittenden versus Norman Lackford, who turn their way through Brooklands Corner, the MCR Sports 2000 and the Radical PR6 that Norman Lackford's driven for quite a number of years now. He's in the RJ Motorsport car. That's that team running a lot of cars here with Josh Smith, multiple OSS champion in the past, helping to run those cars. So here's the battle for 7th, down towards Copse. Chittenden has Lackford to the inside of him. They're both about to be lapped by the leader, which is Mike Genvy. So 35, the gun, turns its way through Copse Corner. Mike Genvy, who won a lot of the OSS races which were organised by the BRSCC in the past, he leads them by a long, long way over Graham Charman, nearly 20 seconds now. So Mike Genvy absolutely flying in these conditions. He got the right tyre choice, and whatever happened to Duncan Williams put him out of contention. So Genvy about to lap this battle for 7th, then he dives down the inside for 8th, I should say, gets Lackford, who's 9th, and then he draws alongside Andy Chittenden and drives around the outside of him into Luffield. So that didn't take long, unsurprisingly, for Mike Genvy then, as he turns his way out of Luffield Corner and accelerates his way through Woodcote to complete another lap. This is lap 8 completed in the Gun TS6, still having to use, of course, the damper part of the circuit to try and keep his tyres cool. His lap times are going off as the tyres overheat. There, a change, because Tony Freeman has passed both Richard Hardy and Colin Child to go 4th. That will be one more place I think Freeman can get. He should catch Alistair Smart, who's 8 seconds ahead. There's the leader though, Mike Genvy, out of Beckett's corner for the 9th time. He's 20 seconds ahead of Graham Charman still. There's the battle for 8th, Chittenden and Lackford. Let's have a look at this leading car then. Lots of modifications, of course, have been made since the gun was built by the Genvi team. Former Formula V champion, Mike Genvi, a couple of decades ago, but been racing sports 2000 since then. And then most recently, this gun that they've developed. And across the line he comes. He's got Matthew Chamberlain to lap next, the 7th place car. And he's just done a 59.3 then, so about a second away from the fastest lap. And he will accelerate past the Chamberlain car with no real difficulty. So he's lapped now everyone up to 6th. The next cars will be that battle between Richard Hardy and Chris Child. See, trying to go into wet parts of the track, and a bit of spray he finds to try and cool those wet racing tyres, because they'll be overheating on this circuit now. Team slick tyres don't really work, but wet tyres aren't ideal either. So he turns his way through Luffield as the leader on this 10th lap of the race. He's 22 seconds ahead of Graham Charman, who in turn is 24 seconds ahead of Alistair Smart, who is being caught all the time by Tony Freeman, who's in 4th. 5 seconds further back, and Richard Hardy and Chris Child, the last 2 cars on the lead lap. So here's Genvi through Copse. 13 cars still running out there. Looks like it's Jay Shepherd again, by the way, in the MPO1. Here's a battle for 5th, Richard Hardy v Chris Child. They're about to be lapped by Genvi, so that's the Radical SR3 of Hardy, who's got Chris Child's SR4 behind him. Mike Genvi will drive past him, I think, in a straight line, or certainly he'll get Child into Brooklands without any kind of problem. He's 24 seconds now clear of Graham Charman. He's still the only driver to go sub-minute in this race, and he's doing it on most occasions in this drying circuit. It's a 20-minute race. There's 9 minutes to go, so we're into the second half of it now. So there's the battle for 5th and 6th through. That's Hardy and Child. There's 7th placed Matt Chamberlain, who's in this CTR. I don't think a car that's been seen out for a little while. So great to see the Chamberlains, Richard out earlier, Matthew now in it. Here's a 2nd place car. This is Graham Charman, who's in the Juno, the 2006 car, which makes its way into Copse Corner. I think a 2-litre car this is. And he heads off down towards Beckett's, where there's a battle emerging in front for 8th position between Andy Chittenden and Norman Lackford, who are battling over 8th and 9th. They're about to be lapped by this Juno of Charman, who's 25 seconds behind the leader now. So there's Chittenden and Lackford battling over 8th and 9th. They get some blue flags because the 2nd place car is about to pass them. Charman is 31 seconds ahead of Alistair Smart, who's now been caught by Tony Freeman, so there should be a change for 3rd on this lap. I don't think it'll take too long for Tony Freeman to pass Alistair Smart for that position. As Lackford gets lapped there by Charman, he's fallen away therefore from Andy Chittenden. So they blast across the line. 11 laps done for Chittenden and Lackford, 12 laps done for Charman, who's just done a personal best on that lap, a 61.024. So he heads into Maggots and Beckett's. So Chittenden and Lackford there, 8th and 9th, turn their way out of Beckett's. There's Matt Manderson, he's in 11th, not going very much quicker. There's Tony Freeman, who's got himself ahead of Alistair Smart and has immediately pulled away from him. So Tony Freeman up to 3rd now, and he's pulled 2.5 seconds out from Alistair Smart. So Tony Freeman has fought his way back through after that spin on lap 1 at Brooklands. So Freeman 33 seconds behind Charman. I don't think again any more positions. There's the battle for 5th and 6th, Richard Hardy and Chris Child. They head their way out of Beckett's corner. See the spray being kicked up right on the edge of the circuit. There's Genvy, the leader. He's about to lap Tony Freeman, who just passed Alistair Smart then. So the SR10 Radical into third. And Mike Genvy is going to lap him. So he's lapped everybody now bar the Juno of Charman. They blast across the line. I think the Radical might be slightly quicker in a straight line. So Genvy just about is able to stay ahead as he turns through Copse. Battle continues, I think, between Richard Hardy and Colin Child, although that's actually extended a bit, but they're both being caught by Matthew Chamberlain. So 5th, 6th and 7th are fairly close together. 8th is Andy Chittenden, just ahead of Norman Lackford. 10th is Dominic Langdon down. 11th is Matt Manderson, still not finding any pace. 12th is Jay Shepherd. And 13th, good to see out there, the ADR of Lee Collar. Here's the leader though, Mike Genvy, in the gun. With 5 minutes to go of this race, he's about to complete lap 15. I'm sure he's struggling now on these wet tyres, because they'll be overheating, the blocks will be moving around and not be giving him the grip that he'd hoped for. They're much better in full wet conditions. And he turns his way into Copse for the 16th time. There's a second place car. That is Graham Charman, the Juno. He turns his way into Luffield. He's about to lap the Jay Shepherd NPO1 Evo, the T7 Motorsport Run car backed by Wasp. But this is the Juno that we're watching through Woodcote. He's going to pass the Mazda engined car easily down into Copse Corner. He's 28 seconds behind Mike Genvy now. He's just on a personal best there, 60.9, which should keep him well clear of Tony Freeman's Radical. Norman Lackford's gained a place on this lap. He's got himself ahead of Andy Chittenden for 8th. They will come across the line just a 10th of a second apart. So Norman Lackford up to 8th position, Andy Chittenden down to 9th. Decent racist from Lackford, who's been in Club Motorsport for such a long time. So experienced. So there's Matt Manderson in the background. Remember, he's presumably on slicks, really struggling. But there's Chamberlain. Now, is he catching those two Radicals in front of him? He's only 2 seconds behind. But a better lap there by Chris Child, actually. A 63.57. Sorry, for Hardy. And then a 63.24 for Child. He's the quickest of those three cars. Chamberlain a 63.72 on that lap. But he has gone quicker. They're shortly going to be lapped by the second place car. There's Matt Manderson, who's having an absolute nightmare on what we assume are wrong tyres. He's just not going any quicker. He's just not able to get any heat into the tyres. So he heads off down to Brooklands, being lapped by Graham Charman, who's the second place car on his 17th lap with just a few minutes to go now. This race is going to be either 20 or 21 laps, something like that. And he turns his way out of Luffield then for another time. He's 35 seconds ahead of Tony Freeman. And he completes the lap. That was a 61.05. These by far the quickest cars racing this weekend. Lapping quicker in the damp or the wet than other categories were in the dry. New category for this year, the Zeo Proto Cup, bringing sports prototype racing back to the BRSCC. 6 classes are eligible. The top class for over 2 litre cars, Class B for cars up to 2 litres, Class C for cars up to 1400cc, Class D up for cars up to 1 litre, Class E for standard Radical SR3s, and Class F for CN type cars. And here's the leader, Mike Genvy. He's a Class B car with his 2 litre Duratec powered gun. And the last lap in the 60s, so his lap time's going out as he nurses his tyres home. There's the ADR, we haven't seen much of that. That is a Lee Collins 1400cc car that runs in 13th position. He's about to be lapped by the leader, who turns his way through Brooklands. He's half a minute ahead of Graham Charman now, so half a lap clear of anybody else. There's Lackford and Chittenden battling over 8th and 9th positions. Gemvy comes through Woodcote with pretty much a lap time left. Yes, the last lap board goes out to the leader then, so we head on to the final lap of the race for Mike Gemvy, and he's going to catch that battle for 8th and 9th positions between Norman Lackford and Andy Chittenden. There's a struggling Matt Manderson, who won the earlier race. There's Lackford, who's ahead of Chittenden, and they're both about to be lapped by Mike Gemvy. You've also got the MP in there of Jay Shepherd, who's been caught by Lee Collar's ADR. So out of Beckett's and passing that 8th place battle with no problem is Mike Gemvy. He took 3rd place in the earlier race, and he's going to be the only driver to get 2 podiums out of this, and he's going to win Class B for the 2nd time. He turns his way through Brooklands and into Laffield. Great performance in tricky circumstances. The track is drier, but it's actually harder to deal with, particularly with these wet tyres. They wouldn't have been terribly nice to drive on, I shouldn't think. But it's Mike Gemvy then that takes the win. Once again with the BRSCC, takes the checkered flag then after 20 laps of racing in the Zeo Sports Proto Series. Well clear of Graham Charman, the only other driver on the lead lap. Tony Freeman will take 3rd. 4th should go to Alistair Smart, although he started to be caught towards the end. 5th, 6th and 7th are together on this last lap. Richard Hardy, Colin Child and Matt Chamberlain. And I think we're trying to see if we can pick those cars up. So there's Smart in 4th. So the next car through are battling over 5th, 6th and 7th, and they're absolutely together across the line. Just in front of the 2nd place car, Charman. 5th did still go to Richard Hardy, but he, Chris Child and Matt Chamberlain were separated by less than a second at the flag. Norman Lackford took 8th. 9th went to Andy Chittenden, and 10th to Dominic Langdon down. 11th, Matt Manderson. 12th, Jay Shepherd just held off Lee Collar. So Class A, that went to Tony Freeman. Class B to Mike Gemvy. Class C to Alistair Smart, and Class E went to Dominic Langdon down to complete the opening weekend of racing for the Zeo Prototype Cup. So let's take a look at the highlights of that race. It was a better start for Duncan Williams in that Norma LMP3 car, but unfortunately for him it didn't last too long. He led from Mike Gemvy and Graham Charman in the early stages, but he spun. I think on the exit of Brooklands, also spinning was Tony Freeman. Freeman fought his way through the order, blasting his way past in that Ford EcoBoost engine Radical. This was a good battle that raced all race long. Andy Chittenden versus Norman Lackford. They were both lapped by the flying Mike Gemvy. Everybody bar the 2nd place man was lapped by him, in fact. There he is, lapping the 3rd place car, Tony Freeman, who fought through after a spin. And he turns his way out of Beckett's on this occasion, lapping for a 2nd time those cars. There is the winner then. Mike Gemvy, the race winner then of the 2nd round of the Zeo Sports Prototype Series. Further races for these cars come at Brands Hatch in August and Donington Park in September. And Scott Woodwiss is down in the pit lane, and he can have a chat with our race winner, Mike Gemvy.
Well, more great stuff from the ZF Prototype Championship, and I'm very happy, as you can see, Mike Gemvy, who has been here before with sports prototypes, and this is like the days of old, isn't it? With you out in front dominating in many cases, but again, a smile on your face at all.
Yeah, I'll cover it up now. Yeah, no, really good. Shame Duncan spun out, because I'm pretty sure we made a lot of changes since race 1. It was drying. I've got very old wets, so they were coming into their own for this race, where it's quite a drying circuit. But we also we had a really bad test day here about a month ago, where it dried in the day, and we knew slicks were not going to work. So yeah, a bit of doubt when Matt went out on slicks. But yeah, no, really pleased. Shame we couldn't have the race with Duncan, but yeah, just settled in, just trying to preserve the tyres. I think that's probably the last race I'll do. But yeah, mainly just want to thank Zeo and everyone working for Zeo today who's been here. It's been it's been a fantastic first event.
really enjoyed it.
And it's nice to have sports prototypes back out with the club and have you back out in the championship where it's just all the sports prototypes kind of where they belong. It's nice to have that back again, isn't it?
Yeah, and the cars are so quick and they're so nice to drive, and proper aero cars. You know, all the front running ones are definitely full aero, so yeah, it's quite nice. The neck takes a bit of recovery from that, but yeah, really good, really enjoyed that.
Yeah, good stuff. And next time out, hopefully?
Yeah, definitely. So we're at Brands beginning of August, so we'll look forward to that.
A great race you had a couple of years ago. It was like 4 of you, 4 different cars, and it was all together. I think it was you, Josh Smith, I think Duncan Williams, and a couple of others. I think it was, can't remember the other car, but you were back and forth there in the Indy circuit. It was one of the best races I'd seen for them for an ages, so hopefully more the same with that.
I hope so. I think Graham Cole won that race, so but yeah, the 4 of us on the last 3 or 4 laps, absolutely amazing. And that's sports prototypes the best when they're like that, you know, right at the end of the race, everyone's hot on tyres and hot on cars, and yeah, fantastic. So yeah, really grateful for the Zio to putting this on, and great. Looking forward to the rest of the seseason.
We'll see you at Brands, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Right, let's move on to Graham Charman here in second place. Have a quick chat with Graham. How you found that, Graham?
Hello.
Fantastic stuff in second place, and what a car to do it in as well.
Yeah, it was well better than this morning's race anyway. Wrong tyre choice this morning. And this worked better this time. I was in a bit of a race of my own, to be honest. Those guys ran away from me and I ran away from everybody else, and yeah, it was great. But
this is what they call no man's land.
It was, yeah. It was really good fun when I caught the back markers. Yeah. Gave me something to do.
But it's nice to something to Mike as well. It's nice to have sports prototypes back in the way that it is with Zio. Nice to have a nice mix of cars. You guys look like you were having massive fun out there.
Absolutely massive fun. This is only the second time I've driven this. Never driven a sports prototype before. Wanted to do it, got in that car, and here we are on the podium, so brilliant.
I guess the next question, silly or not, is Brands hatch?
Definitely, yeah, and there's some work to do on the car. It'll go quicker, I can go quicker in it, so yeah.
We look forward to it, and look forward to seeing you in the car out there. Well done.
Thank you very much indeed.
Good stuff, well done. And let's see if we can grab Tony as well in third place, just over here having a chat with his family. For a second. I don't know if you've got like a mask or not we can give you, or at all, but either way. Anyway, the third place, I think you'll take that, won't it? Not a bad day's work on that one.
No, I'll take that after the spin at Brooklands. It was, I think, just on cold tyres. I just turned in and the back started to come round. Just couldn't save it, so came back on in last position, bit of red mist, and ended up where we did. So great, car was great. Yeah, brilliant.
And it looks like everyone knows you've had mega fun today, and what a way to start the new series.
It's fantastic. Yeah, it's a good series to be in, and thoroughly enjoying it so far.
Good stuff. And Brands as well?
Yeah, we're at Brands and Donington.
Great.
Looking forward to those. Hopefully better weather.
Yeah. Well, British summer, you never know.
Yeah, you never know. It's England, of course.
That's it. Anyway,
all right.
Well done, good job, and we'll see you next time.
Cheers.
Right, that's that. BRSCC website, and also there's the Race website as well. But next up it is our final race of the day. I think it's kind of our main event today. The 45-minute pit stop race for the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy. Full grid of 40 cars. Should be a mega race. And I'll tell you what, Josh, I might even join you for this one.
So it's now time then for the final race of the weekend here at Silverstone for the BRSCC Club Sport Trophies. A huge grid, a full grid of 40 cars of production, saloon and sports cars. So let's see if we can take our way through this big grid ahead of their 45-minute race. We've got on pole position then John Cooper, who's alongside Jamie White. On row 2 is Paul Sheard and the Dominic Bush car. On row 3, Flynn Jones and Marco Ricci. On row 4, David May and David Goverley. On row 5, Stuart Donovan and David Sheed. On row 6, Ollie Wright and Robert Contrail. On row 7, Zachary Lucas and Tom Stanway. Row 8 for Rowan Lundy and for Rose Billy Moria. On row 9, Chris Payne and Jeremy Crook. Row 10, we'll see Colin Newbold and Ivor Mares. Row 11 for Scott Ferguson and George Grant. On row 12, Richard Daniels and Nick Rutter. Row 13 for Oliver Fuller and Craig Butterworth. On row 14, Seamus Heaney and Richard Bartlett. Row 15 for Georgia Speed and Oak Richardson. Row 16, Scott Wright and Stuart Humphrey. On row 17, David Fender and Luke Souch. Row 18 for Dean Clayton and Chris Godden. Row 19, Tom Hodgson and Matthew Spencer. And on row 20, Jeremy Banks and David Thomas. So a full capacity grid of 40 cars for this BRSCC Club Sport Trophy. A 45-minute race with a pit stop in the middle. A pit duration of 2 minutes, which can take place between 15 and 20 minutes. 5 main classes in this are based on power to weight ratio. So Class A is for cars up to 235 brake horsepower per tonne, Class B for cars up to 205, Class C 175, D 155 and Class E up to 135 brake horsepower per tonne. There's also a class for Mazda MX-5 Mark IV trophy cars and the invitational class, which is mainly here for Ford Fiestas that can run, which basically run to the Fiesta Championship spec and therefore can run on full racing slick or wet weather tyres, which is not the case for the main Club Sport Trophy cars. They're on treaded tyres, and this huge grid of production, sports and saloon cars. It's absolutely fantastic to see this huge grid, and in the wet qualifying session this morning, able to utilise our wet racing tyres. The top 3 cars on the grid are all these Fiesta Championship cars. We were racing at Alton Park yesterday. John Cooper, Jamie White and Zachary Lucas. The best of the Club Sport Trophy main class competitors was Paul Sheard. He's on pole in Class B. Class A is the Mark and Flynn Jones Volkswagen Golf. Class C on pole there is Stuart Donovan in the Toyota Celica. Class D for Ollie Wright's Toyota MR2 and Class E for Oliver Fuller's BMW Compact. The red light's already on and 45 minutes of racing for the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy gets underway. The Caterham makes a poor start. That's not a car you want to be swamped on by much bigger machines. That's Chris Payne, but he's got away now, and it's the Fiesta there that leads of John Cooper. Paul Sheard's made a good start in the Mark IV Mazda, and he's into second place. It's a great mix of cars, including the Mark I Toyota MR2 there. That's 128, I think, that works its way through the field, but it is Cooper that leads. Sheard is second. In third position, that's Jamie White. I think the Nissan 350Z's made a good start there with David Mays that he shares with Mark Skeet. He started 8th. He's gained positions. You've got 46 in there. That's the Tony Rogers, who I think who should have been replacing Finn Jones, but that's not replicated on the timing screen. So we say it's Finn and Mark Jones, unless we hear otherwise. Down towards Brooklands corner they come. Then you've got the David Sheed BMW Compact, the M3 powered car involved in there. We've got some of the Mazdas back out. They haven't had enough racing for today. They're back out again, including George Grant there in the Clapham North car, but they come out of Luffield do the leaders for the first time of 45 minutes, and Paul Sheard has got through then, so he's passed all the Fiestas at the start of the race. So he started in 4th place, and according to the timing screen, he's now being shared in that car with Mike Comber, so that's an addition to the entry. John Cooper is second. Third is the 95 car, which is Tom Stanaway, who started 14th. He's third already in his BMW. 4th is Ollie Stanways in the MR2, the modified car. 5th is David Mays Nissan, and 6th is Triple Two, which is David Govery. So an entertaining first lap there, Scott, as drivers make their way up the order in these drier conditions compared to wet qualifying.
Yeah, there's a little bit of skirmish in 1 or 2 towards the front. You see the Sheed and Edison BMWs, a little twitch as he went into Beckett's there for the second time, but a magnificent mix of cars as they made their way through the first few turns. And I think there was a bit of a skirmish or a situation at Cops which we happened towards the front. We kind of broke up the first 5 or 6 cars because a big gap now going forwards towards the back. Well, that's the Tom Hodgson car. That's the ex-Mark Court car. Mark Court that's out with Colin Newbold in the Honda Integra DC5 Type R, which has that replica spoon livery on it. So I was talking to Bart this morning. He's racing against his own old car, which is something I thought was quite a novel idea. Changed from a lead though, because Tom Stanway in that BMW with the Super Tour Rest body kit's now gone to the lead, and it's now the Sheard and Mike Comber Mark IV MX5 into second place, whereas it seems though Ollie Samway's up to third place. And these turbo Fiestas that came across in the Fiesta Championship, they're not being allowed to have the run around all their way. They've got the first 3 spots on the grid, but they're actually having to really fight hard here, particularly here with the 370Z of May and Skeets.
Yeah, I suspect their tyre choice is rather more difficult because, of course, they can run on their championship racing tyres as they're in the invitational class, but it's sort of not wet nor dry, really, and therefore it's perhaps hurting them a bit. There's the MR2. This is Ollie Samways in this, the Rogue Motorsport built Super GT, as it was, MR2. That championship didn't last very long, but Ollie Samways has brought this car out into the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy and going well in third place. He's come over from Kit Car Racing recently. There's the 350Z. ahead, which is the shared car between David Mays and Mark Skeets. You've got the Toyota Celica out too. That's 112. That is Stuart Donovan, who was on pole in Class C. Or the 350Z's had a problem here, hasn't it? The David May car been involved in something. There was lots of tyre squall heading into Brooklands, and he gets back going behind the David Sheed BMW Compact, which runs the M3 engine.
John Cooper also running well. He had some technical problems yesterday in the first race at Alton Park, and it's great that some of these drivers have come across all the way from Alton, about 2 hours southeast from North Alton Park, to get themselves here for this race. I think there's a little bit of not only just a good race, I think there's also a little bit of testing going on with some tweaking on these setup on these turbo Fiestas, which is always a handy thing. There's number 46 Golf, that's the Mark Jones car. And he's also been chased down by a brilliant-looking Mini with Firo's Billamori at the wheel of it as well. So all sorts going at the front. It pretty much looks as though, apart from the BMW, it's mostly the front-wheel drive machines at the front that have the advantage, which I think isn't surprising me in some of these adverse conditions, because in that situation you do want front-wheel drive for more grip, whereas rear-wheel drive is just oversteer city. And even though he's still staying towards the front, at least, well, I say that, the first three cars are all rear-wheel drive, and now we've got possibly making it the first four, because I was breaking too soon, because David Sheed puts the BMW Compact up the inside of John Cooper, and that's now up into fourth position. So I completely reverse what I just said, because it's now the first four cars are all rear-wheel drive. Could even be now first five, because they've got the main Skeets 370Z. So I'm a commentator, but it proves I know absolutely nothing in this case. And so it's good to see the 230Z recovering after its little spin, but it's a nice healthy mix of cars at the front of the grid. It's exactly what Club Sport Trophy is all about. All these different clubman level type races, all battling at the front, all different classes. And the beauty of it is that you might have cars that aren't in what we consider the quickest classes, like classes B and C, but they're still, depending on the driver's skill and the setup and the weather conditions, can still be up there and battling as hard as they can. I mean, you've got here the Invitation Turbo Fiestas having a great scrap with I think that's the Class B Honda Civic Type R. That's the ex-Civic Cup car with Jeremy Crook and Alex Lively at the wheel, to MX5 Super Cup Race. Has now got this Honda that Jerry's purchased, and certainly enjoying himself. So lots of good action already, and we've only had roughly about 6 or so minutes, so it's great to see so much tussling, and we've still got the pit stops to come still, Josh, as well.
The Mini there, that's for Rose Billy Moria, the former British GT racer. He raced the Holden Monaro in that championship, a decade and a half ago. He's got this Mini out now, and he's running just inside the top 10, in fact, going well. He's just behind the Toyota Celica there of Stuart Donovan, who was trying to get himself ahead of Jamie White. So this is the battle for 8th position. White's actually parked, so that the Celica's losing positions. That's what's happening there. It's got a bit less power, of course, because it runs in Class C. So you've got in 9th place is White, 10th is now Billy Moria, and then it's side by side behind between the Zach Lucas Fiesta and the Toyota there of Stuart Donovan as they head down towards Cops Corner. The fastest up of the race goes the way of Ollie Samways in the Toyota. He's done a 69.785. He's 4 seconds behind the leader, though. Tom Stanaway still heads the way in the BMW. Second is Paul Sheard's Mazda. Then third is Samways in the Toyota. Fourth, David Sheed's BMW. Fifth, coming up through the order, is David May in the Nissan. Then John Cooper, the poleman, has dropped to 6th in his Ford Fiesta. Here's the Golf of Finn Jones. He's in a new Golf to him, because his other one got rather smashed up here at Silverstone earlier in the season in a different category. So he's got a new car, and he's out with Mark Jones, who's raced a variety of cars over the last couple of seasons. Lap traffic now, I think, is coming into play, and that's going to be very much the case in this busy 40-car field around this pretty short circuit here at Silverstone, and a big variety of cars, which is absolutely what this is all about. Club Sport Trophy for production, sports and saloons. One for the pit lane, that's John Cooper, was it?
Yeah, it was John Cooper in, so I don't know if it's maybe a legacy of some of the problems he had yesterday at Alton Park, which is a shame if that's the case, and he was running pretty strong at that point. He was up as high as about roughly 6th or 7th, so not good for John Cooper, and I think possibly, hopefully it's not an early end to his race. I just noticed that a couple of cars that were lapping who had the Tom Hodgson X-Mark Court Ford Fiesta SI that was battling for the Fiesta Championship a few years ago when they still had the older cars racing. And also in there we had the Georgia Mills and Georgia Speed and Matt Mills car. We've got double wave yellows on the approach now to Maggots and Beckett's, but at the moment we know reason not sure why. There's the two BMW 116s now about to be lapped by the lead. In fact, there's been a change for the lead, in fact, because that's now the shared... No, sorry, forgive me. I was getting caught up. I'm getting caught up between Stanway and Samway. So I wasn't sure what was going to happen. So Stanway still leads, and it's now a gap of roughly, I think it's closed up a little bit between the Sheard and Combo Mark IV and the Ollie Sunway's just coming past a pair of BMW 116s. Then the next one they're lapping is Matthew Spencer in SDXR.
Safety car is being released, I'm afraid. So whatever's happened down there at Beckett obviously ain't great. We have lost car 50, which is another of the Fiestas. That's the Marco Ricci and David Nye car. So whether it's that...
Oh dear.
Yes, it's that car.
Goodness me.
It's gone over at Beckett, which is quite an unusual place to do that. It's quite a long way off the road as well, so not terribly sure what's happened. Don't think we lost any other cars in that incident.
Do you think, and I'm going to hypothesise here, because we had the John Cooper Fiesta heading into the pit lane, do you think maybe that might have had something to do with it?
Well, normally you'd say maybe, but they weren't together, were they? The Ricci car was, if that's right, down in 35th? No, not sure that's accurate actually, but yeah, they weren't together really, were they? So, not unless we saw something happened out of view. But yeah, that's a slightly unusual one. Is that slick tyres that car was on? Looks
like it,
looks
yeah.
that way, yeah. So that's going to take a little while, and I suspect this is going to take us into the pit stop window, which means we're going to have 40 cars probably coming into the pits at the same time. Another car that's pitted early is the Roan Lundy Toyota Celica. He's been quick this year in that car in other categories, but he's pitted out of something like 13th position, so that's obviously a problem because the pit window not yet open. So it's going to be a few moments time, and I can't imagine, Scott, they're going to get this done in 5 minutes before the pit window opens.
No, I think the first and foremost thing is obviously, hopefully, whether it was Marco Ricci or David Nye, hopefully whoever's at the wheel of it is okay.
Yeah, I think he's out, already out of the car.
And obviously, as a precaution, they'll always take them to the medical centre just to get checked over by the Chief Medical Officer. We've got the just past the window here. We had the 111 cars, another Fiesta in the pit, and that was the Zachary Lucas car. And so and the Jamie White cars there as well. So these Turbo Fiestas, they're not having the best of luck at the moment because we've had John Cooper in, Jamie White in, Zach Lucas, and then the unfortunate incident we've had with the Nye and Ricci car. So wherever you look, it seems to be these Turbo Fiestas are having a little bit of not the smoothest afternoon, I think we can say.
But of course, a quick mention for them, talking about the Fiesta Championship out yesterday. It's got new sort of look to the Fiesta Championship this year.
Yeah, absolutely. So they were testing last year. We had in a couple of the races, we had these invitation class Fiesta, essentially the Fiesta ST180s, but they've had a bit of a power hike. So the class that we give them is the ST240 class because they're now 240 horsepower. And they're now running as pretty much now the dominant class number 2, because last year they ran as an invitation. They'd also did a couple of these Club Sport Trophy races as well in invitation classes. They used it as very much a development year last year to get them to get to grips with them, to start developing in terms of suspension setup, to see what was working on the cars, and it's brought quite a few of the drivers that were regulars in the ST150s over into these new cars. It's also brought back some drivers who were racing previously back. So we had Stuart Robbins back yesterday, Alistair Kellett's back, of course, with his example as well, and a couple of others also joining in too. So, and there's more of those cars in build, and there'll be more should be coming along as the season progresses.
So class leaders at this stage. In Class A, it's Ollie Samways in the Toyota MR2 Super GT. In Class B, it is Tom Stanaway in the BMW 328i. In Class C, it's Stuart Donovan in the Toyota Celica. In Class D, it is the Nick Rutter Mazda MX-5. And in Class E, it's Oliver Fuller in the BMW Compact. So that's the leaders of the classes. You can see the top 20 order on your screen on the left hand side of your picture. How it sits at the moment behind the safety car. The leader had lapped everybody up to 31st position, and somebody who's very much in the BRSCC family, Luke Souch, is the first car that's been lapped, Scott.
Yeah, and of course Luke is joining the HQ team very shortly. He's the competitions coordinator, so he kind of the addition to the HQ team now, which kind of completes the puzzle of putting everything together, the team which the club's been building the last couple of years, which is excellent. And of course he's been very busy, of course, today in many cases, because over this weekend, because he was racing in the MX5 Clubman Championship, and then we had of course the Race Every Club Sport Trophy this afternoon, and currently sitting at the moment, I think he's sixth in class at the moment, so making his way up steadily up the field to try and get towards the front. So I wanted to quick mention about Oliver Fowler actually, because he's, of course, now a front runner in the BMW Compact Cup this year. He took a victory at Croft. Then he gave the Club Sport Trophy a try as a little bit of extra track time and quite enjoyed it. And it's nice to see him back out. There it is, the kind of the grey and yellow BMW just heading through the shot there. So he's a formidable driver, not just in amongst cars of its own kind, because he wasn't able to make it out for the last rounds we had at Knock Hill, but he was out of Croft and did a great job there, and then won his class, and he enjoyed it so much he's now back for a solo run without any other sort of really compact around him, which is nice to see. So it's nice to see cars that aren't competing on the weekends, that other weekends where they normally would have the situation where, like he was then, competing in the Compact Cup and then doing the Club Sport on the same weekend, which is the idea to allow cars from several championships to take part. It's nice to some of their own accord to come in and actually race on weekends where their main championship isn't competing. It just shows the nice crossover between the Club Sport and the other mixture of championships which the BRSCC runs, that these drivers can enjoy races like this so much that they can come back. One of the Toyotas in the pits, that's the Rowan Lundy car that's in for an early stop. Well, not a scheduled one because the pit window's not open as far as I'm aware, not yet. So it's coming up to now, what, 15 minutes, and it's all going on at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the pit window probably open before the cars get to the line next time, so if drivers realise that, they might be pitting, or they might not quite make it. It's going to be tight whether it's the pit window is open by the time they get there. So that could be interesting to see if any advantage is gained. Not sure what the progress is down at Beckett's with removing the problemed Fiesta of Marco Ricci and David Nye, with the safety car staying out at least this time. We're currently on 30 minutes and 30 seconds to go, so the pit window not quite yet open for our leader, which is Tom Stanaway in that BMW 328i. Second position is Paul Sheard in the Mazda MX-5. Third is Ollie Samways in the Toyota MR2. Now David Sheed and Malcolm Edison cars going for the pits. It's not open yet though, so are they going to make it? They're going to go slow enough, so it's 30 minutes in. Let's see. 30 minutes is now up. So the pit window is now open, and now the car triggers across the beam. So that is in just for David Sheed and Malcolm Edison. Edison, who coaches David Sheed, they race that car in a lot of places, and they've been around the Club Sport Trophy since its inception. Still a new category, really, this got to the BRSCC portfolio, and we're going to have another similar kind of category being introduced later on in the year.
Yeah, so with the Club Sport, we introduced it in 2019. The first race we had at Brands Hatch, and after we had that at Donington Park, as there's the Sheed and Edison BMW. The Ivor Mares as the MX-5 is in as well, and also so is David Thomas in the Toyota MR2 Mark 1.
Looks like it's Edison getting out of the car, so David Sheed will be getting into it.
Okay. Yeah, so we debuted it at Brands Hatch and Donington. Both got incredible sold-out grids. That's then carried over, thankfully, to the shortened season we had last year with four races that we put on for Club Sport. We did Cabell Park, then here at Silverstone in September, and then we did Donington Park, and then we finished off at Croft. And so far, everyone who's done the Club Sport Trophy has really enjoyed it. They've loved the race, and they've loved the competition within the classes. It's been fantastic. And as you rightly say, there's a new series that's going to make its debut next month, end of next month at Snetterton. So we're going to run the Super Sport Endurance Cup, which is kind of introducing some more faster, bigger engine cars. So we're looking at more kind of GT4s and TCRs and kind of V8 BMWs and more kind of race prepared sort of production based Porsches and that side. And there's been a really good uptake in terms of interest. First few entries are coming in already, and it's looking really exciting. So if anyone has got a car like that, then they can get involved. There's looks like, was that Malcolm Edison getting out, giving a thumbs up to the camera, so his job's done already. And I think this might have been quite a nicely timed pit stop for them, because if they're doing it under safety car, of course they've done it just as the pit window opens. That's actually a really crafty bit of timing from them to actually break the beam, because they broke the beam after the pit window opened, so it's a legal pit stop. And I think this could be a real advantage here. We had something similar to the Silverstone race last year when some cars were pitting under the safety cars that we had, and that really helped them in terms of leapfrog everyone and gain position. So I suspect that when the race, now the pit lane's open, we're going to get another influx of cars coming in. Tom Stanway's not one of them, but the Sheard and Combo car is, as is also Ollie Samways, and the main Skeets car, David Guthrie's in. Should I say almost everyone's coming in, because you've got the Toyota of Donovan, Jeremy Crook cars in, the Jones and Jones Golf, Tom Hodgson, so several cars choosing to pit on this first proper time around after the pit window opened. But I suspect this is now going to be, I think briefly, given the pace of everyone else, advantage now Sheed and Edison for their early pit stop, as we see everyone charging in to make their pit stops in what is always a frantic time in pit lane.
Yes, absolutely. So everybody behaves themselves down there in the pit lane. It's a long pit window, so there's no need to rush things. That's all part of the idea. So Tom Stanway stayed out. Also staying out was the Colin Newbold and Mark Court Honda Integra. Also staying out 42, the Richard Daniels and Lewis Judd Fiesta. 99 stayed out, that's Nick Rutter's MX5, recovery's almost complete at Beckett's. 77 stayed out, Seamus Heaney's MX5. The 72 Butterworth, Craig and Gary's Clio stayed out. 478 stayed out, which is Richard Bartlett's MX5. 90 Jamie White is back into the race and on that lead lap still, so whoever that pit stop was for him, it was a short one, but he didn't come back in the pits. And the same goes, I think, for Zach Lucas's Fiesta. You can see now how busy it is in the pit. Some drivers obviously going solo, so therefore staying in the cars and basically just sitting there for a couple of minutes while others have to change drivers.
There are some championships where if you're running solo, you have to jump out, run around the car, then jump back in it again. So, but I think for some of these drivers, they're being allowed to sit in there. That's David May, who obviously started the car, so he's now obviously handed over to the Irishman Mark Skeets. Those two, of course, well versed in the BMW Compact Cup in years past, and they did actually compete last year in the Club Sport Trophy in a BMW 330i. It was an E46 generation car, but since then they've now changed over to this rather beautifully prepared Jam Sport run Nissan 370Z. There's also a unique car in the background, which is the Caterham 21, which is the David Fender car, which I think is the only racing example in Europe, if I'm correct. It was a rare sports car to begin with, but well, that's interesting as well, that Jeremy Cook, Alec Lipstick are having to pick its way through cars to get out of pit lane. So, again, they don't need to tell me that it's quite a traffic jam down there in the pit lane at the moment. You
don't realise how big a Nissan 350Z is until you see it around these other cars. It really is a big machine, isn't it? Yeah. I think they debuted that here at Silverstone at the end of last year at the Burkitt Relay, and particularly some pictures I saw with the Caterhams and things like that. It looked absolutely massive.
Oh, well, is this going to become the club racing meme version of the BMW M8 meme now? That's a large car. Someone's probably going to make that now. Second set of cars coming in, including our leader, Tom Stanway's in the BMW. Also so is Matthew Spencer. We've got the Godins in there, 116. We've got Nick Rutters in as well in the MX5. Oh, and that was close. That was the 77 MX5 just coming in as David Fender went to go out. I think we're very lucky not to get some kind of a collision there, thankfully.
David Fender's car sprouted a rear wing since I last saw that Caterham 21. There are still a few cars that haven't pitted, so the new leader will be the Colin Newbold and Mark Court Honda Integra. They haven't pitted. 42 still hasn't pitted, so that is Richard Daniels and Lewis Judd. The Butterworths haven't pitted too, and I think some of that is because they are two driver teams. The first driver wants some racing laps, and obviously they haven't had many yet, so I suspect that is the reason. But of course it doesn't help their race.
I love the fact that Tom Stanway's having a very casual chat, then finds time to have a quick sort of like smile and thumbs up to the camera whilst he's having his pit stop. So, but this is the great thing about this sort of series, is that anyone who comes into it, they always give the same thing. They love the atmosphere. They think it's nice, fun, enjoyable races, and everyone enjoys the competition and the variety of classes in the mix as well. It's wonderful how it's taken off, and full credit to everyone involved in the BRSCC for when it started in 2019 with the first two races to get to where we are now, where it's firmly becoming and being established now as one of the most popular and best supported series out there. So running well so far, and obviously now we get the situation where we don't really truly know where everyone is, because everyone's now almost everyone's made their pit stops, but everyone needs to shake out in terms of the order in the pit stops.
And what's more confusing is these Fiestas that pitted out of the pit window haven't come back in again, but basically they're the leading pit stopper. But as far as I understand, they're not mandatory stops.
No, I'd agree with that in any case. So all their pit stops were unscheduled. So, I think you're right. They are going to think that it'll particularly be Zachary Lucas, John Cooper, and Jamie White. I think they've all got to make a mandatory pit stop, which means if we kind of take them out of play on that one, the other cars that have made pit stops. This is behind the safety car currently. This does effectively give the lead at the moment now, as we see. I think the last three cars, three of the last five cars that haven't pitted yet. This now does give the lead to the Sheedon Edison BMW, which is just coming in through Woodcote now. There's the Zachary Lucas car. It's a slightly different looking car when he had Croft, when he had a car identical to that John Cooper was driving with the Simply Car Sales livery, but really nice metallic green on that car now, which is looking good. But yeah, this effectively now, as far as I can see, gives the lead to the Sheedon Edison BMW, and it's working out behind them who's second. I think second place is going to be the Sheard and Comba car behind them in second place. Yes, it is. So, and then through all of that pit stop sequence, also now up to third, it seems, is Firoz Billamori in that brilliant looking Mini Cooper. So that appears to be the top three, but of course we've still got cars that either haven't pitted or have pitted and they're showing at the top of the timing screen, which need to come back around again. So all sorts going on. There's the pit stop going on between Richard Daniels and Lewis Judd. and that's their Mark 4 Fiesta that's in its current pit stop phase at the moment.
Yes, because this pit window's been this safety car's been so long, those who were hoping to get some more racing laps have finally given up and come in, because the safety car's been out now for about 13 minutes. So unfortunately, it's taken a big chunk of this race out for the competitors. There's Oak Richardson, who went well yesterday in the MX5 Clubman Championship, got on the podium overall, was battling for a win as well. More driver changes going on down in the pit lane there. We've only actually lost, I think, 2 cars in this race. The one that went over at Beckett's, and then the Roan Lundy's Toyota Celica that came in early and hasn't resumed, but everybody else is still going. So 38 cars waiting patiently to resume the race. The actual leader, because he hasn't pitted yet, is Richard Bartlett in his Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. Which I think is an unlikely car to lead one of these races, but obviously that's not done on sort of true performance.
Lights are out in the safety car.
And it's going to be led by this 116 trophy car, which has grown a hideous big rear wing. It was actually raced by Jimmy Broadbent earlier on in the season at Cadwell Park, but I'm not really sure what that rear wing does, but there you go. The race is about to get underway though, led probably by about the slowest car on the grid, so it's going to get very busy as they head down towards Cops Corner. So Richard Bartlett's the actual leader, Jamie White is second and Zachary Lucas is third, but none of them have made mandatory stops from what we can work out. So David Sheed is the actual leader by about 10 seconds over the Sheard and Comber MX5. Then for Rhodes Billimoria, the third of the stoppers. Fourth is 222, which is David Govery's Ford Fiesta. And here they all come down towards Beckett's Corner. It's super busy out there. There's what we think is going to be the eventual leader, which is David Sheed in the BMW Compact, car number 13, that runs the 3.2 litre M3 engine. It's a very rapid car that is, and they head down towards Brooklands then. This is the actual lead battle then between Jamie White and Zach Lucas, 90 and 111 on the timing screens at least. There's David Sheed then back in his compact. He's done lots of races already this season. He was involved in that incident I mentioned earlier this season here at Silverstone, but that car wasn't too badly damaged, so they've been able to have more races in it. So their gap was 10 seconds over the Sheard and Comber Mazda, so that's the gap to watch, Scott.
Yeah, and that's going to be intriguing to watch out that one. It was almost like kind of just coming out the pit lane. I'm presuming it's Mark Court that's at the wheel of that car now. Mark Court must have looked in the mirrors and thought, right, I've got to run away now, because he saw just a huge charging pack of cars led by these very powerful turbo Fiestas bearing down him pretty quickly. So that's what we want to see. The Jeremy Banks and Edward Raprager BMWs now also have been caught by several cars. Now there goes the Rhodes Billimoria car, and then behind it is the Sheard and Comber car, which looks like that's a change of position, at least we think, once everything's shaken out between those two. So that's now going to be a change for what will now is currently technically what we think is net third place, although amazingly still in second place is Richard Bartlett in his Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. So you can't fault his effort, because that car certainly is hanging on. It's actually holding its own, amazingly in some cases against. Well, I thought it was for a second, but it's not, because I thought it was holding its own against the Fiesta, but it's not, because that car's so much more powerful. But impressive stuff from him to hold on as long as he has. But of course, as we said, he's yet to make that mandatory pit stop, as we suspect also is our current top 2 Fiestas in the pack as well.
Yeah, slightly confusing really what's going on there, why those 3 cars haven't made a pit stop in the window. So Rhodes Billimoria then getting past the Mark IV Mazda and pulling away in what is kind of net second place as we see it. Then coming through here, you can see the Scott Ferguson, I should say, Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 that's got the bigger engine in it, so is quicker than some of the other examples. Fastest lap of the race is done by Tom Stanaway at 69.545, the early leader, who's currently 10th overall. You've got in there the MR2 of Ollie Samwaite, who's 8th overall. He's got the BMW close to him, so that's 2 of the quickest cars in the race. The BMW's on the grass, a pass of multiple cars on the grass there for Tom Stanaway, but he didn't get past the MR2 that he's racing with for position, the car of Ollie Samwaite, but he did get past the Fiesta there, 222, which is David Govery's car, which has got the big rear wing on it, as they exit Beckett's, that is, heading down towards Brooklands. You've got the Nissan in there too, not far away, which has got Mark Skeets in it now. It's very, very busy still here as they turn their way in towards Brooklands. Tom Stanaway up the inside of the Ferguson Mazda, and he gets through. He's still chasing then after this the Samways Toyota, and these two cars should progress through the field, Scott.
I think I have to say these are two of my favourite cars in the field, the Toyotas and the BMW. They are fantastic looking cars, and they're also very well driven and very, very well prepared. So good to see sort of Tom Stanway back. I think his intention is to do the full season in this season. He's got that course. It's like a super touring inspired body kit on the car as he sweeps past one of the Mini Coopers on the pit straight. But a nice battle developing here between two cars that are in two different classes, but the way they're being driven at the moment and the way they're performing, you wouldn't really think it. It's fantastic to see this comparison, of course, because the Samway's Toyota is in Class A and the BMW is in Class B, so but they're very well evenly matched. And he might have a possible dive up the inside into Beckett's here, and he has gone up the inside of a Toyota, and Ollie's kind of not just let him have it, but kind of rather than fight it too much, he realises if I fight too much, I'm going to lose more time. So through into what is now we think is an overall net fifth position now. Has gone fifth position at the moment currently overall. We've still got those cars made as pit stops. Richard Bartlett has made his pit stop in that Mazda MX-5, but we still think that these two Fiestas at the front still have to make this pit stop within this pit window, because their earlier stops, as we said, we're not within the pit window as the Nissan wiggles its way past the Dean Clayton Mini through Brooklands.
Stanaway's now also passed the Jones Golf, so that puts him what is an overall 6th position in the race, and he's just done another fastest lap of the race, a 68.202, and he's therefore now into, as I say, 6th, ahead of Jones and then Sam Wade as they turn their way through Copse. The race is still being led by Zach Lucas. Second is David Sheed, who's got himself ahead of Jamie White. For Rose Billimori is 4th. 5th is Mike Comber. In 6th is Tom Stanway. 7th is Finn Jones. 8th is Ollie Samways. 9th is Mark Skeets, and 10th is David Govery. You've got the top 20 positions on your screen, so if you're looking for somebody in particular, that's on your left hand side of your picture. Here's the battle between Feroz Billimori and Mike Comber for what is currently 4th and 5th positions overall. The pit window has now closed. Those two Fiestas haven't pitted again, so I'm not too sure what's going on there. I'll let you sort that out later, Scott. Here's the Caterham out there, that's 45, that's Chris Payne, the Caterham 7. There's Tom Stanway now catching those two cars rather rapidly of Bilimoria and Comber. It's about 2 seconds a lap quicker, so he should catch them pretty much by the next lap, I should think. Another fastest lap from Stanway, a 68 dead, 1 minute 08.000.
One thing we should mention is that the Feroz Billimori Mini is actually lapping quicker, it seems, than the Sheed Edison BMW, because the last lap was 1 minute 10.6 compared to a 1 minute 11. Now, of course, there's always the chance that traffic can be a factor in that, but as you can see there, the white, red and blue Mini just skirting around with its rear tyres as it braked, as it went up the inside of the Goddens in their BMW 116. And also in there too appears to be the Sheed and Comber car as well. So actually this could be closing up pretty nicely, because Tom Stanway is now closing in on what should be what we think is, compared to these two Fiestas, I guess we have to call it now overall at the moment, 5th and 6th position. So Billimori up to 4th overall, and trying to chase down, if he can, Sheed and Edison, but of course it all depends on the pace as well, comparison of these two Fiestas in front as well. So plenty of action at the front, and these three cars closing up, and this is going to be quite a fascinating battle between these two. Of course, again, it's a class, again, both in different classes, but they're all in the same class. They're all in the same class, all equally matched, 2/3, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. 3 very different cars, of course. A Mini Cooper, a BMW 328, which is now going past the White Comber and Sheed car, and a Mazda MX-5 Mark IV with a sequential gearbox. 3 very different cars, all enjoying a fantastic, equally matched race against each other.
That's what's so good about these power to weight ratios. You can have these very different cars. Billimori has a big moment through Beckett. 3 very different cars, but they sit into that same power to weight ratio. Therefore, they race in the same class, so they have advantages on different parts of the track. For example, the Mazda will be quicker through the corners, and the BMW is quicker down the straights. Big lick of flame out the back of the Bilimoria car. Tom Stanway's done another fastest lap of the race, a 67.328 now. So as the track dries out, he's just getting quicker and quicker, and he passes Bilimoria up the inside into Brooklyn, so that puts him into 4th. I think he could win this race yet still. He's 13 seconds behind the overall leader, Zach Lucas. He's about 7 seconds behind David Sheed, but he's lapping remarkably quicker than anybody else.
Yeah, at least 8 tenths per second quicker, and his last lap, as you mentioned, was the fastest lap of the race. So look at that time as this time by. It's 1 minute 9s again, and 1 minute 7.721. So that was 1.4 seconds quicker than the leader. His gap to currently to Zach Lucas is now just a fraction under 12 seconds. There's a real chance, as you say, I have to agree, that you can catch up with him. That'd be great after he had a bit of unfortunate contact when he got together with the May and Skeets Nissan at Croft and sort of dropped down the order, and I think he still picked up a decent podium in his class, so this would be quite a nice reward for him to come back here at Silverstone in his really nicely prepared BMW 328 to come through and pick up what will be, at least if he can pick up a class win. We're still going to try and beat the Sheedon Edison car, which he is very much lapping much quicker than, and there is the battle for what is currently second and third overall. Sheedon Edison are leading Class B overall, and Jamie White there in the mix. Good to see Jamie back out, actually. Of course, this is his first time in that car. That's David Guthrie's Fiesta off at Beckett's, and whether it's, I don't think it's trapped in the gravel or not. It seems to have had a spin and either stalled or having trouble getting going again.
Yeah, not a very nice place to be, so hopefully you can get that car moving. There's 11 minutes of the race to go. Leading Class A is the Joneses in the Gulf, 46, Mark and Finn, but they are being caught by Ollie Samways. In Class B, it's David Sheed and Malcolm Edison. In Class C, it's Stuart Donovan's Toyota. In Class D, it's George Grant, and in Class E, it's Oliver Fowler in that BMW Compact. So we've had 22 laps of the race. It's Zach Lucas that leads by 6 seconds over David Sheed, who's got Jamie White all over the back of him. Then a gap of 4 seconds to Tom Stanway. 5th is for Jose Billimoria. In 6th is Mike Comber. 7th is Finn Jones. 8th is Ollie Samways. 9th David Skeets, and 10th is Stuart Donovan.
It's good to see George Grant leading his class. I'm pretty sure that he'll be quite delighted with that if he holds on to that course. So he's got to try and hold off if he can Nick Rutter. And looking at the lap times there, it's actually fairly well matched between the two of them, actually. So there's only a bit of a difference, roughly about half a second in terms of lap time. So if you can stay there, that'd be quite good. There's the unique Caterham 21 of David Fender in amongst the big gaggle of cars. A couple of MX5s having a good battle. That's Jonathan Fields then, the 53, behind Luke Souch in the 291 at the moment.
Tom Stanway's passed Jamie White for third place now, and he's caught David Sheed. So these are two Class B cars. It's the battle for Class B, and the battle for what is currently second overall. The two E36 shaped cars, the Compact and the 328i, turn their way through Copse Corner. Tom Stanway carries more speed through the corner, but there's yellow flags, of course, on the run way down to Beckett, because the Fiesta that was off, the marshals have got it out of the gravel and got it back going again. So great work there. I don't think yellow flags will be out for too much longer, and therefore the battle can continue. The marshals escape the scene. There's loads of cars heading down towards Beckett's at the moment, and of course everybody's got to be careful here not to pass while they are still under yellow flags. Got a Fiesta and a Clio there together. That's the Robert Quantrell and John Marlowe Renault Clio. But here's the battle for the Class B win, and Tom Stanway looks up the inside. There's 9 minutes of this race still to go. At the moment, David Sheed hanging on, but Tom Stanway takes a much tighter line, bouncing over the curbs on the inside of the corner. Then he goes round the outside through Luffield, and he goes all the way around. We've seen this move done already today, and can Tom Stanway make it work? Not yet. The slightly bigger engine Compact stays in front for now.
Great battle between two, as you say, effectively the same car in many cases, but obviously one being a Compact, the other one being a saloon, but very evenly matched in many cases. They're coming up behind the David Guthrie Fiesta that's just been recovered. Of course, that's the Boomerang racing car that's run by Alex Bohm, who's been in this Club Sport Trophy race before. He did a couple of races, did the race at Campbell Park last year as well in preparation for some other racing he was doing later in the year. Just coming up behind the Georgia Speed and Matt Mills Mini Cooper, which is back towards the tail of the hood. It's back in 28th position and 7th in Class D at the moment, so just trying to make its way through. And Jamie White, as I was about to mention, Jamie White, nice to see him back at the wheel of the Fiesta, because last time we saw that was a couple of years ago, and that's one of the many turbo cars. In fact, that's actually the car that's been converted into an ST180. It was originally still his car that he did race in what was Class D, which he took the title twice, and all the two BMWs come to contact, and I think Tom Stanway's being rather polite there, saying, right, my fault, hands up, and he lets him go. So Stanway just took a little peek up the inside. I don't think maybe that he expected Sheed to close the door as quick as he did, and because of that, there was a little bit of contact, but that was quite nice courteous way from Tom. He put his hands up immediately, went, sorry, didn't intend that, and just let him go, so he's going to try and get him back a little bit low. So that's good driving from both, well, Sheed to recover, but also for Tom Stanway to accept his mistake, let him get to take the position and get back going again before he did. Now they can have a proper battle now with some 7.5 minutes still to go.
And Tom Stanway carries lots of speed through Copse Corner, so this might be the moment that he grabs the class lead heading down into Maggots. He's alongside, he's nosing ahead, and on the brakes he goes through to Tom Stanway, who tried to move at Brooklands. gets past after a good run out of Cobbs. Wondered there if he was going to run out of road at Beckett's because he braked very, very late. But yes, he's through then ahead of David Sheed, who's right on his tail again. He's got a bit more power in a straight line. Well, let's see if David Sheed can fight back. He goes to the outside line into Brooklyn. They've got the Stuart Humphrey Mazda to lap, who is in front of them. But I think Tom Stanway has got it done then. So he caught David Sheed quickly, so I should think he'll be able to pull away now he's in front. He is 10 seconds behind Zach Lucas, who is still leading on the road. So I don't really know quite what's going on there with their pit stops, but they're not pitting again.
I'm not sure if there's been any image. If there hasn't been a penalty for them to be applied, if that's the case, if they've missed the pit window, because usually it comes on if there's a time penalty, which is I think what you get, either that or a stop go for not pitting within the pit window. You get some kind of a penalty for that, and there'll be a red exclamation mark next to his number on the timing screen, but it hasn't appeared. So whether or not Zach Lucas's car, his pit stop is still counting in many cases, we'll have to wait and see. There's the Ed Banks and the Jeremy Banks Ed Raprager car. As you mentioned, that's the car which we have to say former shed dweller turned sim racer turned racing driver Jimmy Broadbent drove for a couple of meetings. Of course, he's now moved on to racing in Britcar in one of the many Pragas that compete in that championship. Yeah, good to see that car back out. Yeah, that car's been repaired a number of times this year. It's raced in all kind of categories and got rather beaten up at Donington Park last month, and I think at Brands Hatch last week. So the 40-40 racing team have got it back, and it looks pristine again. So well done, guys. You made it look in much better health than when I last saw it. But that car, as you say, with those two in it. It's down in 37th position, and it's out there though. It's hopefully having a good time, the drivers in it, and it's not the quickest car in a straight line. I don't think the rear wing helps it speed at all, but it gives it a different look. I think that's fair to say. Race continues. There's only 5 minutes to go. It's Zach Lucas that leads by 9 seconds from Tom Stanway. In third is Malcolm Edison. In fourth is Jamie White. Fifth is Ollie Samwade. Sixth is Feroz Billamoria. Seventh is Mike Comber. Eighth is David Skeets. Ninth, Stuart Donovan. And 10th is Alec Livesey. The top 20 cars are on your screen if you're looking for anybody in particular. The classes: Class A is headed by Ollie Samwade. Class B by Tom Stanway. Class C by Stuart Donovan. Class D by George Grant. George Grant leads Class D by 76 thousandths of a second from Nick Rutter. Right. So we've had 3 MX5 Super Cup races already today, and another one's broke out here for the Class D win. In Class E in this race, by the way, it's still Ollie Fallow that leads. He's in 11th overall. He's actually beating all the Class D cars impressively. But yeah, so there's Grant versus Rutter for a class win here in the final stages of this race. So we'll have to see if we can catch up with those two cars. There's more yellow flags at Beckett's. Obviously somebody else has had a moment. Yeah, it looks like it. It's off camera at the moment. Good to see Matthew Spencer there, because in his SDXR Challenge car, he was out yesterday, if I'm correct, in the City Car Cup in his own car as well. So he's had a very busy weekend, as have many. Now there's the battle now. It looks though that Grant has stayed ahead of Rutter at this point in time, so must be traffic that's played a part in that. But those two actually went pretty much head to head in many cases. They were the two main contenders for class win last time, and the only difference was, in many cases, Nick Rutter won that time, and he had the help. It's been a long day. Had the help of a certain Rob Boston alongside him as a co-driver, and they went on to win their class. So it's interesting now that George Grant, and those cars both are Rob Boston prepared cars, so it really is an inter-team battle. The Sheed and Edison, David Sheed's got back past the Tom Stanway BMW now with 3.5 minutes to go, and he just turned the fastest lap of the race of the last time by, and they're still going side by side with another BMW. They're either Bermuda and Oliver Fowler, who I think is still leading Class E, if I'm correct, he is, in the mix. So 3 very different spec BMW E36s, 2 compacts and a saloon, but all having a great battle amongst each other, of course, before Fowler's car was being lapped, but the 2 BMWs in the mix for second and third overall are doing great. But there's Zachary Lucas as he cocks a wheel through Chops Corner and makes his way down towards the right-hander at Beckett's now with just under 3 minutes to go. And I know there's a little bit of suspension testing in many cases going in this race amongst just enjoying themselves and having a good time. But there's another Fiesta racing the wrong way. That was the Tom Hodgson car, I think, racing the wrong way. So a rotation for the X-Mark Court car, and that car trying to get underway back again if it can.
So yeah, it's Zach Lucas that leads the race then with this rather large question mark hanging over what the result of the race will be. But yeah, David Sheed has got back through. There's the Fiesta off at Beckett's. Tom Stanway was all over the curve through Brooklands, absolutely on the edge. Not quite sure how he lost the lead, because on the previous lap he set another fastest lap of 67.121. They're 7 seconds behind Lucas, this man that exits Luffield Corner as the race leader with 2 laps of this race to go. So he turns his way through Woodcote, in front then by this not particularly big margin, but yeah, we're not quite sure if that's going to end up to be the total result. Behind, it's still Sheed ahead of Stanway by 1800ths of a second for the Class B victory. That's what, something we can say for certain. So in the background, are we going to see these 2 BMWs exit Cops? Which one's going to be in front? We're not going to see that, I'm afraid. We're going to carry on looking at our race leader. We haven't seen much of him, and he is leading the race. It's Zach Lucas then in 111, who made this early pit. So I'm not even sure if it was 2 minutes, to be honest, because that was under race conditions and they remained on the lead lap. So not quite sure. It's in the invitational class, so does it need to run to the regulations? I don't know. Either way, that's the leader on the road. Second is Sheed, and third is Stanaway, with Ollie Samways now up to 4th. He's got himself ahead of Jamie White. Feroz Billamori has been caught for 6th by Mark Skeets. They were separated by 97 thousandths of a second, with Mike Comber right behind. 3 cars battling for third within Class B. That Class D battle, by the way, George Grant's now keeping that gap over the chasing car of Nick Rutter. Here, though, comes the leader passing the last lap board. So Zach Lucas starts the final lap of the race as he heads down towards Cops Corner. In the background, you can see a change for the Class B lead. Tom Stanway's got back ahead of David Sheed, and this has been quite a long battle. Stanway caught really quickly, but he hasn't been able to keep ahead for very long at the time.
Yeah, this is for mention. This is that is kind of essentially the battle for the lead in many cases, because the invitation class car, obviously being an invitation, it's not within the main class, so it will win on the road overall, and we classify as being a win overall. But the actual victory, if you like, for the Cosworth Trophy will come from the cars within the 5 classes. So Tom Stone will essentially will be the winner in many cases. But Zach Lucas certainly proving the pace of these Turbo Fiestas. Jamie Goen did it at Croft, caused me to charge his way through, and it's good to see more and more of these cars out, and it's good to see them using it as a bit with extra track time as these cars continue to develop. They're brand new cars for this year, just behind Richard Bartlett. But brilliant way to end what's been a fantastic weekend of racing at Silverstone. It looks like they're going to come up to the checkered flag and take what looks to be either way, a fairly well-deserved win and a fairly dominant performance all round.
Yes, so Zach Lucas then comes out of Woodcote Corner. He takes the checkered flag. He wins the final race of the day. He wins the race for the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy. The David Sheed car is being penalised, by the way, for a track limit infringement. So I don't think it's going to affect the results so much. But Tom Stanway takes second overall, the Class B win and the fastest lap on the last lap of 66.794. David Sheed takes third in the car he shares with Malcolm Edison. Fourth goes the way of Jamie White. Fifth and winning Class A is Ollie Samways. In 6th is the Nissan of David May and Mark Skeets, just finishing ahead of Paul Shear and Mike Comber. Feroz Billamori dropped to 8th at the end. And 9th to take the Class C win is the Toyota Celica of Stuart Donovan. They're the cars on the lead lap. Already taken the flag to win Class D is George Grant. He beat Nick Rutter by 9/10 of a second. And to take the flag in Class E, Ollie Fowler in the BMW Compact takes the checkered flag. So in the classes, Class A won by Ollie Samways. Second to Mark Newbold, Mark Court and Colin Newbold. Third in Class A goes the way of David Govery. In Class B, Tom Stanway won over David Sheed and Malcolm Edison. Third was David May and Mark Skeets. In Class C, Stuart Donovan won from Jeremy Crook and Alec Livesey. And third in that class was Robert Quantrell and John Marlowe. In Class D, George Grant beat Nick Rutter and the car of Seamus Heaney. And then in Class E, Ollie Fallow won by quite a long way over Oak Richardson, and third in that class is Dean Clayton. So that concludes the action here on track from this British Racing and Sports Car Club meeting at Silverstone, and it's great way to end the race in. So let's take a quick look at the highlights of that race. It was a bit of a confusing one at times, it has to be said. Away they went with this huge 40-car grid. It was Jamie White that led, John Cooper I should say, that led early on. But then the more powerful Club Sport Trophy cars come through, with Tom Stanway leading from Paul Sheard, and then the Toyota of Ollie Samways. Malcolm Edison had a bit of a moment there with the Nissan in front of him having a spin of David May. Then we had a rollover for the car of Marco Ricci. He was okay, he got out the car. And then we had a very long safety car period where everybody made their pit stops amongst it. Everybody, you should see, peeled their way into the pit lane to make their 2-minute mandatory stops. The Silverstone pit lane became very busy. The race restarted with Edward Raprager's BMW 116 leading the way. He got swallowed up by all the more powerful cars. Richard Bartlett was the leader here in his Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 because he didn't pit in the pit stop in the safety car period. We had a Caterham out there, that was Chris Payne. Ferose Billamoria was there in the Mini. He made a good pit stop, managed to jump some cars, but he was passed then by Tom Stanway here, who was the quickest driver out there, setting the fastest lap. David Govery, he had a spin in his Fiesta. Then Tom Stanway set off after David Sheed in the battle for Class B. They had a come-in together at Brooklands, but they both got away unscathed, really. And finally, into Beckett's, Tom Stanway took the position to take the class win. Another car that spun was Tom Hodgson's Ford Fiesta. And that left Zach Lucas to take the win on the road in the invitational run Ford Fiesta from the Fiesta Championship. That concludes racing here from Silverstone. It's been great to cover the BRSCC race day. And we can head back down to Scott Woodwist, who's with our winning Club Sport Trophy drivers.
So, heading into what's now going to be the podium for the final race of the day, of course, and we've got not only essentially Class A, but effectively overall race winner, because the invitation class isn't quite towards the overall result. So Tom Stan with the BMW. That was a mega race in many cases, particularly towards the end. You're having a fantastic battle with the Sheed and Edison BMW, and I can see the smile behind you, Marsh. You really enjoyed that.
It was great, actually. I made a massive error on the pit stop and missed the pit window, but it actually turned into a great race because I had loads of opportunities to overtake. It was the best race I've done. Yeah, without a doubt. Awesome.
So it's great to have you in the series. Of course, just tell us about the car you've got. Of course, it's a BMW 328i, but you've done sort of a super touring homage to it, haven't you?
Yeah. So BMW Racing Parts, they've supplied all the fiberglass parts, including the front bumper. Great guys there. So look, I'm well happy. We spent a lot of time designing it, me and my friend. And it just came out exactly how he wanted it, basically. Awesome.
Yeah, good stuff. And of course, you had a very decent race at Croft. Of course, you're in the mix as well, of course, today. You seem to be really loving the car and loving the series.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The car's been, touch wood, absolutely faultless. It's I built it myself in the garage light, so pretty pleased with it.
Yeah. And how nice is it to be up against other cars that are carsing around you, even in Class A? This is the great thing about the power to weight ratio, is that regardless in some cases, some of the higher class cars, you can keep with them, you can have a nice battle, and it's a really nice, unique way to go racing in some cases.
Yeah, I was a bit worried about this circuit because I know the car's not particularly up there in the Class B. It only just scrapes into the Class B, so I was a bit worried about the power of it because it's a lot about power on this circuit. But yeah, the tyres that I changed from qualifying to the race made it. It was awesome.
Yeah, great stuff. We'll let you get your trophy and your champagne for getting Class B. So well done for that one. Congratulations on the overall and Class B win. We've got 5 Class wins to get through. Let's see if we can have a chat next with our Class A winner, which is Ollie Samways over here in this fantastic Toyota. So we'll quickly have a quick word. So we'll let Charlotte take the picture first. Charlotte, white coordinator first of all, and then we'll have a chat with our Class A man, which of course is Ollie Samways. Have a quick chat. Ollie, again, I can see the smile behind your mask as well. You're made up with that Class A win, aren't you?
Absolutely buzzing, yeah. First class win. This is the 4th year racing now, and I've been chasing it, and here we are, standing here right today. So, hell of a sketchy race. Fair play to Tom. He was absolutely on the limit the whole way around there. Couldn't do anything about it, and here we are. So, really pleased with it.
Quick word about your car as well. Of course, it's a brilliant prepared Toyota MR2. It's technically a Toyota MR2 Super GT in many cases. So, tell us about it and how long you've had it and what the history is.
Yeah, so it was built by Rogue Motorsport. They built 3 of these cars. Originally it was for Britcar, and I think it was about 2013, 2014. There was 3 made, and I was lucky enough to pick one up 3 years ago. And I've been practicing racing ever since. This is my 2nd season doing BRSCC Club Sport. It's also in road sports as well, and I'm absolutely thrilled, as you can tell. speechless part. So.
Excellent. In terms of your next outing with us, when are you out next?
Snetterton next month.
Excellent. Good stuff. And hopefully more the same and other trophies to take home. Fingers crossed.
Absolutely. Fingers crossed.
Good stuff. Well done. You've driven superbly today. Well done, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks so much. Cheers. Take care.
Good stuff. Right, 3 more class winners to do. Let's have a chat with Class C winner, which is Stuart Donovan and his Toyota Celica. Stuart, great job from yourself, and nice trophies to take home and a class win. I think you'll take that, won't you?
Yes, very happy. I won here actually last time in September for BRSCC, so it's good to come back and do the same again. Yeah.
Yeah, you seem to like this car track combo. Seems to work well.
This car and track combo works very, very well for me. Yeah, so delighted.
Yeah.
Very good. It was pretty chaotic the first lap. There was cars all over the place at T1, but managed to avoid that, and then lined up and just kept my foot in and off I went. Yeah. So.
You got quite almost like an army, because you've got like 4 or 5 in your ranks. You've got yourself and Kelly.
Yeah,
and stuff.
yeah, we've got 6 in the team altogether. They're all slightly different. This one is differentiated. I've got a sequential box in this by Quaife, which makes a big difference, especially on tracks like this. You save quite a lot of time just by flat shifting. So yeah, very pleased.
Excellent. And then next time out, we'll see you.
I think I'm going to come at Snetterton. Actually, I'll get Snetterton booked up and join you there for the 300.
Brilliant. We look forward to it. Go and enjoy your trophy and your champagne, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you very much. Have a good one. Cheers.
Good stuff. Right, 2 more class winners to do. I want to save the best till last, arguably. Let's bring our Class E winner. 2nd time in a row this year, Ollie Fowler. First time we did it whilst Compact Cup was there. Now you've done it without Compact Cup being there. So I think you're quite liking this format, aren't you?
Yeah, I did enjoy it at Croft, and it was a wet one, so I thought we'll try hopefully go out and be a dry one. And then it was nice all week, and the weather turned. I thought we might get another wet one, but it dried up for us. We're only 45 minutes down the road, so I thought we'll come out and have a little play this afternoon. Enjoyed it.
Bit of extra testing so you can try and get a leg up on Mr. Daly, I suppose.
No, I missed a round. Yeah, there's not a lot you can say about him, is there?
Yeah, but good stuff anyway, because it's good to show that the car's competitive in the class and show that you've got some confidence in it. So you're kind of riding high at the moment, aren't you?
Yeah, it's really good. The car's performing really well. Traffic was pretty good, to be honest, today. It's quite wide here at Silverstone, so apart from that, the other guys have probably mentioned it as well, that first corner was pretty sketchy, but apart from that, it was good. It was a good race.
So next time out in Club Sport, when do you reckon?
I don't know if I'm going to do any more this year. I think that might be it for Club Sport. I've got some other things going on, a couple of rounds in the Compact Cup later in the year, but no, I think that'll be it for Club Sport this year for me.
Yeah, you've got a rather fast Scotsman to catch, haven't you?
Yeah, put some effort into that.
Good stuff. Well done on Class E victory. Good to see you again, and if it is the last time, thanks for taking part, and we'll see you in a Compact Cup paddock in a few weeks' time.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff. Now the one I do want to go and speak to, I've arguably saved the best till last, because he's very, very happy with his class win, and good reason. Class D victor is the one and only. He's already set his stall out, George Grant. Mr. Grant, what do we say about that? Class D victory, how'd you like that?
Well, it's fantastic, really. I mean, it's Nick did the win at Croft, so and I qualified 3rd, but yeah, it was nip and tuck all the way. Nick got in front of me actually towards the end. I managed to pip him on the pit stop, and then he got past me, and then I did a bit of a chess piece with all the other sort of vagrants in front of me, and just managed to just keep the car. I mean, Rob Boston's produced a fantastic car for me, and I have to say, it's quite nice to improve, So, 2021 has been really fantastic. It's been a great weekend in the Super Cup because I've just done 3 races. Yeah, so you've got to keep fit for this.
Yeah, you had enough punishment in 3 races. You wanted a 45-minute one to round things off.
Absolutely. So hopefully the boys at Downforce will be very proud of us.
Yes, I'm sure. Well, I certainly am, at least in many cases, being a Downforce person myself. Yeah. Not biased at all. But in any cases, great stuff. Again, brilliant to see you out in Club Sport. Brilliant class winning. I know you were going to celebrate it because you always do. So.
Absolutely. No, but thanks very much, and thanks to the BRSCC for putting on a great show. Thanks very much, guys. All the best.
Go enjoy it, mate.
Thank you, Scott. Take care.
Good stuff. Excellent. Well, what can you say? That wraps up another live race weekend for BRSCC. We just keep on rattling them off. It's been quite a whirlwind start to the season. It's been 6 race meetings in 9 weeks. We get a little bit of a break now before the next one, which is again live, which is Anglesey July 10th and 11th. Big thank you to everyone involved. Thank you to, of course, to the MX5 paddock. Of course, as well to the guys doing the live broadcast as well. Thank you to all their efforts as well. As well to everyone here at Silverstone, to all the championships, to the Mazda MX5 paddock, to National Formula Fords, to the brand new Zia Proto Cup. Of course, had a fantastic day today. Yesterday, of course, we had the FunCup, and also to everyone in the Club Sport Trophy. Thank you for taking part. Thank you to everyone who's been watching my live stream and supporting. Brilliant to have you with us as well. And that's pretty much it. The season rattles on. The season rolls on again. Next time out, we're at Anglesey. We've got a very special occasion because we've got FunCup again, but it's for their 2 races. The second one, of course, going into the night. There'll be a very special race to watch on the Saturday. But until then, for myself, Scott Woodward, and all of us here at Silverstone, thank you very much for watching. I'm not sure if we're going to hand back to Josh or not, if we are, to him to wrap up, but for me at least, thank you for watching, thank you for supporting the club, and thank you for being part of us this weekend, and we'll see you next time for our next live broadcast, Anglesey, July 10th and 11th. But until then, take care, and we will see you next time.